Peace. Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Really champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Really champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Really champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
En verdad respeto mucho a Morir, es un jugador muy profesional, siempre compartimos, hablamos mucho del juego y en verdad le tengo mucho respeto, me gusta mucho cómo juega. Sí, en verdad decirle que quiero que sea un partidazo, a mí no me gusta como agrandarme contra el rival porque el karma me ha enseñado que uno tiene que hacer eso, así que respetar mañana y que el que gane mejor.
Bueno, más o menos tenemos idea de cómo tenemos que jugar contra ellos. Nosotros no se fijamos tanto en lo que hacían ellos y ellos, la verdad, estaban bien listos para las cosas que yo estaba cambiando.
There's a lot of room for improvement. I think right now we're playing at 5 out of 10, and when we're going to be playing at 10 out of 10, even at 8 out of 10, I don't think anyone's going to stand a chance. So,
I think we're pretty disappointed with the Reta and 2G loss so far. There's not like other ways to say it. We're disappointed, and we would love to play these games again and win it.
Então, a 2G é um time que vem muito forte, é um time que é muito bom na fase de grupos. E se eu conseguir elevar o meu nível ainda mais, eu acredito que a gente consiga sair dessa má fase.
Eu acho que a gente está indo bem, mas a gente tem que manter o pé no chão ainda. A gente tem que pensar muito sobre cada jogo, como cada time joga. Eu acho que o que rola mais é a adaptação.
all of your favorite regional matchups now on the international stage. Welcome everyone to VALORANT Ascension Americas, where we've been going day after day after day trying to figure out who's gonna make it out of the group stage. And today we have all those regions matchups to figure out how the groups are gonna end up looking like. I'm gonna be your host for today, Dryad, and today I'm on the desk as well, joined by Roy and Emily, two experts on the game. And guys, I'm very excited for today because I feel like we're gonna get a couple upsets, a couple of those grand finals that went one way when it was the regional matchup, now turning into something different, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, are we still talking about upsets? Because I feel like the level of play right here is really hard to make an argument that there even is an underdog. The level of competition has just been so incredibly high. Everyone's here to win. They really are trying to prove themselves. And I mean, the number 2 seeds have been becoming the number 1 seed somehow. Like, it's been madness out here in Ascensions. I
love to see it too, Emily, because it's a dream come true watching this tournament play out and watching how close all these teams have been. And now it seems like it's the final test for those number 2 seeds to prove themselves and win against the best.
Oh yeah, and today is a really fun day. It's day of revenge, day of the rematches. So we're gonna see 3 of those and see, can the team that lost in their regional playoffs revenge and take the win? And that's what I'm really excited for.
And let's take a look at these standings, because it is only one and only undefeated team right now, and that is going to be M80. They're 3-0. They're pretty confident on their chances to making it into playoffs, but there's still some scenarios where things can get messy. Even looking at the other side of Galores, for example, that's here in 3, there is a chance, it's a small chance, but there's a possibility for them to make it out of groups just with 1 win. So nobody is out of playoffs just yet, Roy, and that means that they just need to keep winning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, winning solves every team's problems, Dryad, okay? If you're losing, you have problems. If you're winning, everyone's smiling and laughing. But I think, yeah, today is such an important day because it is the regionals. It is the teams versus teams that they're extremely familiar with. Throughout the entire event, we've been talking a lot about, you know, how do these teams match up? What is the international contrast, right? But now it's like these teams are playing against each other. They're completely familiar with each other's style. They know each other on a first name basis, probably. Like there's just so much level of familiarity happening in this game. And I think we're going to see which team has leveled up a lot over the last month and a half since their last showing.
I'm thinking a lot of All Nights, as you mentioned that, and I'm also obviously thinking about 2G, TSM, having those matches to prove themselves, and now they can be that number 1, not only for their respective regions, but also in general to be that contender to win Ascension. And they're already making it happen step by step, round by round. But Emily, I think today is going to be a very close day between all of these teams.
I agree, and this is one of the reasons why I love Ascension so much. Everybody is playing on LAN. There's no online factors that could affect them in their gameplay, but also the banter. This is a mindset game. You could get into your opponent's mind, and it's just really fun to see the players on the LAN. Nerves happen when you have the lights and cameras on you, when you're getting taunted by your opponents. So it's just overall, it's going to be a really fun time.
Which is something that the players have talked about, being nervous, getting that first line experience, getting the hang of how things are going to work out when you're playing in that kind of environment compared to when they were just playing online. But let's take a look at the predictions, though, because that's what I really want to know. What are people predicting for these matches? I'm pretty sure, and we've been saying this every single day, but we made these predictions before we knew how this was all going to play out. So I mean, a lot of people couldn't hear that. Has that changed, Roy, for you? Has that changed?
Listen, if I could... Yes, the short answer, it has definitely changed. If I could go back in time, I feel like I would favor All Nights and 2G for the first 2 matches. I'm still going for M80 for the 3rd match. I think they have looked a lot better. But I mean, I don't know if this is a hot take, but All Nights has looked like the much better team from the Retta versus All Nights matchup.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with you. I just feel like 2G, I might have changed my decision too. Although I will say I'm the only one that was right on day 1, so I'm very proud of that. But I don't know about today. Teams have been really surprising me so far during Ascension.
For All Nights, it seems like I always sell them as this team that at any point they can get these wins and they can make it to the number one. But it's hard. Honestly, respect for Vans, because he put All Night in 2 game before anybody else was doing that. Before we even knew how this tournament was gonna play out so far, at least in the group stages.
Oh
so,
my god.
You know,
he's gonna brag. He's gonna brag to us.
He's a visionary. Oh, of course. I mean, he's gonna do it regardless if he gets it right or not. Right?
Oh yeah.
The Vans effect. I love it.
But the predictions are there. Everybody feeling pretty confident about M80. TSM, obviously, they always have a chance. They had some great moments, but we're going to find out. We have 3 matches today. Let's find out how the teams feel about it.
Bueno, yo creo que nos faltó, yo no sé la palabra exacta en español, pero como voy a intentar explicar en una frase que es como jugar más veces en campeonato y ser desafiado en un macro level que es similar al nuestro, yo creo. Bueno, Arnold es un buen equipo, está haciendo buenos partidos y bueno, más o menos tenemos ideas de cómo tenemos que jugar contra ellos, lidiar con Dante, y ahí a partir de ahí las cosas quedan más tranquilas y hacer nuestro juego y era. La verdad yo creo que también el adverso también tuvo un buen trabajo en Latin Finals contra nosotros. Nosotros no se fijamos tanto en lo que hacían ellos y ellos la verdad estaban bien listos para las cosas que yo estaba callando. Y al final salimos con la victoria igual, pero yo quedé por un tiempo pensando y reviendo las fotos y ya me preparé bien para cómo callar para contraer la próxima vez.
Bueno, siento que el hecho de entrar tan frío, yo siempre les digo a los chicos que en verdad para jugar estos torneos uno tiene que tener sangre, tiene que gritar, tiene que vivírsela. Y eso es lo que trato de transmitirle. Y después del primer partido yo dije a los chicos, jugamos a medias. Dije que en el AVI entremos con todo, dieron las cosas. En verdad las cosas negativas, llevo 2 años siendo IGL y he tenido mucha experiencia negativa, he perdido clutch importantes, he perdido torneos. Entonces como que siempre soy un jugador que trata de rescatar lo malo, aprendizajes, ¿cachai? Entonces para llegar a momentos clave de alta tensión y de alta presión, poder desenvolverme bien, y los chicos confían mucho en mí y eso es lo que les agradezco un montón. Porque confían en mí en lo que les digo, a pesar de que los reto a veces, siempre es por el bien del equipo y eso es lo que entienden, así que eso me ayuda a manejar mucho los malos momentos. Sí, confío. La verdad, no siento que haya sido campeón regional, porque en verdad no sentí que jugamos una final, sino que fue como un pose de ASEA al SID. Aunque haya sido un BO5, en verdad fue un torneo súper corto y no podemos demostrar todo. Siento que después de ese partido nosotros nos quedamos tristes. Yo le dije al Sonic que era un partido para aprender. Si al fin y al cabo íbamos ganando 2-0, íbamos arrollando en el ASE, no pudimos cerrarlo. Ya se va denotando ese que no podemos cerrar los mapas y ese es el aprendizaje que tenemos que tener, así que yo quedo tranquilo. La verdad, somos un equipo diferente al que éramos antes, porque toda esa experiencia nos va a traer a hacer un juego diferente ahora. En verdad respeto mucho a Muri, es un jugador muy profesional, siempre compartimos, hablamos mucho del juego y en verdad le tengo mucho respeto, me gusta mucho cómo juega. Se siente a veces un poco su falta de pegue, así, pero en verdad yo creo que más por la confianza, porque cuando amasa juega muy bien. Así que en verdad decirle que quiero que sea un partidazo, a mí no me gusta como agrandarme contra el rival, porque el karma me ha enseñado que uno no tiene que hacer eso, así que respetar mañana y que el que gane mejor.
I love the insight of our 2 IGLs as we get to talk a little bit about what is going to be this Reta against All Night match. And honestly, there's a couple things I want to say here. One, Maurice, for people that don't know, he's Brazilian and he's calling in Spanish. And sure, the languages are similar, but the fact that he's doing this is just showing a little bit of the effort, the massive effort that he's putting into allowing this Latin American squad to get the win and try to get that win towards the end, Emily. And also on the other side, Adverso, a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for the other team, and a lot of learning that he says that he's had throughout his career.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not easy to have your mother language and then you're gonna have to talk in a different one, because it kind of delays a little bit of what you want to say right away, and timing is everything. But hats off to him, that's not easy to do. And in the interview as well, All Nights was saying that, you know, they feel like they should have won and that they're confident going into today. I have to agree as well. They are improving. I feel like every match that they're playing, it seems like they're getting more comfortable and that they're getting more into the zone and they're just knowing what to expect and they're doing their homework. Once they're done playing the matches, it doesn't end there. They go home or to their hotels or wherever they're at and study and prepare for the next day. They're all in, and you can truly tell how passionate they are and the drive that they have.
it's great to see the passion from these players. And also something that caught my attention too about what Adverso was saying was that, yeah, he didn't feel like it was the true grand finals match that they played. It was more for the seed rather than anything else. So he feels like in this rematch where things get a little more serious in the group stage and already in Ascension, Roy, things can be different, and he feels confident that, I mean, they were able to do it before. There was a chance that they were able to do it before, and now for sure they can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, the way you start the season and the way you end it in playoffs are two completely different things. We've seen it so many times before where, like, yeah, you're great in your region, but you come to an international level and suddenly the number 2 seed has fixed all their problems. They've gotten over a lot of their, their pressure and their stress, and now they look like a completely different team. And this growth can happen like snap of a finger over a month period, over 6 weeks period, which is how long they've had since their last regional showing. That can be the catalyst to growth. And like we've seen it in this tournament, their performance has been immaculate right here. Retta has been struggling a little bit, although all their matches have been incredibly close. But the level that All Knights has gone to is very, very impressive.
And looking at the matches that we see on the screen, I mean, they are not too bad. I mean, when they played versus M80, that's a really hard team. And I was looking at the stats for this game. They really gave M80 a run for their money. And a player that's been very exciting to watch for me is their Neon, Dante. I think this is a really fun player to watch. Super flashy, super confident, and I'm expecting to see that today.
Yeah, Dante is one of those guys that we have to talk about every single day because he's just that good. And he's also made different small changes to improve as a player compared to what we saw towards the beginning of the year and what we're seeing right now. I mean, just yesterday, he was playing that race that he was not playing on Vine for such a long time. And we had those questions of, well, sure, he's great on Neon, he's good on Jet. Can he play the race as well? And now he's doing that too. And one of the guys that's allowing him to shine so much is Adverso, the IGL. We already mentioned him. He has so much experience. He was playing for Leviathan before. And now, not only is he IGLing almost to perfection in so many of these rounds, Roy, but he's also fragging out like nobody else.
Yes, I was going to say that. That was going to be my main talking point, is the fact that not only has this dude's level of calling gotten better throughout this tournament and throughout the last, 2 months, but his individual form is immaculate. The dude is popping off. He's leading by example. He's saving All Knights from so many rounds, and he's sort of filling this weird niche role that like star player initiators usually fill while he's calling. Like, he is essentially the equivalent of Xander on M80, who is IGLing and trying to carry the team as well. But he's doing it in the initiator role, which is not often that easy.
Also on the deadlock too that we got to see unbind. That was an interesting one for sure, because we haven't seen this composition run by this team, and this is one of those maps where we got to see that deadlock, the double sentinel with the Cypher that they were running, and also Dante on the race for the first time in such a long time, in a couple months at least. And even then he was playing it for other maps like Sunset, M80. So we've seen the growth of this team, and what makes it so exciting is that we're seeing it as the maps and as the matches go by.
Yeah, I always thought that Adverso wasn't a super flashy player. It was just a person that was just doing his job, and you would press tab and see that he was at the top of the scoreboard. In that match that we just saw for the stats, playing Sova was being the silent killer, getting the information, but also getting the kills, and went plus 22 in the BO3. That is not easy to do.
And let's take a look at how that grand final for the region of Latin America went between Reta and All Knights, because it was a reverse sweep actually that took place on the side of Reta. It seemed like All Knights that were going to take it. People watching live, they were shocked by what All Knights were doing, because Reta has always been the favorite. But then Reta, once again, they prove why they're the favorite, Roy, and they get that win at 3-2.
Absolutely. And that is sort of the thing that we've talked about and discussed extensively about Reta, right? Is they have experience. They have players that have competed at the highest level on this team. They're able to kind of keep themselves in check, keep themselves confident, and kind of bounce back, even though, you've lost the first 2 maps 13-7. To come back from that and reverse sweep it in such a clean fashion is something that only comes with experience, with an amazing mental.
I want to give you guys a fun fact from this BO5 too. Soother actually played 5 different agents, which is not easy to do. So he played 1 different agent every map.
Sheesh.
And so hats off to him. That's very difficult. Breach, Viper, Gecko. KO and Harbor. I mean, all over the board. So that was really difficult to do. I also feel like they could have closed it out. Like we heard in their interview, they were just so close, but they really are confident in this rematch that they have versus Rita.
One of the first things that we heard from the side of All Knights was that they were learning how to close out the series, close out the maps. And it seems like they've been on that learning process since that grand final when they almost had it and then it just slipped through their fingers. So now they've been having better chances to close them out. But let's talk about the other side though, because we cannot underestimate Reta. They are the #1 seed and they're such a good team. We talked about experience coming up from Adverso, for example, but these guys also have an insane amount of experience. We think about Delzik, Maurice, Naxxit specifically, and they've been all over the place playing for so many teams, making it to international stages as well, Roy. So they are the favorites, at least when it comes to looking at the grand finals, to win today.
Yeah, and there's a very good reason for that, right? Like they do have an amazing support system to set up Snauzine, and I think their style it fits their their team dynamic extremely well. It's just like support Snauzine, set him up for success, and then even if he doesn't really find more success than he needs to, there's still an immense level of individual form from all the previous VCT players that are in the server that are able to pick up the slack, that are able to consistently close out rounds, and they virtually have no weaknesses, whether it's in the early round, whether it's in the mid rounding. They don't have a lack of solutions at any point for the Reta side.
And we talk about the weaknesses, and I would say there is one that everybody has been talking about, and is a little bit of that consistency that we want to see from the side of Reta. Sometimes they look insane, just like that, just like we saw on this map of Lotus against M80. They were winning and winning and winning rounds and understanding their win conditions every single time, but sometimes it seems like they're just not showing up and they're not able to show up throughout the maps, M80. So that is one of the things that they're gonna be able to, or they're gonna have to work today.
Yeah, their only win so far was versus TSM, but that match versus M80 yesterday, there was a different player per map that shined. It wasn't one consistent player throughout the game. So I think if they're able to pull through individually and just kind of clean it up a little bit, because it was a close game versus M80, they really gave them a run for their money. Then once they fix that little weakness, individual and the last minute decision, the mid-round decisions, I think that's what can help them get the win today.
Something that we saw too in those grand finals for Latin America was Asnozin not only popping off, but showing his emotions and showing how much these wins mean to him, how much it meant for him to make it to Ascension, and how much to this day it continues to mean for him that he's making it far, that he's getting these wins. They won, they were all screaming, yelling at the side of All Knights, as we've seen throughout this tournament. But then you see Snowzin go quiet, sit down, and start crying. So you get the contrast between the two of the energy that you're releasing, but then a moment of, hey, I actually made this. I made it to Ascension, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, the highs and lows, to wear that on your sleeve is obviously not an easy thing, especially when thousands of people are watching you. But the fact that he's willing to just accept his emotions, he's willing to just experience this, is actually, in my opinion, a superpower. You have to be able to cope, and I think he has coped extremely well because he has been playing very well in this tournament, despite people saying, oh, and Snauzin is not the best duelist in this tournament, but he's been performing much above what he did in the region.
Yes, he has been a lot more consistent. He's been that piece that is saving them a lot of the rounds and also opening a lot of the rounds for Reta. So that matchup is going to be so exciting. But another matchup and another head-to-head that I really want to talk about is what we saw in the grand finals, Emily, because we saw Sebando going against Delzik. And when he came to the support that they were able to give to the team, I think that's something so interesting that we can continue to see today.
Yeah, so Bondo really impressed me in the BO5. So I just want everyone to know, this is the stats from the BO5 from the Latin finals of All Knights versus Rita. So we're looking at Sabando versus Delzik. Sabando absolutely popped off, went plus 23 in the BO5 and was just the best in the server. Both of these players are a controller. And I want to remind everybody, although he went 2.0 KDA and Delzik 1.6. This is a BO5. This is not easy to do at all. It's very draining as a player in a BO5. You have to conserve your energy. It's a marathon on the amount of nutrition that you're having throughout the matches. And just them overall to pull these stats for this is so impressive, and it's a rematch. Are these two players going to be able to do this today? I guess we'll find out soon.
You know who's gonna get it done today? We of course left the best one for last, and is the two duelist players. Dante going against Snowzin. Such a sick head-to-head, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably not even a hot take at this point, but I think Dante Deos has looked like one of the best players in the tournament by far. And fun fact, anybody watching, this dude is born in 2007, and he will be turning 18 next
Just letting
year.
everybody know
I
this.
have to let everyone know. Hey, this guy is so young, and he's making all the players in this tournament look like absolute amateurs. His stats are crazy. He's an animal in the server. He's a beast. He's a force to be reckoned with. And on the other hand, I mean, we talk about how good Dante is, but Snowzin's stats are not even that far apart. This is a very close, tight-knit battle between these two duelists, and the way they're going to be set up, and the level of success they need to have in this series to actually defeat each other and secure themselves a possible spot in playoffs.
It's going to be all about the mental games between these two, trying to get that first kill and trying to prove who is the better duelist, because we've been talking so much about who is the better duelist in South America, in Brazil, in Latin America, and these two are absolutely the contenders to do so. So first time it was Reta, it was Delsic getting the win for the Challengers Grand Finals that we saw, but now I feel like things could be different, Emily.
It could be. Listen, the last time that these two teams played was July 27th, I think. So that was a long time ago for them to go in there and take a look at what didn't work. Why did we not close it out? So I honestly am thinking that today is going to be a much different day than the last time that they played versus each other. We could tell in the interview of how confident they're feeling going in and that they're well prepared.
And it's also not going to be that best of 5 that we saw for the first and only time that they've played against each other. It's actually going to be fighting to close it out in 2, potentially the 3 maps. Honestly, my prediction for sure here, Roy, is that we're going to be seeing a lot of these matches throughout today go the 3 maps.
I completely believe you, and I completely agree. It's again, the level of competition, overdog, underdog. Throw that in the garbage. That's done. We're done talking about that. Every team here is incredibly powerful. They all have their own unique style and sort of like imprinted personality in the way they approach the game and the way they interpret the meta. And I think this level of kind of like differentiation and sort of contrast among different styles is super interesting. And it's really hard to say who will come out on top.
Well, let's jump into Zippo map select. Let's find out what the teams are going to be playing today. And again, they played already that best of 5, so a lot of the maps, they're probably going to repeat themselves. Emily, any predictions for how this is going to play out?
I'm thinking All Knights might pick Haven because they did really well last time they played each other. That's my prediction. Oh my god, the delay is getting
The anticipation.
What is it? Oh, it's Haven. I'm right. Okay. Yeah, because this was the first map that they played in the BO5, in the LATAM finals, and they did absolutely well on that. So Ascent was their 4th map that they ended up playing. But of course, it was a BO5 last time they played. Of course, they have to play some similar maps. So Haven being the first pick here. Oh gosh. I'm expecting to see Dante do Dante things. I want to see him going in there, getting the first blood, and just, controlling the game at his pace. That's what I want to see today.
Yep. I also do want to talk about the fact that the last showing from Reta versus M80 on Haven, they got absolutely blown out of the water. I can see why All Knights has confidence to pick it in this matchup, because they saw the holes, they saw the flaws, they saw how M80 abused them, and they run a similar composition. So I think they're going to try to replicate the success that M80 had on that map, and it makes complete sense that they would pick Haven as the first map.
And what I really want to see, though, is how this Haven is going to play out on the side of All Knights on that defensive side first. Because we talked so much about Dante, but obviously you see a lot of the pop-off moments are when he's able to go in, take the side, go on the attacking side and shine. So I want to see, because it's something that they've talked about, when they need to slow things down, when they need to hold that defensive side, because you're expecting Snowzin to go crazy at some point. How is that going to play out, Emily? Because it can be, once again, that mental game between Maurice and Adverso.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a battle of who's able to control the game more. Like I was saying, which duelist is being more successful in their first bloods, like you were talking about the duelists. But also, we have to remember the duelists are getting set up properly by their support players. Are their communication on point? Nerves comes into play too. So it's gonna vary per day of how they woke up. Are they feeling ready? Are they feeling prepared? Because it takes teamwork at the end of the day. You know, they know how the opponent's entryers are going in, so they're gonna know how to counter them. Are you gonna be prepared to be flushed out in angles and have the proper support for you? We'll find out.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And to circle back on the duelist entry thing is the fact that All Knight's composition with Neon, it pairs extremely well into the fact that Reta's comp doesn't really have Cypher. They don't really have a way to slow down the Neon with the support from the double initiators. Yeah. So I think the sort of stylistic clash might end up significantly in favor of All Knights.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about that last map too, the map of Bind, because when we've seen these two teams go against each other, it was back when Nika Machine was playing the race on Bind. So this would be the first time that they would play against each other with this composition. But now it seems like it's time that we welcome the teams on the stage. It is this day 5 of all regional matchups, and we're starting honestly with a banger. All Knights going against Reta, and we talked about the duelists, we talked about the controllers, the IGLs, the support. What do you think are the emotions like, Emily, when you're heading into this matchup that already happened one time?
Oh yeah, these walkout moments, I love to watch it, and you guys are joking about it, but it's true. You can feel the vibes, you can see the auras around the players, and just see how in the zone they are. When they're backstage right now as a player, you're just kind of getting in your own mind. You're preparing for this match, for this battle that you have ahead. These players sacrificed so much to be here, almost throughout the entire year, and this very moment counts. So it's a very euphoric feeling, and I'm kind of getting goosebumps just thinking about how they're probably feeling walking out here, because all of their preparation comes down to this moment.
As you said too, going against your friends, the teammates that you've known for such a long time, players that have known each other from the same region that are now in a way separated. The Brazilian players playing for these Latin American squads and fighting and trying to be that best, Roy. So this matchup, it can go either way. It's all about how the teams start and how they're able to keep that momentum until the very end.
Right, and making sure that you're keeping your mental in check even when things aren't going your way, right? Because we've seen it in this tournament as well, where like, yeah, you get bodied on the first map, but then in the second 2 maps you're coming back, right? Like we saw it against the Reta match where they got blown out of the water by M80, and it still went the distance. It still went into like a completely winnable scenario for Reta. So like, even if things don't go your way, you still need to stay locked in.
You gotta stay locked in from beginning to end, something that Adverso talked about, in fact, on the side of All Night, saying what we really need is to have that no fear of just going in, to be confident that we can start strong, because he recognizes that has been one of the weaknesses that the team has had inside of the maps and in this series overall. And on the other side, you can expect Reta to be the opposite and start strong. Just as we get this series started, a reminder for everybody that there's a Blacklight giveaway. You can get one of these Ultimate Gaming chairs if you scan the QR code, and there's also going to be a message pinned in the chat to see how you can win one of those 2 chairs. It can be the white one, it can be the black one. That is going to be up to you. So very, very exciting, just like this matchup is going to be. I want to ask, we already saw the predictions for you too. You had Reta winning. I want to ask for one last time, is it going to be Reta winning, Roy?
No, I'm swapping. I'm jumping ship.
Okay.
I'm jumping ship. I'm a Dante believer. I'm number 1 fan. He's born in 2007, June, by the way. He's turning 18 next year. And he's an absolute beast, and I have complete faith in him to continue his level of consistency that he's shown in every single match in this tournament so far.
I agree. What about you, Emily?
I want to switch just because of how they've been playing. But you know what? I'm a loyal person. I'm going to stick with my original pick.
You don't gotta have me like that. That's crazy.
Okay, you're gonna stay with Reta for this map. Roy's gonna, or for this match, Roy's gonna swap and go over on the side of All Nights. We'll see what predictions is right. Let's also jump into the Blacklight Agent Select. Let's find out what the teams are gonna be playing here. And there's a difference that we've seen before with the compositions. Is that Reta that is playing this Viper Omen double controller with the Nozen on the Jet, Emily.
Yeah, the Snowzine on the Jet is so fun to watch. I mean, so annoying to play against, probably getting picks and all these odd different angles and just being super flashy. But I have to look at All Knights. We have the Dante on the Neon and also Nico Machine on Breach to just be that support and help ensure that Dante's going to go in there and get the space. So this is going to be so fun to watch. I cannot wait.
Absolutely. And I also do want to bring one final point in going into this first map. Although Reta did not look amazing in their last matchup versus M80, they were playing against Net, who was one of the pioneers of the Viper meta on that. He was one of the innovators, right? They created some of the utility that Reta was using, so they were incredibly familiar with the style. But now All Knights are going into this matchup, and although, yes, Reta did look weak versus M80, I still think that Reta is much stronger than they might be. There could be some kind of underestimation happening here on the All Knights side.
Yeah.
Well, let's get this regional matchup started between All Knights and Reta. High expectations for both of the teams. Is Reta going to be able to say that they're still the best, or is All Knight going to get the win here? Let's find out with Vance and Gompers.
Thank you so much, Dryad. Van Silly, the last time we saw Dante play on the Neon, they dropped almost 30 kills. And the last time that All Knights played against Reta on a map like Haven, he almost dropped 25 plus kills. So yeah. I just want to say, this is looking a little scary for me.
The team overall for All Knights were dominating on Haven, and Roy was mentioning on the desk, he was saying that it was a hot take. Although All Knights lost to Reta in the reverse sweep by Reta Esports, All Knights looked better. And I have to agree with him, because in that Reta game, they were actually not coordinated in terms of utility, and also All Knights were just so good around Dante. But you're seeing the changes that's coming into today's matches. Reta came into the game versus TSM with a compositional change, bringing out this Viper, and it dominated TSM, who actually went into the All Knights composition because they thought that they'd be able to play the anti against the original composition of Reta. But the reason why this Viper wall is so good is that it blocks so much of that visibility that the Neon and the pressure that the Neon and the Breach could bring towards the A choke. And every single time TSM were trying to fight the defensive side of hitting the A choke, controlling that spot. But if you're hearing all that information with Soother lurking towards that spot, it's easy for them to pivot into a split of a 4-1 against a solo Cypher on site. So there's really nothing that TSM could have done. The change, though, as when you've seen Reta with his composition versus M80, is that Net was actually sending a lot of his utility, and a lot of the information gathering was anchored in towards the A site with passive util, so that the ones that are actually adding pressure for All Knights towards B and C were actually met up by opposition, by Koala Noob with an op, by by trap plays by the rest of M80 towards a B and C cover. So that's something here that probably has to be understood now by All Knights with this change of comp from Reta, and hopefully they could take advantage of that and not be blocked and overthrown by the Viper utility.
Yeah, and I mean, all in all, a rematch to the death at this point, trying to prove that most of all, that loss that they had received previously, like you said, they could have been better, and they are better. Yep. So they're going to show that today. Forget the reverse sweep. Forget about what happened in July. We're scrapping that. The past 100%. Is in the past. We're in the present now. This is super exciting. I mean, to see a rematch come into fruition, right? The second time these teams have ever played against each other, and now is the time to get ready, get your popcorn ready, because it is All Knights versus Reta.
And you have to think about it, when All Knights come into this tournament for Ascension, they've been dominating so far, and Reta had such a slow start. And this is a great opportunity now for All Knights to show that they deserve that #1 seed against Reta, that they should have won that 3-0 and not get reverse swept. So they do really want to come out strong in this game as they're setting up here for that pressure that we're talking about towards the A side. Look at the reaction they have from Reta. Jump spawning first, but at least for All Knights, it's a walk contact. They're not looking for early utility that's going to give a tell. So right now for Reta, they're going to have to scout around. They're playing towards a spawn. They're trying to wait and listen to where the utility could be coming from. And as you can see it, they haven't heard anything. Let's try to pivot back for a mid control, because we have no information on A side. And that's where the trap play could start happening here towards B, as All Knights are rotating back towards that spot.
Already caught out 2 with an early dog moving forward, but they're responding pretty well to the information already given from All Knights right now, though, just waiting, right? The patience is playing well. All Knights, they know what they need to expect playing against this team of Reta, and already starting to get onto the site, they have it.
This is dangerous because no actually activated his dash just to get in and get information, so they can't really find more aggressive position. Now you have to play outside the site, and here's the flood now that AK is so good at.
Yeah, they just move in onto the site, and all in all, it works out at the end of the day. Southern now left down to the extremity, and their teammate gone, so they know where to look, and it's a perfect takeaway from All Knights to start off this round.
And that's been the pain point as well for that regional matchup. Despite Reta having a different composition last time, what really threw them off guard was trying to play on site in post plant positions, and they were just getting over flooded by Dante's stuns, by Nico Machine stuns, and then you know what Dante could do when he's sliding in there. Very accurate, almost like I see instant headshots every time that he swings. So Reta was trying to play into a part where they could plant a little bit better, play the post plant utility, and maybe keep some players inside sight, but they got caught so off guard with the timing here from All Knights, and that's a great pistol round to start things off here, and All Knights getting that 1-0 and getting that economy in. They didn't lose that many players in the process, and now it's time to bring that conditioning. The fault line comes out towards the sewers, the Marshals watching towards long, and may think the Neon's there, so they're pivoting back here for Reta to hold back towards the spawn, and we're just waiting again, a stronghold towards the B and C for information.
Interesting too, because they left B alone. This time it is going to be the C site. Feeling a little more confident with Savannah watching with the util there. Util still intact and one person gone. So Reta now at a disadvantage. He's going to have to try to play with this. Nico, though, not going to let him.
Definitely not. Especially when your tip of the spear is now gone. You can't even dash into the site. So trying to walk into A, you're pretty much going to have to stay grouped up and hoping for the element of surprise of the wall coming down. But you already see Nico Machine already all the way back towards sewers. The jiggle spots them and now could delay if there's going to be more utility flooding back. So everybody's just playing contact so far. You're hoping that the duels will come in factor now for Reta as they have a couple of shares to work with.
Yeah, already well aware too for All Knights that, hey, we've applied that pressure. They've lost a pretty pivotal person, Snowzen. So now all we have to do is wait for this retake. They're going to back themselves off, know that the eruption's going to happen at that 30-second mark. They're going to chill out for a second.
And that's why Reta did actually an incredible job to start things off in that contact play. Yes, the jig was up and they were spotting here towards long, but that share of damage onto Adverso and to Nico Machine was enough to force them to fall back and play that flood retake. So for me, that's a nice checkmark for Reta as you're getting 300 credits across the board, building the economy up within the next round, and a beautiful crossfire on top of that.
Everyone's just going to fumble when it comes down to this. I'm not able to do much about it. Dante is going in with a 4K to start it and to end it as well. That's dirty.
Yeah, and that is actually even the cherry on top of the sundae for Reta, because not only you get a plant, look at the armor you have to rebuy for Adverso and Nico Machine, and you're forcing 2 other buys for Sabanto and Tinchoff. So their next bonus round, or the next round going into this, the bonus for All Knights is not going to be the prettiest, and that's going to give the advantage now for Reta as they have that second plant in. So that's 600 credits carried over to round number 3, and orbs that they took advantage of and they prioritized in their eco. So they're playing the long game to really be explosive in this round number 4, round number 5, and hoping to turn things around then.
Big capability to do so. All Knights, you can tell they have a desire to run away with the round already. Early aggression coming forward up towards A. Not finding anything just yet, but noise heard C. So yeah, this is big indicator.
Tried to go for a 4-player stack too for All Knights, again, because they have this lower buy on their bonus, and you already have the overdrive available for Dante too. So Reta continuing to play the objectives to their point. Maurice is already 1 orb away from getting Seekers. Now they scout. They notice Cypher's playing towards the C site. Now it's for them to decide if there's a stronghold from Cypher on the C site, or they're actually stacking towards A and trying to play the trap. So they will try to at least leak into Garage and try to break the utility to force a rotate, and see if the alarm bot could spot something towards the A site if AK decides to move out towards long A after the initial utility.
Very well aware of the Cypher util here. Actually, maybe not. Already getting caught out. Veldic not watching the angles as attentively as they should have. But the site now caught, and I mean, they're good for now. They created the distraction. The rotation planted.
Yeah. Then that's Maurice with the plant, so this is perfect. They can go for an ult, get some information. Now they know there's a lot of players towards the spawn site. I don't know if there's a third Seeker going towards the spawn, so that's an opportunity here for Sabanto to go for a flank.
Oh.
But now the alarm bot just went down.
Dante's getting ready to use ult too. Yeah, it's already popped and loaded. When Dante comes out with the high gear, maybe it could have worked, but this time it doesn't. There is a back off now. All Night stuck in a position they weren't expecting, but 2 Vandals left in their pockets. And Economy, you're not really wanting to risk it, maybe? No, still going for it. Instead, actually, the shot's now hitting enemy remain. They might just be able to pull through, but Souther, I mean, kind of just counters that completely 2-1.
All Knight's turn to really try to make it expensive against Reta pretty much at that point. But I do see now what Maurice was talking about before we got into the game in his interview was saying we have an idea how to deal with Dante now as this Neon. And it's not necessarily playing Omen Smoke towards the spawn. They actually put a Viper Orb in there because All Knights with Dante love to flood from the back. So you're automatically decaying people going through the orb. And you're even playing close range with Snowzine playing right around the corner. And that does a lot of damage here against the AK attempt for the flood back. And I talked about that alarm bot that was placed here behind by the flank by Nagzed. That's because he recalled it towards the A side. He's already out towards the range. The cooldown's a lot faster, so he's able to place that for the flank. So I love this activeness that we're currently seeing by Reta, the proactiveness that we're seeing on how they're currently working the C site or just a 3-site map on Haven so far.
Taking advantage of the empty C site too, knowing, okay, they're always going to place that there. The trick now gone. Snowzine feeling a lot more comfortable at trying to get the entry in, but the backside not very well aware of what's going on. Defense good. Sabanto getting ready to entry. It's already beautiful. Tons of the players gone. And All Knights, they're back in the game.
Yeah, and now you're seeing a weakness too into Reta's composition. Yes, you're able to get a lot of information with the Seekers, get great floods with the flashes, but what's missing now is utility to try to break the Cypher trips over on the C site. If you're looking at it, the Sky can't do it, the Jet can do it, the Viper cannot do it. She's placed these snake bites to prevent the flood back out. So a couple of them potentially could get trapped walking into and dashing into the sites. And that's really how it started things off. I mean, Snowzine got caught off at the default, got wall banged, and then AK just answered right away and not giving a chance here for Reta to set up. And already there, because they made it so expensive in that previous round, Reta has to go for a lower buy.
Reaching economic despair. How do you get out of it? At this point, Snowzine investing just a little bit for the Guardian, maybe for a weapon pickup. But what pickup is there with damage already on the way? And shows, my apologies, not Showstopper. Hunter Suri gone.
Yeah, and not too much damage being done, if not too much information, except for the ping that they got in Delzik, which is fine. He's got a TP, he could always meet up with the team later on, but at least it gives a lot of map control that you currently have for All Knights. Although, a little bit of overconfidence coming out from a couple of players, but at least they win the duels because of the stronger weaponry.
We're extending just a bit, though. Okay, Versa goes down. Luckily enough, player advantage still over to the side of All Knights. They're keeping their patience, not really moving in towards that A. They still do have tons of util to use for the retake here from Nico.
And they're comfortable with it. Give them a plat. I mean, AK, let them plan it round 1 and 2. And then also, you know that they're good for these moments on Haven. So it's okay for them to group up, making sure here that Adverso dying, there's not an opportunity for really Reta to set up for a second kill somewhere around that A site to upgrade even more weapons and give here All Knights a chance to go for that retake. But they're a little bit split up. Try to make sure here that there's nobody pushing towards the spawn. They'll group up with 3 players there and a late lurk and a late flank by Tinchoff.
They're just letting it occur? I mean, there's absolutely no way. They know this is a safe. They know they can move in on this. Yep, using the util at the perfect time. Now just watching what Dante's gonna do. We're not clearing the angle, so that leaves a huge play from Nagzed that might actually allow them to keep the time. Although time, of course, of the essence, slowly moving in. Sabanto has something else to say about it, but it's over. As soon as it started, maybe not 1v1.
Oh,
and Turret calls for it. Beautiful play from Nagzed.
And again, this is practice now by Reta, how to position yourselves in these flood scenarios that All Knights are currently doing, because we've seen that combination before of the fault line, the stun coming through from Dante, and then also the instant slide right into hell as soon as you land. But it didn't check the left corner towards the ammo box where Nagzed got the easiest kill there onto the slide of Dante and being in a great position to trade off and also set up the crossfire for with his teammates rather towards that spawn. So this is All Knights now running into a couple of surprises, but we're still early really in this map of Haven where you're going to start min-maxing every single time, including this spot right here. The first time that you're showing aggressive pressure down towards the A choke by a contact play by Dante, and you know he's going to be very confident for doing those, and that's a really good first blood in favor of All Knights on the defensive side.
Yeah, simplicity's key, though. All Knights not doing too much this round. They've learned their lesson from the last time, leaving a round that should not have been won by Reta up in their pockets. But Cypher, Util now switched over. They have no idea with this eruption what's going to occur. Waiting. Already first coming out. There comes Tinchoff, knowing and listening into the information. And they've played this game before, but they're not going to let it happen again. Reta, they cannot seem to grab hold of this.
Yeah, and you could already see it, Tinchoff. He's not playing inside the site like Poise was doing with TSM when they were playing against Reta, and Reta realized that the Neon's towards A, they would lean towards a C split. They went towards the area. Tinchoff is playing inside, has support from Breach Utility, over from the B side, over from Garage. There's really no big control here that Reta could do towards the Garage. And it's fine when you're doing the C split to give up the C side and control Garage, because what could Reta do after when they're playing the post plant? They can't take control of Spawn. They can't take control of Garage. You have no choice but to play on site or off site towards long C. And, that's already going to give so much space for All Knights to coordinate another retake flood within the C side. So nice little adjustment, nice little surprise play that came out from Dante at the start to walk up. And now it's time for Reta to really maybe think about using a little bit more utility if they want to insert players like Suther in these positions around the A choke.
Yeah, load it up. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was wondering if at some point there was going to be a moment of recollection there, but this is good from Reta, right? Mistakes being made, of which, honestly, in my opinion, if I was on Reta's side, I would not be assuming that there would be a very, very tilted towards Garage play, right? That was very aimed towards Garage. It's like All Knights read into that situation and knew exactly what was going to happen. So I think from there, it really is just good leadership from their part.
Yeah. And you're almost trying to play this game for Reta where you're a little bit slower at the beginning of these rounds. You are defaulting a lot just to try to find some information by audio cues. But something here that All Knights are doing very well is they're actually not using that early breach utility or the stun or even here the high gear of the Neon. They are saving a lot of that utility into the actual first piece of utility counter back that Reta is currently doing. So I think off this timeout, I'm assuming Reta will have to activate a little bit more just to make sure that All Knights doesn't have too much utility to use towards the end. If you're going to force them to really try to stall in the very beginning and then they're still playing the retake floods that they do, well, if they don't have utility left to do it, that gives you a much better chance to play inside the site. So now you're starting to see it. Five players moved up towards this A side. They are using util on their side too to try to bait out the counter util coming through. You heard the breach stun coming back to reply towards the A site. And now it's that stall, trying to find the rest of that util and making sure here that they could time the other utility that All Knights could use. Drone's already been used too, unless Adverso didn't have that money yet, but he's at 2,600, so I'm assuming that he did. That's a great continuation of Reta's default to start.
Oh, this dash is coming in soon. Yeah, planning to wide swing the angle, if anything. Maybe tried to take a pick off of it, but the isolation, the fights not necessarily working. Big stack up for All Knights, playing on the defense. They know they need to act soon. So many blinded. And it does instill like a level of fear. Still watching for the flank as well, which is good. But at the same time, honestly, rotation might seem like the best here.
And even at a stake by got the kill into Nico Machine. And now with all that utility that you ran through for Reta, what do you have left for All Knights when they reply to that? There's 2 shock darts. There's no other stuns. There's no other flashes, especially now that Nico's dead. A great opportunity to reflip back into the site.
Down A. To Sabando waiting within the smoke, but luckily enough, Delzek reaction time there. Cheeky corners at play, but All Knights are holding on. They're keeping it nice and easy. but you can't play with the Neon player. It doesn't matter.
10 seconds left. Poison's off.
Already 10 seconds though, and no spike plant. It's so difficult for the attack to do anything about it. Yeah, Dante's just cleaning that up nice and easy.
And that's where, unfortunately, that the miscommunication, where if you're watching the regional finals here, where you would probably look at the structure and the macro, even the micro of how All Knights play, you would give the edge over to All Knights. You saw Delzik walk into that smoke. I like that play, but he needs a second body in there just to guarantee a trade. If he lost that one, that's A-side control totally lost. And then look at how they were split off trying to work out towards sewers when the Jet tried to meet up with the KJ, Nagzet and Snow together. One peeking up first, the other one was too far behind. It just gave easy kills there for Dante. And they need to work that synergy a little bit more, especially with the tenure and the pedigree that this roster has in terms of international experience.
It might, honestly, for everyone, just they already have such good information leading towards long there. Yeah, but that does get shot down by Snows, and cheeky angle moving towards some sort of victory on A, but of course spike backing off and slow aggression moving down for AK.
Great start, because with that pick here, you have Nagzet inserted all the way up towards top B. He's trying to listen to see if he could catch any rotates. And I think right now he hears the high gear of the Neon that went out from the C link. So now that's a weakness towards C or towards the B site. And with a lure buy, much easier to plant towards this B site. They're going to group up here and just try to fight for this plant towards that B site. And it's looking really good for them. An open site now. All of All Knights rotated towards the A site. And they don't have the best utility to fight back on the, or to deny the plant.
They're getting prepped up to set Dante up for success, which I really do like. Knowing there's not a lot of util to play off in terms of what Adverso could have applied. Pinch off. Nice first shot. No smokes left available. Duelist goes down. And it's just the entry that works so perfectly. Following in with the Duelist. Now Pinch off making the play on their own for that 4K to come in.
I forgot I lied. They do have one piece of utility. It's actually in form of a body. It's Dante. Going in with the slide and then just breaking ankles once again. Going towards the gong for the entry. But all of that could have been started without a triple spray that went from the A choke point into the B site. And unfortunately just caught Soother as soon as we put the pit up. The pit went down and Reta had the plan to play inside that B site from that pit and set up that crossfire and making sure that players are being decayed. But when you lose that element so early, everybody is pretty much out in the open, and you're getting caught for sure on how All Knights played that on that retake. So tough luck, tough loss there for Reta, because they looked really good, especially with this, the first blood that Snowzine just had onto Adverso towards long. So they do have an opportunity there to take control of the A side a little bit more, especially when they don't have that pressure from Dante of All Knights at that A choke.
Just going to continue to get worse from here, too, because All Knights... Actually, maybe not Nagzet readily available with that lockdown for maybe a life-saving play from Reta. This is the time, if not, to bring themselves back into the top.
That's what we were trying to mention before here, prior to the timeout that came out on the attack side for Reta, trying to use a little bit more initiator to get positioning, to get into good spots. It works.
Cover going out.
Lockdown now. Not really backing them off enough. If anything, keeping their ground, which is surprising, coming through from AK. Lockdown does catch one. Maybe the bait take it. So Dante's not letting anybody else move themselves onto site. Already 3K comes down, and it leaves it up to Sabando and Titchoff. And Paranoia is still readily available, so there is so much to do in this moment. Nobody knows. Maybe just right behind Titchoff with a good angle on that view. The vision there, and of course, now watching it now, exit drop. And nobody knows, but the 1v1's there. Maybe catching it off does get some of the damage, and they're back in it.
Nagzet picking up the second weapon to win the 1v1. Again, another one of those moments where this could have been a 7-1-1 or an 8-1 scoreline if it wasn't for Nagzet winning those two plunges right towards the A site. This time around, luckily enough, having a weapon right at his feet to be able to play against Tinchov that only had a classic after spraying on the first kill. And that was also you needed that hero play because the dog that they used on the attack side of that wasn't deep enough, and they had to force an ult so early inside sewers that they couldn't take an easy A-side control. But we'll hold that thought. There's the aggression that's coming in. It seems as though for All Knights, they want to fight back right away.
I feel like a sense of really an urgency, but now especially with the B site being fully contested, they're ready to push in onto the site, use every single article of utility to stop this plant from happening, but plant not there. Spike still left back with Nagsat.
Yeah, on an island too. I don't know if he ran back to pick it up or had it originally, but it almost felt at that point that because they lost Suther and they're still trying to work around that map, they wanted to make sure they don't lose that spike, but you can still drop it here. Delzik has the From the Shadows to work with, so if they're able to work within this site and continue to control inside B, then they could just TP and plant, but they're going to look for a surprise play, a solo play inside the smoke. It's nosy and finally decides to pull back. A better move here.
Good read too. Tinchoff knew. The silence on B was a little suspicious, but yeah, they're keeping it. Sabando always stuck inside of the smoke. Surprised they don't catch it out just yet, but a nice Hunter's Fury to try to counter this push from coming through. Honestly, pushing some of that pressure left onto the side. But AK, they're looking for some sort of retake back when it comes to the point that they have lost, and it's an immediate win.
Yeah. You just saw it there. Thankfully, the contact that got that kill into Tinchoff was good, but he peaked before we actually tried to get a flash out into a garage or even to main, and they were trying to play some contact first, but if it wasn't going to be for that kill coming out from Delzik, it probably would have been like no more contact play. We're giving away our position, and then we're letting them know that we're heading towards the C site. Thankfully, though, you still had another player play inside that smoke for All Knights to make sure here that he's going to be a man recon dart Sebando to allow it Verso to get the Hunter's Fury more damage towards the C site. Again, shutting down Loreta's opportunity to try to take site control.
Big flash though. Oh, already moving in. Snowson making big plays to try to get that inside and infiltrating, but they know that the shotgun's there. Sabando makes a huge play to keep them in the game. All Knights, they only have one player to deal with. That's going to be Delzik with 22 health left and a TP just going back into the hands of Verso. This is GG. Beautiful.
Yeah, and again, it's against a smaller blind that we had here from Loreta, but the spray transfer from the second person to go back into the door to get an instant headshot right over here. You're trying to break across our placement, which is why Maurice is jumping up here with the shorty, and you're getting such good aim, such good control off your spray that it doesn't even phase you, and you barely got damaged with Sabato inside the garage. You forced the hand here of the Hail Mary play to try to plant towards the A side where you didn't really need to pull a rotation yet. So All Knights full control of the defensive side. 8-3 on defense on Haven against a new comp that Reta brought in here towards Ascension. Unfortunately here, the practice looked good against TSM, but not well prepared enough against All Knights.
What to expect though. This has been a pretty big repetition. Yes, Noza knowing where exactly this breach play is going to erupt from. So they do counter that, shut it down. 3K there. Bladestorm now finding itself to try to eliminate the rest down to the extremities, and it's easy. It's as easy as ever for them to take this one. The repetitions work because now they can shut it down. Sabando, yeah, gets cleaned up.
Black Light Flawless to end things off, at least a silver lining for Reta with how things have been going so much in favor of All Knights from beginning to the end. Again, this could have been such a wider scoreline, a larger lead that All Knights could have had if it wasn't for Nagsat with that clutch that he had for 2 rounds to allow here Reta to finish with 4 rounds in the first half. That said, though, that was also something that I was noticing here from watching the attack side of Reta is they really only had that Viper Wall from Suther controlling the A choke into the A link every single time, and they did that against M80 too. So if you're actually not trying to pivot the wall a little bit more to try to leverage it for post-plant utility, for example, too, or try to split a site if you're trying to do a huge pop towards C, then your tell's a little bit there on how you're defaulting around the map on the A side, and All Knights seem to have a comfortable understanding of how this comp was being played here, how even just Reta was using this comp on Haven. So nice little chess match between both of the IGLs, Adverso and Maurice also, because you remember Adverso was mentioning in his interview before we started this game that he gave a lot of respect to Maurice, and they talk about the game a lot together. So there is definitely going to be a little bit of free flow and understanding of different of each other's play style that they could actually even ante on the fly if they could. And so far, it's Adverso's win.
I think for Reta too to kind of come to this moment, it feels a little too late. They've read into the repetitions of all nights. Now we're moving on to the attack. Last time they played against Reta, the attacking side honestly looked better. And I mean, I feel like that's pretty obvious with a Neon and a Breach working very, very well in cohesion, and Savando making these very clear-cut plays as the Omen. I feel like it really just works in favor of all Knights moving forward. And unless Reta has something to say about it, I mean, you never know. We have seen some sort of kickoff coming from Snowzen. So I feel like, okay, pickup could come through here. There could be a little bit more play on the defense with Southern now being able to play into that Breach role a little bit more. But I don't know, quite difficult to be in a position like this going 8-4, and this is the first map, so any more coming through from all Knights, and it could be mental game from there.
For sure, and even Reta and how they're playing the defensive side here with Suther changing that role into a Viper. They're doing a lot of defensive seawalls that cuts off and splits off the site from C over to Garage, just to really try to allow for you to fight towards that back of the C site, not really allowing Dante to get too much control or any Neon to get too much control if they're going to try to slide through the C site for information. But you're seeing now, at least for the pistol round, is changed a bit. The wall changes on an aggressive side over towards C and allowing you to retake a little bit more here towards the Garage and the B site, should your B site be a little bit weaker. So information with the turret, a strong side lean, and a hold towards the A site, and you're playing for information high ground from Snowzine with the Ghost off the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm.
Pushing a play though already early off on the Rip. Dante wants to play the Neon game, wants to get in, wants to get their hands dirty. I don't think that's going to be easy though. Man, the crystal cut clears are insane coming through from Nico today. It's like every single angle they read into it, and they allow everybody else to thrive. But of course, they're not pushing just yet. They know their limits, their boundaries, waiting for the util to be baited out.
That is so hard. Now there's no smoke to play inside that site because Delzeek's already dead. An opportunity now for all Knights to fight back, but now they're actually playing the aim battle instead. And it's going back and forth.
A risky play to play into that 1v1. I mean, they're isolating fights nicely, but at the same time, they're not holding on. The players though taken into the 1v1. Two players already watching to Dante. But look, I mean, they could afford this fight. Gosh, it works out just like that. Turning it back around to see if they can clutch, but Naxit's there in time.
Thank God that Naxit's there once again for Reta to be able to at least trade it off, because that would have been dangerous so far. And as I was trying to say here, every single one of these players not really coordinated on anchoring the site or trying to entry in. They're jump spotting, trying to go for 1v1s instead of just maybe being having an extra body with them just to guarantee a trade. And it of course gives an advantage here for the defensive side when you're peeking 1 by 1. And on the defensive side, at least when it comes down to being pushed in, they had that crossfire setup for that overall. So that's it. Second round, Shock Darts trying to break the utility towards the front of the B side. Unfortunately though, the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm are actually not on that side. It's a turret on the top, Nanoswarm on the right, but it's a Neon sliding in.
Yeah, reading into the placement. Nice from Reta, but defense already getting taken down first couple seconds. No weapon pickup though, can't seem to afford it just yet as they need to move in. Moving themselves outward, which is odd. Moving towards here instead, now already getting caught out by the positioning here. Reta can't really care at this point. Already going 6-8, so feels good.
Yeah, and that's what Roy was mentioning before there on the difficulty of playing against a Neon comp when you're playing a KJ instead of a Cypher. You can't really try to set trips to allow to prevent any slides, to do trap kills, and you just saw Dante just run across and just timing all that utility. But the thing is, it kind of falls down to what, maybe Vice comes in later on now into the future metas. But having that Nanoswarm and isolating and splitting off and creating like some sort of a wall to just keep Dante at one spot so that the rest could fight towards the pack that's held behind by the Nanoswarm. could maybe be one of those type of answers here that Reta is trying to do, instead of trying to go for the trap play kill.
A TP to run away from the situation pretty quickly, but I do like the outlaw play. How well is that going to work with B? Not too much attention directed towards there. Instead, drone listened in, so you already know.
Scout destroyed.
You're seeing like how Reta is currently playing with this Omen is setting these one-ways on the defensive side too, so that Nagzet could actually spot feet at the very beginning as well, playing close range with the Spectre. So off turret now when the smoke's gone, a paranoia is set up for that as well. But the timing's not the best. They have 3 players instead working towards long for all nights, but they decide to pull back.
But ready for it. It's just a body shot. That's all they're thinking about. Maybe another one as well. But here it comes. Yeah, backing themselves off. Not getting too preoccupied with the B site. There's no need. I mean, there's util there to initiate. They have tons and tons of 30s of retake here. And of course, it's not ideal, but it is the best play not to lose a player right now.
Yeah, and that's just one shock dart that really pushed Snowzine away from the line of the
Spike planted.
outlaw from the B site to A. Maurice is anchored alone towards the C site. No Sky utility, so they couldn't play with any information. So great opportunity now for all Knights to play, turtled up, all grouped up together outside of B. Just watch that spike.
But can they do it? Pinch off. When you see a smoke there, it starts to get scary. Next, it's like, hey, yeah, I'm definitely not peeking this one. It's hard making those decisions, but of course, it marks out in the end. Calls aren't made quick enough. And it leaves Reta with another one, a 3 already starting off in this half.
That is a great start there to win that bonus for Reta. Already coming with the comeback on the defensive side. Surprisingly enough here with how all Knights have been doing so good entering these waves, but that battle you're talking about where Nagzet didn't want to go into the smoke yet. Sabanto only had 37 HP trying to hold with a Vandal. And what they just kind of did was Maurice is making sure here that nobody's going to take garage control, so nobody could flip the map from the B site A-link to the C-link. He gives his position away and then just holds into the garage so that players could be focused on him. And then you get the retake coming back from both the A-link and the spawn at the same time. And that's the issue as well here when you're playing outside of the site. You kind of want to play post-plant utility, especially if you have some available left here on the buy that you have for all Knights. So as you're playing outside of that, now you're focusing on players peeking out and you're focusing to fight. You're forgetting now the objective to play the post-plant, and you just get surprised here by the nice little Spectre flood that came through here from Reta.
We're not expecting this turnaround. I feel like it's super unlucky too with that 3rd round already in. Like, okay, 2 in a row in the pistol round, it's forgivable. But at this point, they pretty much fumbled the back for this round. And the next one could be their saving grace. But economy is not looking good.
Exactly.
At this
point,
point,
have to come down to that.
Yeah, like, maybe loading up on, at this point, orbs aren't going to be easy to get in the defense, but more so giving some attention towards somebody who could save the round next game. Dante, maybe.
At least you get a plat. So with this timeout, the discussion is around, of course, the next gun round that they have. You talked about the objectives. It doesn't seem like right now for all Knights they want to go for any orbs. With this stinger buy that you have, this screams a B rush for me, or break you tilt towards B and put it back towards the garage. Just hoping to get a plant and hoping to cause some rotates over. But there's a strong side lean on the defensive side from KG Utility and bodies now towards the C site.
Okay, Dante go kill is the play, I guess, this game. And that's so interesting. They just moved from B, going over towards C. I'm assuming that was more so an information play on Dante's part, because there's no way he's getting out of there alive. But
spike down B.
Way,
that's a read. Yeah. It's just a read too from Reta, because this is also not the first time that you've seen all Knights try to push from a B to C link. They've done this in regional play against Reta themselves on this map of Haven, which is why now coming out of the timeout, the strong lead that you have towards C, the alarm bot and turret is like, okay, they're going for it. Dante's already running through. The crossfire is already set up. There's a snake bite on the ground. There's an orb towards front C, so people get decayed again. The util is very good here for Reta to really just eat the flashes coming out here from the attack side, especially the one that came out from Sabanto, but you have so many bodies in util that allows for you to just get the everybody down and only losing one player in the process here with Suther. Very nicely done, and already we have a tied game in the second half, thanks to beautiful displays of defense from the Reta so far.
All right, this could be it though. Depending on how, I guess, they want to play this. They definitely were looking for a shutdown at this point. Ending the round quickly, coming into the next one. This is the moment, right? Put your full focus and attention. We do have the Hunter's Fury. That could work.
The idea could have been so good too for all Knights if actually Nico Machine met up with them to set up a fault line to concuss in that line to allow Neon to come through. But he was a little bit off here towards the A side to start. They're given that lurk capability, maybe to tinge off instead, but we'll think about it later on. A very early Seekers coming out on the defensive side from Maurice. But we are committing towards an A side hit.
They shut so much down. Reta feeling good about that shutdown because now, honestly, what are you going to do? You lose out on the breach and the duelist combination that has been allowing your team these entries. At this point, you gotta play this 3-person push. Not really happening at this point. There is somebody waiting in the corner for you to arrive.
Screen down.
Even I would probably save at that point because now you're in another eco. You lost this round now against Reta, and Reta is starting to run away with the economy for this round. You already see here before we get into this Black Light replay that they're setting up an orb towards that C side, so the lineup being thrown by Suther. Before, when we were talking about that matchup when they were playing against M80, they were always putting a Viper wall that splits the site from C over to the front B garage just to try to stop here any type of flood that would come through from M80 from the long C side, but instead it's going to be this Viper orb. So you have this nice little wall that, for me, was formed by Team Liquid when it first started off this composition and trying a triple controller Viper on this map. It's kind of crazy times back then in 2021. But it's good enough here to prevent any type of extra information that would be coming out here as soon as it gets spotted from these aggressive angles that are being watched by Reta.
There is potential here, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think Dante's definitely looking a little antsy right now and trying to move themselves forward. But yeah, they hear a bit afraid of the moves that are taking place, and there does create some sort of havoc. So they're a little worrying to use that right now, though.
At least what I'm liking, what I'm seeing from All Knights is, look at this, the utility they're currently using and breaking utility very early from the KJ. If they're doing this in gun rounds and they could force rotates, this would be looking pretty good. And as I say that, there was a little bit of an overcommitment by Snow towards the HO.
Oh, and a big push up. This is good. Dante collects some of the weapons here for people. Yeah, it's going to drop
30 seconds
him.
left.
Although with the ultimate now,
Spike planted.
slowly making its way down. 3v3, no player advantage just yet, but Souther does have that Viper spit. Not going to use it. Instead, Nico Machine actually getting prepped maybe for an ultimate run. Oh, this is so good.
Oh, the timing on that one, though. That's going to hurt. Actually, Sabanto not seeing this. Both players are not activating towards the spawn. They're going to get killed.
Oh, and the smoke goes down. This is so dire. Nico can't do anything. At this point in the play, possibly of utilizing that ultimate is going to be gone, but maybe it's up to Sabanto. At this point, the Stinger just so inaccurate. That's what worries you. Smoke is going to take place, but they saw it just prior.
Oh my.
Some of the damage already dealt, and they know that it's one. No, they don't know that they're so late they can jump in. And they do thrifty Blacklight making its way.
Sabanto coming back to redeem off that timing. It could have been a costly mistake there if they actually did get that kill onto him. They did lose those players within that site. You talked about that Rolling Thunder getting ready towards that spawn. And they didn't want to use it yet because they knew technically the flank was being watched here by Sabanto. So off any type of flood retake that comes back towards the spawn, they could double fight back in that area. But that would have been so huge there by Nagzed if he actually added that extra pressure and got that such a faster flank. That really wouldn't have given a chance for a Sabanto to set up on that 1v1, but nice redemption. Back to a 9-9 scoreline. It's tied up and not necessarily a swing round coming through. The economy is still so good for Reta. Well, here for AK, a plant will put them in a good spot here to still buy for the next.
Out. It was good too from the start, but Reta, they bring it back. Nico, though, there with the refrags, and that works out well. Pleasant for AK at the moment to lock him. That's where the issue starts to create itself.
Enemy remaining.
Yep, already. That is brutal.
This is probably the nicest round of VALORANT that I've seen from both of these teams so far. Great dodges coming out from the defensive side. Crossfire set up, 3 players anchored up, and the trades have been perfect from either extremities. And you traded ults in a great way. Nagzed forcing the players back to their in position from the garage, and now the hat giving information that both players were on the C site. So now an opportunity here for Tinchoff to play the 1v2 with both trips available, and he's gonna nerd it out. Both of them trying to watch that cross towards that front, breaking all that util, and making him think that he fell back here towards that long for the spray battle in that spot.
Reta could very much solidify this, though. But this is pretty good, actually, if under the occasion Souther wants to pull through with an ultimate destroyed. Maybe not, yeah. Want to solidify this round, but a tripwire destroy now. They just have to assume for the best. Information given away. They baited out where Tinchoff is. Some of the damage there does actually land on Nagzed quite a bit, but instead isn't moving out for enough. They were so close to taking it with the defusal. Nothing you can do about it. Smoke, such a good play from Souther.
And the one extra ult coming out from Reta towards the end is going to be that silver lining to allow the defensive side to win that round. Very, very nicely done once again from both of these teams. Just that 1v2, it was a nice attempt. Those trips actually didn't allow to give you too much information of where both players could be, especially when you saw the pivot back from Tinchoff. With his 2 trips and breaking all that util, yes, he's creating that sense of paranoia for his opponents, not letting him know where he's going, but he has no idea where his opponents are coming from. Are they double flanking? Or they split across the map? You know they're going to play the buddy system, but is it going to be a 50-50 from spawn or from a flank? He guessed from the flank to start, and that really gave too much space now for Reta to come back and get that win towards the end. So this is now the second timeout being used by All Knights, so no more left in their camp for the rest of this map. And you know right now when it comes down to the coach with such big open eyes and the way that he's talking, he has some sort of read here that could explain on how they could min-max a little bit their post-plant potential against this composition from Reta.
They're pulling back. Not really expected. You can see from AK, the stress is definitely getting to them as well. This is very, very tense moment, honestly, for both teams as well, because you're stuck in a 9-10 situation. Again, it is the rematch, which either of these teams could run through. For All Knights, the most important one of all, to prove that they are better than Reta, and they didn't deserve to be knocked down to the lower bracket stage in that playoff. So
yeah, a rematch on this map that was in favor of All Knights. Again, probably one of the first times that I've seen such a good neon coming out from the LATAM region overall. And now it's actually Reta having such a good read on the defensive side. And that's where most of the rounds rather came out here from All Knights. A 13-7 victory that they had, of course, if they had a different comp. But they're coming in practiced.
that's good. Oh, and the op still watches. Smoke makes it difficult. It's so simple, but it makes such a good play. They know op standing down inside of mid of B, and the smoke just makes it so much harder to want to enter and aggress towards that.
That's Inverso down in the very beginning. So you hit towards the site. Yes, you're going to have a little bit of util around the double concuss, but no scans following the flashes to give an easier time here for Dante to go through the fast lane to pinpoint where their opponents could be, where he actually needs that utility from his teammates so that he can get these openings.
Killed their own.
He taking the first one in. Worked out. Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
Down to the extremities here. I'm surprised that Frozen could actually run away with that, but seems like aim is now finding itself in the mechanics as well for Hita. Round after round, it just becomes harder and harder to see the takedown from AK, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Snowzin. I don't know how the hell he stayed alive after that shot, especially when you're getting aim punched by a stinger running through the spawn. But even if he died, there was already another player on the other side of spawn that would have given the instant trade and not given too much value on that push coming out here from Dante towards the spawn, who's trying to go for that hero play because they lost that player in the very beginning, because they also have the lower buy. And now, unfortunately, for All Knights that looked so good on the defensive side when they started off this game are now actually on the receiving end of potentially losing their first map of this series. A map picked by All Knights, a map that they were confident in playing against so many teams, including Reta.
Maybe using speed against them might help. I mean, right there, already pushed
Worked
back.
at least, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if it works, it works. Some space taken away from it.
I was gonna say, last time we had Seekers from Marines, he used them very early at one, like even there was more than a minute left. And this time he uses it at 120. Already hearing and seeing that they're getting shot right away, using a dog, depleting that as well. This is actually pretty good for All Knights here to try to rework the map, and they could. It doesn't look that they could in this case, but the Cypher has a camera watching full B and trips. So they do have active information if they decide to pull back here in this play.
Oh, and this is the moment. I like the patience from Snowzen, knowing that 30-second mark is going to hit. Maybe the eruption as well. Prep that, you can see Dante ready to run it down, and already there it goes, but the Blade Storms comes out. And the op isn't going to be too much of an issue right now in this moment. Reese is there to help out with the situation. And they finally control whatever's going on in the site. And it becomes so much harder to get past Snowzen.
Wow. This is actually the first time that I'm seeing a composition that's supposed to be so active and oppressive for All Knights playing so passively this time around. Yes, you're trying to cycle utility and fight back within the site. The second wave came through, and it was stopped right away by one single wall that was pulled up here by Soother. And then they tried to go for a third hit, but remember a couple of rounds ago, that first round that they were playing on the defensive side, I was talking about Delzik dying early, and there's no smoke that they could play within that site. Well, now that he stays alive, it adds that extra obstacle by the sewers in default where Reta could continue to anchor in that spot. There's nothing really here that All Knights could do. And now facing a map loss. Convincing defensive side from both of these teams, but Reta looking much cleaner from their regional match, from their debut game in Ascension, and looking to show and also looking to prove here that they actually do deserve this #1 seed from Latam, and it wasn't pure luck getting the reverse sweep against All Knights.
Droning it down. Oh my gosh, it's like it's like a horror movie. Where did that come from? Oh my gosh, and still missing out on the shot. Okay, this is potential here. A jump scare from Dante. And now possible push up. No, they back off. They have some mid control.
And that's what I wanted to see more, right? They're leveraging Dante to pull out some rotates so they can try to activate a little bit else, somewhere else, sorry, around the map. But a little bit too quick by Sabanto. Gets caught. Now there's no smokes for the execute. Hail Mary playing out towards this B site. Oh my god, it's a microwave of it.
My ult is ready.
Adverso, what are you going to do in this 1v4? Is it possible ace? I mean, never mind. I literally jinxed the moment that walkthrough happened. Adverso's gone, and so is any potential to win this entire game. So it is going to Haven for the side of Reta, and that's a surprise. Last time, I do believe it was Reta that lost, so they were coming for blood here.
And that's what I'm liking, this new look from Reta and how they're playing against a Neon composition. So many times here, you're giving so much credit for All Knights within the first 3 seconds. As soon as the barrier come up, you're already seeing Dante in front of somebody's face with a double concuss and getting a first blood. As soon as you're able to slow things down in the first 10 seconds here for Reta, there's actually no extra layer around what All Knights are trying to do. I didn't see any extra utility breakage towards that B site, towards Garage or whatnot. So it really didn't give a chance here for All Knights to work a default around this map of Haven. They just got punished just going into a straight line, one gear. Yes, it was on different hits, on different timings, but still at the same time towards the same end result. Start A, finish A, die at A. And it was the story all along there for Reta, getting a strong defensive side here on Haven.
Well, we're going to see a lot more dying happening within the next match, so I'm excited. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back with more VALORANT Ascension.
Reta, they get the win of that map of Haven with a 13-9. Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a beginning with All Knights starting strong, Dante going off, getting those kills with the Neon, but then a complete shutdown on the second half as Reta went on that defensive side, Roy. And All Knights, it seems like they could not adapt in time.
Yeah, I feel like in the first half, they had a really clear game plan. Flood sites, don't allow Reta to turtle on the sites with their double controller composition. It felt like the identity was really clear on their defense side, but as soon as they got on their attack side, it really did not feel like they had a great read as to what Reta wanted to do.
It seems like it was kind of the opposite of what they were talking about on starting strong, and now you have that for All Knights where, yeah, sure, you're starting strong, but then what? Are you able to close it out on the attacking side where you try to allow Dante to be in these great positions, but it was just not possible. There were some plans A, B, and C coming through for the side of Reta to shut Dante down, and this is something that Maurice talked about before, Emily, so it's all working out for this side of Reta.
And in the beginning, it really was looking more in favor of All Knights. Both teams had really good defense sides, I thought. All Knights in the beginning was denying garage control, and then it just looked like they had a lot of synergy, I guess you can say. I felt like in the beginning, Reta wasn't really forcing All Knights to use their util, so they were able to retake when they wanted to. But once they swapped over to their defense side, it was multi-kills happening from multiple players, and they were just really finding the groove, I think, and getting warmed up. So they looked a lot stronger, and they just took it away once they swapped over to defense.
And I feel like one thing that Reta was doing really, really well on their defense side was getting the op value. It really did not feel like All Knights had a clear idea as how they wanted to minimize the op sight lines, which really allowed Reta to have a massive advantage on their defense side. And another thing that Reta did extremely well as well on their defense is they did a pretty solid job at constantly punishing the map. Wherever All Knights went, Reta was on their flank. They were constantly collapsing on their space. At no point did it feel like All Knights was in full control of the forward space and the backward space. And I think that's a key area that Reta did extremely well with their composition.
And looking at the scores that we see here, Dante went, even though that they lost, he went 20-16. When All Knights didn't have util, Dante was the util. He was making Reta's crosshair placements be all messed up and getting the ground. But like I said, once Reta swapped to the defense side, Soother did a really good job on Viper with the highest stats for the team, 19 and 14. And I feel like every player shined in their own way. Nobody did not do their job, and that's all you can really ask for in your team.
You can tell that Reta has been really prepping for this map of Haven. We saw them not look too good in one of those instances, but ever since they've been looking good and consistent, especially for this match today. When you're playing against Neon and when you're playing against that Dante Deus that is so strong and that everybody's talking about, you see how they have the understanding of we cannot allow this Neon to take as much space as he wants. We need to slow it down. We need to take the space ourselves, and that is what the understanding that Woken and the rest of Reta is doing so well. And now we're approaching a map that, very interesting enough, we just realized nobody has played Ascent in this tournament so far. We're gonna see it for the first time right now, and I'm wondering how this is gonna play out. If none of the teams have played it, is Reta and All Knights, they haven't played it, Roy. I don't know if this is a good opportunity to bring these new slight things new, as we've seen, for example, that Deadlock that All Knights have already played on Bind.
Yeah, there definitely has been some meta developments that have happened in the past few months that I think either team could adopt. But one thing that I'm like kind of on my mind right now is the fact that Haven is such a strong mid-round map, but so is Ascent. Ascent requires a lot of very strong mid-rounding, especially on the attack side, and it really did not feel like All Knights was doing an amazing job at that on the Haven side. It kind of felt like they were on this like pigeonhole playstyle where they were taking space and then waiting for their cooldowns and then hitting sites. Like there wasn't really a layer of depth that was happening on that map that I'd like to see. And going into Ascent, a map that requires a lot of mid-rounding and a lot of protocoling, I'm a little bit nervous here for the All Knight side.
There's a chance here. There's a possibility. I mean, that first map of Haven, that was their map pick, but it was the same case yesterday. So they've been in these scenarios where they go into their map pick, they don't win it, and they're able to take away the enemy's map pick. Yeah, that is the VALORANT classic for sure. There's a chance that they can do it again, but it's an unknown map for both of the teams, where I would love to see that creativity coming through. We've seen it for All Knights already, as we mentioned on Bind, and there's a chance that we get to see it again. And also, just as a reminder for everybody that there's a giveaway going on. You can get one of those black light chairs if you scan that QR code or you check that pin message in the chat to see how we can get one of those chairs. And now that we go back into that conversation between these two teams, and what are the chances, Emily, that we see something new from them? Or are you expecting maybe that standard composition that we're used to seeing for so long?
I think Roy has a point. They had plenty of time to adjust and change their comp, so I think we might actually see a deadlock. And the last time that these two teams went head-to-head on Ascent, I just want everyone to know that it was won by Rita, and they won 13-10, so it was very close. And so, like you said, they're probably feeling really down right now all night, so I'm a little worried because they lost their map pick and they had such a good start. So it kind of just all comes down to the mindsets. Can the in-game leader snap out his teammates that aren't as experienced to move on and just look at the task ahead on Ascent? But I feel like we might see a different agent pool. In fact, I hope we do, because that would be really exciting.
Yeah, that's what I'm really hoping for. Last time, as you mentioned, when they were playing it in that grand finals for Latin America, it was a similar scenario where it was a back and forth in that first half, as we saw in Ascent. But then that second half on the defense, it was all domination. But Reta, a bunch of rounds in a row, I believe it was 6 or 7 rounds in a row that they were able to get Roy. So that is something that all nights they've been honest, they've been working on trying to fix and trying to get better at is how they're going to close out these maps when they start with a strong advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to kind of steer the conversation to the fact that we haven't really seen Dante opt that much. I think we've only seen it really on Abyss. But this is a type of map that you're going to require a lot of creativity with the op, and that's something that Snauzine has shown he has. He's been getting immense value with the op whenever he pulls it out on the defense side. He's kind of been picking away at All Knight's plans and kind of sort of disrupting their mid-round flow and their kind of their calling style. So I think that is one thing that we will have to see Dante step up on, is how can he be that force that is not just rifling, but he has to be able to op on a map like Ascent, especially when you're on the jet.
I like that you bring that point too, because that's something that we've seen for a lot of the players. And even think about something that I saw recently. A lot of people are comparing Dante to what Kesnet is for the Latin American scene for the tier 1. And that is something that actually happens to Kesnet, where he's amazing with the rifle. But when he has to go with the operator, it seems like it's something that's yet to be improved and tested for Dante. So I'm very excited to see if he's able to perform like this. And it would not be the first time that he's put to the test in a situation like this, in a high pressure situation, Emily, because we already saw that race being played for the first time by him on Vine. And I mean, that would also be on the horizon if we go to the third map.
Yeah, these players have such a bright future ahead of them. I'm very confident in that, and I just see how passionate they are, and they're just so incredibly skillful. I mean, this is a lot of pressure, you know, and I just feel like they're doing such an incredible job already. And All Knights, though, they're looking very coordinated on their retakes. I just feel like Reta had more of a better read on them when they moved on further into the tournament. But also on Reta, I feel like Delzik is a player who day one didn't perform that well, but as days keep going on further and further, he keeps improving, and he is showing it today.
Well, let's jump into the Black Light Agent Select. Let's find out if the compositions are going to look different at all on this map of Ascent, or we might be seeing the same over again. And guess what? It's going to be the same, but something that has to be mentioned, though, is that Tinchop, last time that he played this map in the Grand Finals, he was playing the Cypher. And yeah, like you said, Roy, now he's going into the Killjoy. So mirror match with the Killjoys.
Yeah, I mean, this map is extremely tame at this point, right? I think that's probably the reason why a lot of these teams have sort of avoided changes. It's going to be a completely cookie cutter style, and it's going to come down to individual performance and team calling.
Excited to see the best, or the first ever map of Ascent being played on Ascension. Let's find out who gets the win. Is it going to be Reta, or is it going to be All Knights? Let's find out with your casters. It's Vans and Gompers.
Listen, if Reta are practicing how to secure the game, how to finish off the game, how not to let it slip, I think they're doing a good job so far, Vansili. They performed immaculately going onto the defensive side on Haven. Now, obviously, we're going over to Ascent.
Yeah, we definitely started the storyline saying if it wasn't for Nagzed getting a couple of clutches, this could have been a more one-sided victory for All Knights on that first map, but definitely proving me wrong on how Reta played the defensive side pristinely and being able to run away here with that first map. But second map, as mentioned before here on that desk, Tinshov going into the Killjoy now, and he was actually the one opting for the team at some point, and they're using Dante to push forward like this, and it's a bloodbath.
Already off the rip too, definitely feels good, but a huge aggression moving forward for the defense. Could this work out? Maybe so. Already 20 health left on Delzik. Nagzit not looking too good either. And the spike is there, so they do have control over the situation right now for AK. They don't know Snowzin's there for a possible flank.
Important. Right now, both of the utility being recalled by Tinshov, so you got to wait another 13, 15 seconds before the utility could come up. So I love that they flip around the map. They take control here of that spike, and then they'll leverage the util to get info, and they'll come down once again to trade off the hits. Grouped up are Reta, 3 of them moving in towards the middle, but they're not going to activate yet. They're waiting for this full flank to happen from Nagzit all the way out towards the spawn, and it's actually being watched. I love this. Turret alarm bot on one side, and the 1v1 towards the spawn, and it's spotted.
At least now everybody's not necessarily too covered here. Maybe the flank could help, but of course, Noise already heard. They know that there's the possibility of collecting everything up. There's no util. And 30 seconds left. Are they just allowing this to happen?
Somehow they think that we're going to pick up the spike and rotate over to Catwalk to A site. So now all 3 of them are spread across the map. Instead of being grouped up and playing for trades, they tried to go for their hero play, but there's still 20 seconds left while Reta stayed as a death ball.
And they have
that,
control.
Unfortunately, was not a good mid-rounding for AK.
They had the spike. They had everything set for them at this moment. And it's so surprising that they would have rather moved out, maybe collected a little bit more info, but at the same time, they had everything they needed right there. Delzik, maybe this is the play. I mean, Tinshov could definitely make something happen, but it's already a 3K there from Snowzin, and you're messed up. Like, how can you recover? You can't.
No, it's a 4 versus 1 for every single one of these fights in the post plan, or even before they even planted. Because you had Sabanto playing towards the market, getting caught off, had no smokes to block off the B main to actually try to slow things down. And when the turret spotted everything towards the A link, you would think there that they would collapse back from at least a crossfire setup from the shed into the B site from the side of AK, but they just gave back all the space, the spike. That's just unfortunate. That is playing to lose at this point and not playing like the confident All Knights that we've seen going into this event.
Unfortunate. Wrong play. I mean, I guess they had the right intentions, but fighting for the spike would have been the best decision. Will they recover, though? Crosshold does look nice. The drone makes it quite difficult. They do turn it back around. Zalando with the right clicks does find one, but at the end of the day, it is Reta that does have the gun advantage.
Hell advantage, at least for AK, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that could have been a nice little trade towards the end here and winnable for Dante, because everybody else is pretty low on HP. Good damage, at least. They went for the stack towards the B site. It's where Reta was going in the first place. They even gave an early tell that they were going to pivot very quickly towards the B main from that early pot flash that was being thrown by Suther towards the corner. But that said, better weaponry that you had, but we're in a similar scenario of what happened on Haven before, where you're doing a lot of damage, you're forcing a lot of buys. The bonus is not going to necessarily, be the best for the attacking side, especially when they didn't get a plant in that second round. But yeah, you're still getting 3,000 credits for the win no matter what, but you're playing the long game pretty much. You're seeing that the low buy that they have or the bonus that they have, a couple of them are still on small fields. They have a Phantom at best, only in the hands of Snowzine. And you're hoping to trade off here with the Bulldog and Guardian, because all of them are grouped up towards an A side hit.
Yeah, Odin all the way over towards the B side. Sabando, though, is holding on pretty tremendously. Snowzin gets shut down, and the moment that entry tries to make its way, and it's Dante to make another play. So AK, be back in it. Of course, shots, just missing out on itself. So that's very, very unfortunate. Reta, they can come back again within the next round, but this is a good one. They did hold on very, very nicely here.
Yeah, very, very good plays here by both of the teams once again. Behind the backs of the initiators, actually. Turret is the first contact, and here's a swing on 4 players, and Nagazet is like, okay, I'm gonna rethink this peak. There was way too many players out there that were collapsing at that spot, pretty much like I like to call it that 100th E stack that we saw on their ecos in the past here on Ascent. That said, though, it's Nagazet maybe even trying to throw away his gun and not allowing any upgrades or trying to make it expensive, rather. This is still a buy that's coming out here for AK. So if you actually get some body shots here with the Guardian, you can make it expensive in the long run for your side. But I like it. We run across the map, we focus on the orbs, and then we're going to throw away our body, which is, I'm okay with it for sure. A nice hold towards the end, though, from All Knights. And like I said, it's both initiators on both ends that played actually a very good job to fight towards the A main control. Those pop flashes was actually really nice in combination with Maurice's dart to actually get that ping onto Sabanto in the back of the site, potentially giving an opening for Snow to get a pick. But unfortunately just lost his duel, and that made it a lot easier here for All Knights to anchor up here towards the A site.
Valiant effort. Of course, bonus round taken away from the side of Reta, but they're keeping their cool. They're keeping it collected. You can definitely see there isn't too much struggle within the game. They know what they're doing, especially with the orb collections that are coming through from Nagazet. They're preparing for something later on throughout this half. Of course, now we start into the next one. Destroy.
And nice on both ends, too. That's not going to give too much pain towards the tree. So right now, Roy talked about it, a lot of mid-rounding around this map. So if you don't actually spot anybody on tree, they are actually are turtled up a little bit more towards the A site, giving you a little bit more free space towards middle, and it allows for you to maybe have a late lurk back towards the middle side. But you're seeing the pings coming through. They're like, okay, well, right now we want to fake that we're actually working here towards a catwalk push. They smoke towards M1 and they rotate all the way back towards the spawn, just in case there was a push from All Knights towards middle, where they wouldn't be able to really get that information in the first place to re-clear. So now off the KOL, trying to move through.
Oh, and this is perfect. Pinch off. Hiding in the corner as the sentry comes in, but there's information given away. They know there's 2 players watching, but you can't do this cross. This cross is absolutely difficult to get past. Yeah, and it's a round win from AK just based off of the placement of these players alone.
Yeah, and the mid-rounding there, unfortunately, didn't really give too much information for Reta's side. I talked about that smoke that you're trying to throw at M1, but you didn't actually add any type of pressure towards catwalk. No pressure back towards A main, so you don't really know where the rotate's going to be. And now you're gambling. Is it going to be a 3-player stack or a 2-player stack towards either A or B? You're just going to try to guess it out here with the KO ult. And I would assume it would have to be a KO and a jet moving in first. But the crossfire setup that you have around an Odin doesn't give you too much of an opportunity to really get that space in the first place on your gamble around the KO ult. So Reta forced to save in this round. Bladestorm, the best weapon, taking control for a split towards the B site.
Oh, and that's so good. They watch out on the flank. Information's given so quickly. I'm loving the response as well. That's unfortunate, though. Nobody was there to really get any potential for the refrag, but Inverso so much better when it comes down to who can do what. And the fight won out by AK all along. The Odin is finally making things work.
But the middle fight was actually quite important for Reta. They did a great job for Adverso just to confidently push inside the smoke towards the B main and get those 2 picks, but everything else happening towards this mid take. Look at the utility once again being thrown that assists for all these trades happening towards the mid side. You actually drop 3 players in the process of your much lower buy. Remember, the best thing that they had was a Bladestorm in the hands of Snow, and around that was classics, couple of pistols, and utility that really allowed for you to get 3 kills on top of that. You're going to take it any day. Again, playing another long run in terms of keeping the economy low. It's always going to be very important when you're in these scenarios as that team that has that less economy. Even if you lose a round and your opponents are winning 3K by defeating you in that round, by forcing them to continue to buy and buy and buy again, at some point, you're going to call that swing round. And this is what the swing round is. And then it allows for you to break their econ and maybe steamroll a little bit more rounds if you're managing your ult economy well on top of that. So again, this is going to be a very close game in the very beginning from the looks of it, at least to start, as we saw in both maps. But this is still backs against the wall now for All Knights, who are still looking pretty good though for a run to make it into the playoffs. Yeah. You definitely want it more here on the Reta side, especially with a slow start that you had here against 2G on day number 1.
I think it's a better recovery as well from that fumble that we saw in the first round, but it's good. It's good keeping the mental intact. I think most definitely in this moment, I don't really see any fear from Reta. If anything, I seek more I'm retiring. I'm doing that next time I go on camp, but I think overall, for this match in particular, I'm more surprised at the common collectiveness of Reta, regardless of this big comeback that AK are making. I think they know they can run with this, and they have before. So I think just laying in that comfort is definitely leading them a bit higher than the rest. This is like a jawline competition right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take it, man. That was a nice little look there by Adversa when he did it, but. No, I do agree with you. It does look like it looks like on paper right now, or even witnessing the first map, an easy game for Reta so far. Again, going to what we were talking about, moving into the break time between the maps, and what Roy was even underlining and splitting up is how one-dimensional it kind of was here for All Knights, where they didn't really mid-round to break util work across the map. So Reta, all they need to do is just stay there, stay put, and win the rounds on the defensive side. And that's going to be the issue now for All Knights once they take the attacker side, especially on a map like Ascent. And that you're hoping here that, or the mid-running is going to be super important for you in order to get some rounds on the attack. Because if not, this is definitely going to be back into the true Ascent of how one-sided it could be on defense if you're not forcing these rotates. Trying to do so, at least in this round for Reta on the attack. Look at that default. Couple of smokes trying to fight back control towards the catwalk, stopped by a knife. So it's going to be a fight inside the smoke potentially. But it's really pulling rotations across, but towards the right place here. Look at Dante moving here towards B main with the op and looking to swing off the turret.
They had the right idea. I did like it, right? Distractions all across the map. Maybe seeing if they can isolate the fight, but that's a huge shot from Dante, just eliminating Maurice from any source of information on the attack. So now they have to play off whatever they have left. And at this point, I mean, it is a lot. Lockdown there, settle down in B, so the A site, yeah, looking a little bit more attractive.
Dangerous though. So the lockdown towards forcing towards the A site where you're isolated.
Spike down A.
Already shots going in, and it is going to be Snowsin. That really does eliminate. Delzik is there alongside as well, and the A site completely covered. That lockdown on B was a risky fact, but
Spike planted.
All in all, really was the fights that did get lost out here.
Yeah. 1 versus 2 though, it's Dante, so I'm not gonna write it off yet for Reta win. Dante switched over to a Vandal on a rotate as well, in the crossfire setup for Reta towards Jenny and Spawn. Or Hell, rather.
Looking along. Can see Snowsin. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, shots already made, and they know that Delzik's in the smoke. Fight picked out the wrong one. 3-3 settled across the board. Yeah, Reta's back.
Yeah. Oh, one good thing though is, you know, Roy was saying that Dante wasn't opping much already. As soon as they have an opportunity for All Knights to pull out an op, they do so, and they manage to get the first blood out of it. But this time, it's the mid-rounding that doesn't work out for AK on the defensive side. I like the lockdown idea, but you still kept 3 players inside the B site, afraid of an actual re-hit towards B main. So even then, you had Dante forced to play a little bit further back in case they're trying to rush through within the timing of the lockdown. We'll hold that thought a bit though. We do have a fast hit from Reta towards this A site.
Going in for it, honestly. The kill there, huge Hunter's Fury. That is absolutely amazing. Maurice literally opened up the site flawlessly for this team. Of course, now off is not going to be too easy to settle with for the retake, but the location revealed, and they know majority, or at least settled up on top here.
Retake though does get information that Delzik's playing towards Hell. It does get the wall bang, so this is a great start for a retake. Lockdown may have to be used inside this site.
Can't use that yet. Time out.
Good spot to be though. Adverso, yeah, okay, they do have the Soden, but time is really ticking. You still have the off settled down. Nags did eliminate one. It's gonna be much more harder. Blade storm down and the ultimate gone. Now maybe could be the time to make something settle with, but it's not gonna be easy. 23 health left. It's already done with.
Very hard to do here to retake the site when You're getting caught towards hell. It was such a fast hit, and this is the second time there. That continues the point that I was trying to say on that previous round. They're played a little bit too separated inside this A site where they can't, one, support each other for a crossfire to play the one and done, or two, to play in a position where they could actually fall back and play a flood retake as a team. That last round where they tried to throw a Hunter's Fear on the defensive side off the lockdown to help out towards the A site, instead of double pushing towards A main, they tried to hold door, they tried to hold dice, not in positions to go for immediate trades. And they pay the price, and Zeta's identified this weakness towards the A site that they want to punish. For more control, for map control, but it's a triple swing on an eco.
Yeah, big start. Actually eliminating whoever's in line. So space was created just a little bit for Reta to take. At this point, they fought that battle, not knowing a possible rotation coming up towards mid. Nagzet looking for an isolation up here, but is it gonna come in easy? Question is.
At least for Reddit now, it's continuing this map control and maybe trying to get the contact play back into the A side, especially now that the knife missed. So you could actually start moving forward, maybe even have Maurice go for a drone just to make sure, because you know you are playing against an eco. You want to hopefully scan some players across. So you spot the Silva. You haven't really seen much towards the main, and Eco gets a nice pick, though, onto Delzik. That's no smokes on an execution. A 1v1 battle towards B main.
30 seconds
Beautiful.
left.
This might be the turning point now for AK with the lure buy. A 4 versus 2, 3 per second site to site, and now you're just delaying. He's basically going to watch the B main. As soon as he sees something, he's going to pop the Nano Swarm and then fall back and play in the back of the site. And Nareta understands this. Time of the essence. They're just going to fall back and save their weapons. It ends up being a beautiful eco in the end from just nice pop shots coming out from some peaks, some duels that were lost here by Reta.
Thrifty.
Huge Thrifty round. A Blacklight Thrifty. Kind of walk away from this moment, too. He's just like, nah, I'm definitely not picking a fight with anyone on that side of the team. But yeah, it's a huge pickup, honestly, from AK. Wasn't necessarily expecting that rev start. Mental regained. Now they really have to look forward to is the fact that they did come to this point.
Now, at least on a couple of rounds that we've seen so far, is the tempos that you currently have on the re-hits or the mid-rounding for Reta is giving up middle a lot. They're rotating back towards the spawn. They go towards the extremities to try to gain space, but they don't have too much mid-rounding towards middle. So all Knights are fairly comfortable playing a little bit more passively towards the mid side. And look at this double take towards main. It started things off with the turret's peak and potentially even an Odin spray and Tinchop with the Vandal. Because as it slows down a bit, one way is being thrown on top of that by Sabanto. This is actually all very good so far on the defensive side, and praise to also Sabanto and Delzik on the amount of one ways they've been playing from the first map to the second one to really not force some utility out on either end to gain map control. It gives you a lot less to work with on the site hits.
Oh, good strat though. Actually, maybe not. Adverso making a lot of noise over towards B with the Odin. I mean, at this point, some of the damage necessarily made other lit ever so slightly, but now comes the lockdown. This is exactly what Reta were trying to do from the start, just finding the correct timing and pushing these players back out. So that's 2 players now gone out of the B side.
There's that Nano 2. Nice little lineups that pushes the far back line so you can't even get the spray with the Odin. And I love the timing that Reta goes for the push inside that site. There was still 4 seconds left before Adverso had a recon dart. So they used that window so that they cannot get pinged running in through the lockdown and play a 5v5 pulse plan.
Knock that down. This is such a good flank coming through from Snowzen. Doesn't know Sabando's there. All Knights, they're getting better at now kind of picking up like some sort of retaliation whenever plans do arise on the side of Reta, but the op is literally poking out so far deep into it. Luckily enough, doesn't go down, so Dante does have some time. I'm gonna just relax as of right now, but it's not gonna be easy. Reta now fighting back, but a 1v2 situation. Do have 10 players left in the tank right now that you can deal with. 5 now slightly diminishing, and it's a simple clutch from Nagzet that leaves this game settled.
And you even saw Dante. He just stopped. After his teammate died, he just stopped. Didn't even try to go for a kill to try to at least build up an ult orb. in that 1v1 fight right over. I guess he did. He missed a shot. There you go. That's why. And then he just gave up. But that's still, no matter what, Nagzet clutching a 1 versus 2. The Blacklight clutch, the Zippo clutch to be able to win that round once again. And allowing Reta to just continuously get these rounds where they shouldn't be able to take. Because I love at least that op that we saw for the longest time that Soother was trying to watch here towards that spawn. That was actually a nice little bait by Dante. I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose to keep the gun out so that they could try to bait out some spray so that Tinchoff could swing out for the frag. And instead, he stayed patient at least, but when they actually came out finally, he went for a shot and the result was still the same. So I like that play that we saw from All Knights to kick off at least a retake, but it was very slow, which forced the hand of them to make these mistakes happen on that 2 versus 1 against Nagzet. So that's definitely going to call for a pause now for All Knights. I think at this point, I still think that they're playing a pretty decent first moment here of their defensive side. It's just now what they were so good at with the flood retakes was off the back of Neon's utility, but now when you're trying to play a retake with an op in your hands, you're not being successful on the reads that you're trying to fight against your opponents, then that's where it gets very difficult for you, where Dante has to probably do some sort of a Bogdan's Law so that he could actually get a Vandal and start activating on the retakes for the team. But overall, I think that you're seeing the utility being used on the attack side for Reta is very, very good to really push out the anchors out of their positions on this B side to get these hits. So I guess exploiting both weaknesses. I talked about weaknesses that we saw from All Knights on the A side, and now on the B side, just not necessarily a weakness, but just good utility. So the attack side looks very good for Reta so far.
There's no doubt about it either. I mean, they've dealt with the punches right now, getting very, very accustomed and into reading what All Knights is throwing at them. It's a very back and forth, though. It's so difficult, too, because it feels like, I don't even know, at this point, like a lot of the fights that should be angled towards Reta, right? With a really good flank coming along, then it just starts to crumble. So yeah, I think everyone's definitely on their A game here.
Right now, at least they're doing a great job for All Knights to get active information and fight towards B main, because it's a simple turret and Odin spray that contains it for a bit. Then they're trying to play a little bit turtled up towards this A site, or even towards Catwalk, where they have zero information of where mid control could be, or where even any type of extremity fight could be, or the positioning at all from where Reta currently sets up. So I feel that you might have to look to be slightly more proactive coming out of this technical pause, where you might want to try to leverage that op from Dante that you're rushing to go for early picks from Catwalk into B-Link, or just try to anchor up towards middle to look up towards that line. Because now when you're starting to prod towards probe rather, towards the middle, and realizing that Reta doesn't really take too much control of middle into these early rounds, or maybe even towards the mid-rounding, then it gives yourself a chance to have some faster rotates as a team. It only happened maybe like, what, 1 or 2 rounds where you saw Reta work up towards Catwalk at the very beginning, but nonetheless, it still stays very passive when that happens, where you're not really trying to find the other type of positions that you try to exploit. And you're starting this round with another Thrifty, and they've been good in these moments, at least for AK, of stacking towards the right side.
Dude, already starting off with 2 suppressions is huge as well. They know that normally, typically on the B side, All Knights do like to have Tinchoff waiting alongside, moving into this 3-player advantage left onto the site, though everybody else moving in, and it's going to be a group push starting. Yeah, with pistols left inside of your pockets. Economy not looking good. AK now trying to fight back for something, but yeah, shut down immediately.
Yep. One little bit of armor that has to be repurchased, though, for Maurice, Nagzet, and for Delzik. And you saw at the end of that round, Nico Machine still had 3,800 credits. So I don't know if he fully saved here, so they could actually buy an operator for Dante in the next round. And then you're maybe going to start seeing Dante activate a little bit more outside of B main and trying to work out more towards middle. So there's the up that comes through. He's playing it towards the A main to start things off. At least they're trying to find something aggressive so far. It's a bait and switch. Trying to knife first and double up the control and play a passive angle hole. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. If you're looking at it so far, The turret stays active for information towards B main, and then you're trying to collapse back towards middle. So yeah, the play is there. Let's see if it works out.
Shut down off the rip in mid. Slow aggression moving forward. Snowzen has been caught in this position before. Might just happen again. The biggest difficulty is what is Tinchoff going to do now with his 1v2 in Verso. Now blinded. Slow but quick. Moving on Delzik. And you do have a huge side take from Reta, but at the same time, I mean, in terms of utility, they're loaded compared to actually, AK is loaded compared to Reta.
100% with the amount of rounds they're currently winning so far, you're definitely going to make it hard right now for All Knights to come back here in the last 2 rounds of the half. Again, another one of those scenarios where you're trying to retake the side with Dante with a knob, has dash activated, no blades, or dash available with no blade storm. You kind of need him to, or be that bait at this point.
Yeah.
And have the other support. At least some flashes are there though from both the controller and the KO.
Now the movement commences. Delzik does see some of these players now trying to fight themselves off the site here, but the somehow no scope. Dante makes it happen, and it's not enough for AK. Too many players lost, not enough util used in these very, very dire moments.
But that's what I'm talking about. So you have 2 players that have to stay behind because they have to pop flash with the KO flash and even a paranoia. I don't even think I saw the paranoia come out towards, maybe if it came out towards the later half or even towards the tail end, but it wasn't double flash to allow the dash to come in here from Dante. And not only that, he dashes into the site with the op. So what does he do now in the back of the site? He has to play a right-click classic to try to fight back against 2 guys in Garage. So there's definitely not as clean in the retakes right now for All Knights. Is what we coined them so good for when they play a Neon composition. Because also when you're playing a Neon composition or when you're seeing Dante playing a Neon, he's not opping that much. So you are playing a map where an op is so good here on a map like Ascent, but you're also playing it not to a way that you're able to maximize the retakes here as a team.
And they threw that down. Dude, and this is such good early information, but it's like, okay, now there's no action upon it. You can see a slight rotation coming up with Nika Machine now trying to help out a possible push from Sabando, but at the same time, nothing. The silence is deafening.
And look at how they play now. It's turtled up. There's no more alarm bot. There's no more turret. You have to be reactive. And if you're good here for Areta and you're able to set up some sort of a pop flash or something like that, or at least set up some sort of rotation, and it seems to be towards this market to start. And now you activate back towards the A site, you split towards the A site, and look who's left. Only 1 player. The other ones are forced to rotate, still too far behind, but it's a judge. It's a judge.
Oh, that's so good! I thought it would work out for a second. Snow isn't coming in quick, but Sabando even quicker.
1 enemy remaining.
You know, Hunter Fury is there, but it's not going to be enough to really keep this team at bay. The blacklight flawless from All Knights to continue this half, but at the same time now we're switching over, so I mean, the difference could occur. We could see a possible comeback from All Knights. This could be the moment for All Knights to really take it back on the attack and allow their duelist Dante to thrive.
Yeah. And I forgot we are watching Valorant right now, so you know, sometimes we just anchor one spot with a judge. It's good enough. but nonetheless, if it wasn't for Sabanto, if that dash was so good that he's not able to catch up here with the judge to try to get the pick, then that would have been pretty much a 2v1 towards the tree, a 3v1 towards the A site. So they're still split off across. So a great job at least, though, for Reta in that round to really thin out the defensive line by activating in the mid-rounding around this map of Ascent, something that you have to do on a map like Ascent because it's been overplayed with this composition since the dawn of time. And again, it comes down to individual plays that is able to keep this game close, at least here between All Knights and Reta in this second map. But you mentioned it, Gomps, an opportunity now for the attacking side of All Knights, but this is that big test. Something that Roy and I agreed to, that they haven't been mid-routing well enough here on that first map, that you're hoping that they're able to do something here in this line and not rinse and repeat a hit. Not a push and go, touch and go every time towards one site that runs into a crossfire.
This is probably the... Honestly, now, I feel like with a refresh to like side switching, there is a bit of excitement in the air, right? The possibility to rekindle some new plans, to kind of think about. It does feel like everybody is really in it right now, right? Trying to come up with the next best thing, trying to come up with the next best strategy for the pistol. Because yeah, okay, some people might think moving into the pistol, it is that 50-50 split, but you can have such good ideas to guarantee yourself a free 3, a free 2, and run away with the pistol and allow yourself to really retake your position here in the game. So I think for AK, yeah, they look excited. They're ready to get back into it. It's as serious as ever to keep this position. So for both sides, very, very different vibes, but very, very similar goals.
Yeah, if anything, too, excitement definitely comes from us as spectators being able to watch this game, but definitely some stress looming for both of these teams. For All Knights, they're looking not only to get revenge against Reta, losing in a reverse sweep, against the #1 seed of Reta, but also trying to win this to be at 3-1 to almost guarantee a spot into playoffs. If they lose this one here, they're both at 2-2, and they might still let this slip. Still so much value to be played!
That's unreal. There's absolutely no way. And already starting off with that initial 2. Okay, Nico's gone, Dante's gone. Duelist, Initiator. Adverso, the only one left available, but a Shock Dart at hand. Maybe they can use some coverage from Sabando, but they are cleared at this point. They need just at least one pick to really even somewhat settle the score. Oh no. And it just gets worse too. You walk in the smoke, you're gone already though. Paranoia, this works out well. Reta ready and prepared. It's just a shot with the Sheriff, and maybe just another one that can happen, but Sabando holding on for dear life, the 2v2, but Reta shut it down.
That was so clean by Nagzet to start things off here. What am I watching? Is it Meteor on a Sheriff on Ascent holding the A site? Because those are some 2 clean 1-taps with the Sheriff at the very beginning. Stays alive on top of that. And that's also something that looked really good in terms of their setup. They're playing double Sheriff, 3 Ghosts, or maybe even 2 Ghosts so that the your Omen can play the Paranoia and 2 Smokes. So the composition is actually quite good. This is, I think, even a pistol that even Gen G plays, that type of buy. So you're doing a lot of good damage for the long range, which allows for you to retake a lot easier if your Sheriff players are doing a lot of damage with body shots or headshots. This time it's Nags with 2 kills. You're retaking a 5 versus 3 with a Paranoia available. It's a very, very clean retake to kick things off the back of Nagzit, bringing back what we praised him for back in his professional days, even playing in crew on the main stage for the VCTs. How good it was with the Jake.
Oh my gosh! Okay, well, you know what? It doesn't even matter at this point.
One
First
enemy
2.
remaining.
They just have the weapons to do it. I have no words. This was a pretty quick and easy sweep from Beretta.
Man, that always throws me off guard. I just always lose my train of thought every time I get that view from the observer. But at least we switch back into the eyes of Snowzine that has 2 very nice outlaw shots. So far, when you're looking at how the Jet has been activated from round number 1 and round number 2 on Snowzine, you're activating a Blade Storm pretty much in round number 3 or 4, making sure that if somehow your economy gets broken, you still have a saving grace with the Jet knives later on in that 3rd or 4th round of the half. So Reta's been doing a good job snowballing these first few rounds here of this map of Ascent. Well, technically on the first half. Second half still yet to be determined here if they're able to convert their votes.
Oh, large commitment. For a singular fight that doesn't necessarily go in the way of Reta, Snowzine, gone. That's all. That's all there is to it. They've lost one.
Important piece, too. That's loss of vision. Actually, not necessarily loss of vision. I like that Nagzet's inserted here with the Guardian. So he's going to be able to potentially surprise a player. They might not expect this if they don't clear it. They late clear it, but Nagzet was a little bit too out in the open. Understandable, he's playing a Guardian, so you're trying to make sure that you're holding the angle, but Reta's fighting back.
Oh my gosh! And another one, Tinchop's just kind of rolling with it at this point. Yeah, no
revealing area.
Safe for standing here for Maurice. He's gonna have to try to fight this off down inside of mid. Yes, Sabando clears it up round win. Finally down for this half for AK.
Feels like I was watching a round of TDM there. Was it? Bring it over to Casbah. Let's just see everybody fight off. But that was some clean left and right shots coming in from Tinchoff to save the round for All Knights. In the bonus round from Reta, that looks so good in the very beginning. Despite criticizing Nagzed being out in the open and getting caught, that really allowed the activation from the defensive side of Catwalk to pop flash and fight and get 2 of their own. But again, against stronger weaponry, longer range weapons with a Vandal from a Spectre, Tinchaw's able to keep that dream alive for All Knights in this second map. One-way smoke being thrown on the attack, but Snow is still taking advantage of this. He's actually leveraging the opponent's one-way smoke to try to look under it to get a pick.
Oh, the timing was so perfect too. They just waited that out to maybe catch out how many players are there. It seems like they did listen into the possibility of 2, but drone, oh my gosh, can't go through window.
I still like this though, because the person that broke a turret was actually Maurice that breaks it with a Vandal. And I was going to say this is actually pretty good because they might understand it's a bait and switch so that they position the op to just rewatch the angle so you work back towards middle. But we're back in the mid-rounding where they stop and go, touch and go again. The alarm bot's still up. They're about to 5-man hit into the B site. And this Paranoia at least hits onto Snow.
Oh, they can get this in nice and easy too. Oh, never mind. No, Snow's in. Is watching with the op, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Of course, though, tons and tons of util just settle down, backing them off. Now might be the time. And as they're good for 1, it's over. They've taken control of the site. Now the flank as well, making everything work out into fruition. But the 1v3, the numbers diminishing. But either way, Reta, they're feeling the vibe.
Yeah, and again, this is. We're just seeing Haven all over again, right? They let themselves be known. They want to break the turret, and they just think that breaking turret on that side is, or actually they didn't even break the turret. They got their own turret broken, sorry, towards B main. So they still went back into the B site with no information. And they're thinking, okay, well, since we waited 30 seconds, they gotta rotate by now, right? Question mark, right? Question mark, and they just run into again, just great. Even if the off shots didn't miss, there's still great utility that delayed so much. The nanoswarms, the fragments, and allowed Reta to really rotate across. Now you just go for a one-dimensional hit, 4-1 split towards the A site on the lower buy.
Ooh, no, everybody's just going into over for them. AK looking for an easy round to just finish this off, but very, very close to a lot of lots and lots of ultimates here. So, you know, potential to bring it back, especially before that match point, I think absolutely, but that's the dire situation right now. Like, this is the moment before match point. You don't bring it back now, and congratulations on the Blacklight Flawless as well, but you don't bring this back now, and it's a straight sweep 2-0 coming through from Reta.
100%. Because if you're looking at, yes, the swing rounds are there now for All Knights. They have a Hunter's Fury they can work with because Adverso died. He's already 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. You're getting fairly closer to other ults, so you can maybe cycle some ultimates. But now that you're trailing behind 11-6 and your objective potentially is to grab an orb to maybe get a next ult available in the next round or not, now you're going to give a tell of where your positioning is, but then you can potentially... Well, hold on. Let's hold that thought. We have a fight towards A main.
The op has been working so well, especially at pushback, but they're getting very accustomed to playing against this too. You can tell they're not stupidly opening these angles. They're really using the information that they can be given as well as the util. So all in all, I mean, Snow's definitely applying pressure just by wasting the util alone. Yeah.
Wide swing though, but all of this allows for you to insert some players on the attack side. Look at where Sabando's already at. The reclear I actually did see Nico Machine, so he's just holding it. Nice shot by Nico.
Made out though. Doesn't do too much damage. Hold off for just a second. Souther getting ready for a possible pop flash outward, but not seeing anybody else. And this is dangerous. You play a dangerous game, you get dangerous consequences. Especially now that you're just by yourself, settled down, waiting for this peak to happen. As it erupts though. Nobody knows anything. Good smoke. But it's over. Beautiful 2K coming through from Souther. Not expected at all. Actually just hiding in smoke. And if anything, you can tell they've made so much mental damage into the minds of AK, because now they have to force use that ultimate for the Hunters Fury just to try to take things back so that the economy isn't wasted, and it's done. Reta, they are bringing things to match point.
I was just about to commend how good the mid-rounding and the defaulting was there for All Knights. They got the first pick onto Catwalk, they punished an aggressive op that was trying to get some mid control, and that right there, you're trying to contact, walk into the smoke, but you're not even turning your gun away to make sure you double swing inside that smoke. So the cannon shows in, easy first blood going in for Soother. The other one is forced the hand to try to run in and go for a trade. You just swing across and you get the opportunity because you know where the other player is coming in from, and you get a 2K for Soother. He even stays alive on top of that.
Standing ahead.
That just shows, unfortunately, here an AK that fell to shambles since that loss of the first map. And now it is definitely going to be a quick 2-0 at this point. I was talking about the amount of ults that you're trying to cycle up at this point, but because you're falling behind by so much, because you're now 6 rounds behind, if you're able to survive this round here, you might even just throw all your ults into the next round just to try to keep it close. And then you're just going to end up, no matter what, with 5 chances here for Reta. And with the way that they've been currently playing, should be in a very good spot here to close out the series. Dude.
POV, you're the op. Like, what is this? This is crazy. This that caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
A little giggle before we see a 2-0 sweep come through, but yeah, Pop Flash settles, knows it. No longer able to hold some of that attention, which sucks, but that's a great approach on AK. I feel like that's something that we've been missing too. Like, why didn't we see this sooner? The quick flashes in, the quick abrupt executions, but it doesn't matter. Already reached around the back. The call doesn't come in early enough. You got 2 people watching just inside of lane. The damage done. And it's 2 players left to make a change and a difference for All Knights. Will it be the time? Maybe it is. A slow retake over. We've seen All Knights do a reversal. Is it gonna happen? Maybe not this time. It's gonna be very difficult. 11 seconds left on the clock. And of course, Elzik taken in this 1v1. Super lit for Nico. Jiggle peek to end it off.
Win.
And that is
Big, convincing win for sure for Reta. 13-6 on that second map. Look at the confidence again. This is night and day for both of these teams. A team for All Knights that looks so strong coming into this tournament, and the opposite for Reta. But now you're in the mid of this tournament, in the group stages, where Reta turned it around, and I'm starting to see a slowdown from All Knights, where this wasn't the macro game that we were praising All Knights for. And I think it's just potentially them being too much in their heads, playing against a regional matchup, playing against a team like Reta that had their numbers throughout the whole season pretty much, and that they lost that reverse sweep in the regional finals against Reta at that point, that you almost want to prove that you are the better team, that you unfortunately are just not following the right game plan, if I could put it that way, or maybe you had some sort of game plan that unfortunately wasn't the right one because they were missing a lot of that mid-rounding.
I think as well, like, in the heat of the moment, you could see there was I don't know if it was like the anger or I guess the frustration, but sometimes it felt like there was a big lack of communication from All Knights, right? Moments where you could have caught plays like what just happened, right? Nobody should have gotten flanked from behind like that, but it felt like nobody knew anything, and I think that was the main issue. But we do have people a lot smarter than I am waiting for us on the desk, so let's hear it from the analyst desk.
A 13-6 goes the way of Reta, and they close out the series 2-0. Roy, we gotta be honest, this is not what we were expecting. Even if Reta was gonna get the win, we expected a lot more of a fight coming through on the side of All Knights, but especially into that second half and even towards the beginning, you already got the vibe there was a Reta that was gonna be dominant from beginning to end.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Reta that I was expecting to see in this tournament when it started, to be honest. They looked confident, they looked decisive, they're extremely versatile with their approach, and they have a great read on the VALORANT formula. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They knew, you know, they have like a very clear read on the meta. They kind of understand the options that All Knights had, and it really felt like they were capitalizing on all of these things simultaneously.
Yeah, like you were saying, Roy, Riddle just looked so much in control almost the whole game. It was smooth sailing for them, and they just had a really strong attack side, in my opinion. And it came down to the decision making. I think we can all agree that it didn't really look like All Knights full potential today. I'm sure they're just as disappointed. We're expecting it to go the full way, and even looking at the post-plant stats that we have, Reta won all of their post-plants. I mean, how strong did they look today? They won their clutches as well, and they had more first kills. They just look so much more stronger today, Roy.
Yeah, no, exactly. So they're winning the first kills, they're winning the post plants, they're winning the clutches, they're just winning on all fronts. But I do kind of want to point out the fact that All Knights did look a little bit off in this matchup. There's just a lot of awkward micro plays being made by some players. It just felt clunky, a lot more clunky than we've seen them, and how confident they approach their other matchups. So I do have to wonder, is this sort of like a mental block between the IGL, like Adverso and Muriz? Like, is there something that is holding these players back? Like, I'm not entirely sure, but this is not the All Knights that we were expecting.
We don't know for sure what was going on, but it definitely seems like, as you guys were saying, and as the casters were saying, a little bit of overthinking when it comes on to the side of All Knights, and even maybe Adverso or everybody else, a mix of everything, because you are getting these results, everybody's putting you and hyping you up so much, and then you have that kind of final test, which is, can you win against that team that beat you in the grand finals? And it seems like a little bit of overcooking, a little bit of lacking of ideas in some of the rounds, and how are they going to adapt in time to what Reta is implementing to them. And because of that, All Knights were not able to get the win. But I think for Reta, as you were saying, Roy, this is amazing, because this is the Reta that we were praising for. This is the Reta that we were all predicting towards the beginning to be one of the favorites, and have that gap between them and everybody else, at least in Latin America.
Yeah, I mean, they were the well-constructed machine, right? They're really well put together right now. They don't need an individual pop-off. I mean, look at their scores. They're all within 4 kills of each other. They're all having impact. This is the team that could contend for Ascensions. This is who we wanted to see from the get-go. They said it in their promo videos as well. They were talking about, they've been leveling up. They've been learning a lot about themselves. They've been shedding a lot of that pressure and that stress, and I think it's starting to show.
Another guy that I wanted to highlight for sure was Naxxet. M80, I think he did so good, and he's been doing so good. He's been this piece that we've talked about more on the side of, oh yeah, he has a lot of experience. He's played for crew in the past. He's played in the tier 1 level, but now he's really stepping up for the team. And I love to see this too, because it's something that is absolutely needed, as Roy was saying, for all the pieces to be working together, and to be only a few kills away from each other is great.
Yeah, and I bet he brings a lot to the table that we don't even see, in terms of having that experience and that confidence to bring up the level a little bit extra for his teammates that don't have as much experience as him. So he's definitely a very essential player for his team.
Well, this is everything that we have for the Latin American matchup of the day. We're going to throw it to a break. We're going to have an interview with one of the players on this side of Reta. And when we come back, we'll go into that Brazilian matchup.
I'm dinner with Elon Musk.
Probably, I would say my grandparents.
Can be dead or use people alive?
I think Michael Jordan, because I saw one document, The Last Dance. I learned a lot of that. I apply a lot of stuff on my team because he have the best mentality on the competition, I think, and I love that.
Or fun, like speed. I feel like that guy is very like energetic for some reason. I feel like he could like just be cool to hang out with.
My girlfriend, 100%. Since last year I played in LA, this year I've been in Mexico for like 6 months. So I've spent some time with her now before the tournament, but if I could have a dinner with anyone, it would be her.
Probably like a streamer I watch. Like I don't know. I like usually when I'm like at night, I enjoy just like watching streamers on my second monitor while I play. If it's not for like money and it's just like casual, like probably like someone like Cage Roll or something. Like that guy's like a league streamer and he does like watch parties and he's very like I enjoy watching him a lot.
Dinner with anyone? Damn, that's a difficult one. I think I would go with Muhammad Ali, you know? Because like every time on TikTok or any other platform, really, it's just some crazy quotes. And he spoke in quotes. He just said quotes.
That's a hard one. I'm a psychologist, so I would say Freud. Weird guy. Yeah, weird guy. Fun to talk to.
I don't know. Maybe Neymar Jr.
If I could have dinner with anyone in the world, maybe it'd be someone like LeBron James, honestly. You know, like if I can be well connected to LeBron James and you just talk to him, pick apart his mind and become like friends with him, then you never know what doors can open. And he is my favorite basketball player of all time. He is the GOAT, so I'll definitely take LeBron.
At the moment, my wife. Yeah, I'm in German right now. It's been 10 days. Sorry, it's been 10 days. So I miss her a little. Yeah.
I'd like to some athletes, some basketball players that I like I don't know to pronounce in English, like Antetokounmpo and this. I'd like to meet some of them just to know their mentality and how they face life and the sports and like this. You know.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Maurice. He just won his match. So the first question that I want to ask you is, how are you feeling about just keeping that title of the Kings of Latam?
Well, I think it's great that we come out with a win again. It's a good matchup versus All Knights always. Like I know Adverso, he knows the way I call, so it's good to play against them. And feel happy to win today.
Great. So we were commenting about that you guys don't like to just switch your compositions. Why is that? And also, have you tried other compositions in scrims?
Yeah, we do have some things that we didn't show yet. So there are maps that we didn't play, etc. So of course we prep on other things as well, like different things. But in general, we really like to extract the most we can out of a composition and have like multiple ways of playing it. So that's why you see us like maybe screen up like one day against the team, and the other day we can play on a different way and come out with a win. So yeah, we feel fine about that.
Yeah, that's great. And the last question, your guys' last match is against Galores. Obviously, winning against them, you secure playoffs. How are you preparing for that match, and how do you feel about Galores?
Well, the preparation starts now. We're probably going to chill a bit and watch their game live, then probably rewatch it too later on. Get ready to the game tomorrow. And like I really think it's more about us thinking on ourselves and they thinking about themselves. Because like in this tournament, everyone has like a peculiar way to play, and we're really confident on the way we're approaching the maps that we're playing. So
Thank
yeah.
you very much, Maurice. Guys, we still have a lot of Valorant, so stay here with us. Thank you.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Eu senti que nessa última série a gente ficou um pouquinho nervoso nos momentos finais da partida, isso que acabou fazendo com que a gente não conseguisse finalizar a série do jeito que a gente queria. Nos outros jogos a gente já reviu tudo e a gente decidiu que o jogo tem que ser um pouquinho mais para frente, algo mais agressivo, porque a gente estava jogando muito equado, muito, como é que fala? Defensivo. Então acho que com essa mudança, essa série foi um pouquinho melhor, mas por causa de nervosismo a gente não conseguiu finalizar contra a M80. Então a 2G é um time que vem muito forte, ela é um time que é muito bom na fase de grupos. Acredito que a preparação deles tenha sido melhor do que a gente, porque a gente teve vários problemas de visto. É um time que a gente tem um histórico muito bom e, eu acho que qualquer coisa pode acontecer, porque mesmo apesar da gente estar 0-3, eu ainda acho que o nosso jogo ainda está muito bom. Eu acho que até agora o meu desempenho como duelista tem sido ok. Eu ainda acho que eu posso fazer muito mais do que eu estou mostrando agora. Eu acho que o Luke Show, do meu time, tá numa fase muito boa, eu acho que ele tá jogando muito bem. E se eu conseguir elevar o meu nível ainda mais, eu acredito que a gente consiga sair dessa má fase.
For the second time today, it's time to find out if the first seed will actually remain the first seed of Brazil or if it's going to be that second seed coming through. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension Americas. And now we get the chance to talk about two-game going against Galores. Galores being that #1 seed, but struggling to get a single win so far in Ascension. Roy, while on the other side, two-game are kind of the favorites because of the results they're getting so far.
Yeah, it's sort of like the same kind of narrative that we've had before with All Knights and Reta, right? Although the difference is that 2G's actually looked consistently very good and they've won pretty much all of their matches. I mean, of course, Spike and Silence on this team are insane. They also have a great support system with Zap, Prizey, and Louise as well. So it's a very well-rounded team, very high-tempo team that can play multiple styles as well as multiple compositions, especially with the double duelists that they rock with this team.
And Emily, this has been one of the teams that have absolutely surprised us so far in the tournament. Even from the beginning, we were all talking about this two-game squad. We were all talking about the double duelists that they're able to play, or rather the two individual duelists that they have, depending on the situation, depending on what composition they're running with. And so they've gotten some positive results. Just yesterday, they took that loss against All Knights, but overall their performance has been really good, and we expect it to continue to be that way.
Yeah, one of the matches particular is the one when they played versus TSM. I thought this was such a fun match to watch 2G play. Silence on the duelist. I mean, he went plus 26. It was such a fun battle of him versus Sim, and I really feel like this is a player to watch. Everybody needs to look out for him because he has been absolutely insane. And this team in general, like you guys have said, they've been really impressing us so far, and they're doing much better than their regional opponents at LAN so far.
Something that you need to keep up, especially because we saw what happened in the first match where we were all talking about all nights, they have a chance to win for the first time against Reta, but what happened? Maybe a little bit of overthinking, maybe the nerves get to you when it's those teammates and those friends that you know very well on the other side of the stage. So for this one, it's also gonna be a two-game that need to prove themselves against this well-known Galores.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. And I think regional matchups are always pretty difficult just because of the level of kind of familiarity that they have, right, with their style, with their tempo. But this is ultimately the test of growth, right? Like, has 2G outgrown Galores? Has Galores been on the downtrend? Like, what exactly is going to be happening between these two teams? This match is sort of the tell point for us, where like, okay, 2G's the real deal, or it's like, no, Galores just had a really tough start. But I mean, even despite their performances, despite the results, Galores still has impeccable players. Luxo is one of those players. Him and Saito have been consistently alternating top fragging every single map of every single match. These players are the real deal.
And this guy we need to talk about, because Luxo, oh my god, Emily, he was insane yesterday. They couldn't get the win, but there was a point where he was 27-4 or something like that. He ends up 32 kills on that map, and they're not able to win this series. But what a performance from the Viper on Icebox specifically.
I know Galores has players on their team that just excel in stats, like Luxo going 1.7 in the KDA and doing a lot of damage as well, 176.9 first bloods as well. And remember, this is a player that plays Viper, Omens, Cypher, so to have a first blood is showing that he's not afraid to go for the fights when he wants to. And then this is a player just in general that is consistent, very consistently at the top, and also just comes in clutch for his team. He's getting multi-kills whenever it's looking grim for his team as well.
And I think it's really important that teams do have this kind of player in their roster, right? Because you don't want to get pigeonholed into, oh, we're just set up the duelist. Oh, the duelist is doing all these plays for us. They're taking all the risks. Like, no, it's really good to have players like Luxo on the team who can test you, can kind of chump check you and make sure that if you are going to be entering the site, if you are going to be entering space, they will consistently and confidently take those risks and put pressure on your team from all fronts.
And we talk about this guy that is not the duelist and is performing so well, but let's also talk about the duelist here. Let's talk about Sato, because the performance as well from this player has been great. And I love to hear him talk, because he just seems like such a chill guy. But then you see him in game and he's going insane. He doesn't care who you are. He's going to take you down, Emily. And I think this is something that the team needs, and the team is working around really well.
And I mean, his stats don't really do justice for him. I feel like he's not at the top in terms of being more than top 3 for the stats of ranking during Ascension, but this player, Sato, has just been looking very comfortable during this event as a duelist. We've seen him on Neon, Jet, and Ray so far, and this person is just absolutely not afraid to just be that person that goes in there, is confident that he's going to get the support that's needed. We saw a lot of insane plays from him throughout the week, and I'm expecting to see a lot more from him today too, because he's looking really strong so far.
It's been good, and today he has something to prove, and is that he continues to be the #1 duelist in Brazil, in that Brazilian region of challengers. So we're gonna find out if that's gonna be the case. But let's take a look at the history between these two teams, Roy, because compared to Latin America, where there's a north and south, they don't really play each other a lot of times. For Brazil, there's only one Brazil, so they've been playing each other a bunch of times, and you see a Galores that were able to get that big win, that last one for the grand finals. But honestly, it's you can tell that anything can happen in a series like this one.
Absolutely. I mean, even it was a 2-0, but it was still a very close game regardless. And I think the cool thing with this matchup is the fact that despite them coming from the one Brazil, as you put it, there is a stylistic difference in their approach, right? So like 2G has 2 separate duelists, right? Whereas Galores, they kind of have a very traditional structure where it's like just Sato alternating the duelist roles, and there's really no strengths and weaknesses to either style. It feels like they're both really comfortable with their dynamic, but I do feel like with Sato, and specifically with this matchup, there might be a little bit more consistency with their approaches.
Yeah, there's a couple things to look at, and yeah, Emily, you wanted to?
I think we're having some things going on, but if you can hear me, I just want to let you know that during this head-to-head, we have a consistent player. It's the Luxo. Went +14, +7, +17, and this was all on Viper and Cypher. And Galores won 2-0 the last 3 times that they played each other. So they're on a strong winning streak. But again, I want to remind everybody, Galores has not been doing as well as 2G so far during Ascension. So are they going to be able to clean it up, or is this ongoing role for 2G going to be keep playing off versus their regional opponents?
And another player that we need to talk about is Zap, because we've talked about him on his performance. We've talked about him on his energy levels, and that is something that is going to continue today. As he was saying when they were going against All Knights, when it's players that he knows and he appreciates, and he's able to go against a couple times, I think it's even more interesting, the banter between the two. And I mean, I feel like Zap is going to be even crazier today.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think Zap has been a very key piece for the Galores side, or sorry, for the 2G side, because he's been able to set up both duelists consistently, as well as come in clutch for the final to like kind of just close out the round. So it's been a very interesting dynamic, and his flexibility to be able to work with 2 different personalities in the same role is truly magical.
And now let's talk about the other side too, because there's a lot to talk about when it comes to Galores. This team that we had, and we continue to have, honestly, high expectations for. We don't want to underestimate them, but honestly, M80, they've been really struggling to get those wins, and you can see them on stage looking nervous, looking like they're not feeling like they're playing for themselves, or they're able to play their own game. Instead, they're putting into these situations that they're still learning from. They're still trying to adapt around them.
Yeah, sometimes some teams just need a bit more time to kind of feel the environment. There's a lot of factors that go into the play as a player that people don't realize. You're on different settings, on different control chairs, different height level of your desk. There's a lot of different things that you're not used to. So sometimes it takes a person more to adjust. And this is a very important match for Galores. They really need this win if they're going to want a shot at making into the playoffs next week.
There's the chance to do so. And for Galores, we mentioned it before, I'm sure there's a couple of people asking if they're out because they're 0-3 right now, but there is still a very, very slight possibility that they can make it through playoffs. It depends on everybody else's results and also on them getting at least one win. So it would be a weird world where we see that, but I think it would be also just a very Valorant thing to happen, Roy, if they're able to make this happen.
I'm sorry.
You guys don't know.
So what's happening right now is we're having some technical difficulties. It's going. It is absolutely. You sound so funny. I'm sorry. That is so funny. But yeah, this situation is not funny at all, because this is actually the kind of the Galores do or die. At least I feel like. I know statistically there is a chance that if Galores loses this match, they could clinch a spot in playoffs. But I would much rather have their odds this being a win for them, because I think it'll look a lot better and it'll leave them with a little bit more room to perform in their like remaining matches.
And also, I want to jump into the Zippo map select, because I'm curious to see what these teams are going to be running today when you know each other so well, when you know what everybody has been playing here, and you know and you've seen the trajectory of your enemy throughout the year, Emily. So any predictions for what this is going to be?
Oh, well, it's gonna be there. So we see the first map pick is Abyss. Okay, we've seen a bit of Abyss being played from both the teams so far in Ascension. So 2G is 1-1 so far on Abyss. They've played TSM and AK. So these are good maps, I think. Abyss, Icebox, Bind. I think that 2G has showed us that they're very strong on their attacking side, in my opinion. I think they have a game plan, and that's something that they've been sticking to from what I've been seeing. They have, if they have the ability to keep their utility, to stick to their dry run flooding and re-execs and early map control, then I think this game, at least for the first map of Abyss, could go very much in their favor.
And Roy, when it came to the predictions that we already talked about on that first match, we were going on the side of All Knights. We were going on the side of the second seed. For this one, how are you feeling now that you also get the chance to see the maps?
I do feel like 2G has been just a little bit more eccentric with the way they're playing and a little bit more consistent with the way they're playing. And I do like their win conditions, but that doesn't mean that I have zero faith in Galores, because they are the #1 seed in the region for a reason. And I think sometimes, I know it sounds kind of weird, but there is sort of like a rock, paper, scissors when it comes to stylistic approaches to Valorant specifically. And I think in this specific kind of like area, the way Galores plays, their sort of fundamentals, their style, their tempo deals extremely well with the 2G side. But on the same token, 2G has been very confident, very aggressive throughout this tournament, and their performers, the people that they really depend on, have been popping off.
Which is a dream come true for these teams, when you have those individual players that maybe even for a lot of them is the first time that they're going into this LAN experience, they're playing Ascension, and yet they're able to perform and frag out this way. And we've seen it both for 2Game and honestly for Galores as well, with some great moments. They're just trying to find out how to close out the series. Before we get this match started, a reminder once again for everybody that there is a giveaway for Blacklight. You can get one of those Ultimate Gaming chairs if you scan that QR code, or you also check check out that message that's pinned in the chat to see how you can get one of those chairs. And now as we go back into the conversation for these two teams, True Game and Galores, Emily, and when we go into this first map, do you think there's gonna be a mental game of we're gonna try something different because this team knows us already so well?
No, I think, like I said, 2G is best to just stick to their game plan because what they've been doing so far during Ascension has been working. And yes, they're going against opponents, like you said, that they're very familiar with. But here's the thing, as an in-game leader, are you going to be playing around and overthinking it of what you think your opponents are doing? Or are you going to stick to what you know your strengths are and just really roll with it? And that's the 2G that I think that we're going to see today. You could just tell that they're very prepared, and I can imagine that they're so confident going into this game. And honestly, unfortunate for Galores, I feel like they're not feeling as strong, even though that historically the last 3 times that they've played 2G, they've beat them. So it's really going to come down to this first map, I feel like, Roy, of us seeing how the rest of the series is going to play out.
Yeah, I feel like the first map will definitely be some kind of signs, but I do want to go into the fact that second map is Icebox, and I think Icebox is like a perfect descriptor of Galores. They still run the Sage comp on that map, a composition that we don't really see that often anymore, but they're still putting up insane performances. And I mean, again, despite their losses, despite what their record looks like, almost every single one of their matches has gone the distance. They've gone 20 rounds plus. Like they've been at the edge of wins and losses the entire time. And I think it's that consistency that is the brand, that is the identity that Galores has.
Well, let's check out this Black Light Agent Select. Let's find out what these two teams are going to be running on our map number 1 of Abyss. And it's a map that we've seen just a few times by a couple of the players, but we've seen some slight differences here, Roy.
Yep, these are the same compositions we saw last time for sure. There's really no differences. The 2 Game runs the DRX composition with the KO Sova Jet, and Galores runs the double initiators with Gecko. There is a bit of a difference. I think the KO pairs extremely well on this map, specifically because there really aren't that many objectives on this map. Like, yeah, you can take A main, but I think all the comps are pretty much good to do that. But when it comes down to hitting sites and kind of being able to lower the value of the Sentinels, lower the value of the Cyphers, KO does that very well. But again, this is an op-heavy map as well, and Gecko and KO both pair very well into the opposite. So I think the duelists are going to have to really step up and get creative with the way they want to get value if they want to get ahead.
Do you see these two differences a little bit different, Emily, or is it going to be remaining the same? Actually, instead of asking Emily, I'm going to ask our casters what they think about the Gecko versus the KO being played out on this map number 1. Let's find out who gets the win here with Gumpers and Vance.
All right, thank you so much, Dryad. It's super exciting. We're getting into the 2 Game Esports versus Galores, and honestly, both of these teams have surprised me, put like their A game on throughout this whole entire tournament, Vance.
For sure, and to answer the question of who I like better between the KO and the Gecko as well from the desk, I personally would lean more towards the Gecko. So overall for Galores, for me, despite them being 0-3, this is a day of redemption for all these teams that are number 1 seeds from their region. A regional matchup that Galores always has a number of 2G. And the reason why I like the Gecko more than the KO is the KO pop flashes are great for the hits, but they're not that great to get that early mid-range control here for a map like Abyss. But we'll talk about that in a bit, and we'll see how that's going to develop, as we already have action towards middle. Big flood by Galores to start. They get stopped here by a knife. By a smoke, rather.
Yeah, so interesting too. Now that does offset. You can tell like they did take a moment to step back, now working off of what Luxo had for information already previously. Seems like first shot does work out, second one there, and of course it's Luxo, so I don't know what else we were expecting.
Yeah, and I was expecting at least from 2G side to call a 3-2-1 swing to look back towards the main. At least they were looking clear, especially when the knife thrown by Spike did actually ping Luxo in the first place. Luxo has been on fire in his series yesterday. So many 4Ks on Icebox, aces coming out as well, and he was dishing things out to keep things close there against M80. But unfortunately here for Galores, there have been nothing but close losses so far in this Ascension, where you know, if you're just looking at the scoreboard, you're just thinking that it's, you know, Galores not looking the best ever, and they're potentially not the clear favorites, but they've all been close games.
Not only that, but closed out easily for Galoris. Just based off that initial pick coming through from Luxo, they had good security, and from there, rolled with it. So, honestly, from here, yeah, just working up to the pistol, information gather worked out perfectly.
And it almost worked well. They had some heavy mid control for 2G. Looks like they had a read on some sort of how Galoris likes to approach this. And getting that mid-round information with that knife, you'd think they'd be able to adapt here and take control of it. They tried to, they tried to smother that 2v1 against the Cypher of Luxo, but unfortunately, again, it wasn't coordinated where you let that first blood fall from your advantage, and then it gives here an advantage for Galoris' side to go for such a strong buy in the eco of 2G. This position right here, not the best that Spike plays with the composition that Galoris currently has. You still have so much util you could throw towards the back of the site. Recon dart, shock darts, volleys, a paranoia, or just ADS with Sato with the bullet up to get that pick. And that's something that you're going to have to keep your eyes open as well. You know, we're giving a lot of praise to the support casts around the duelists so far, but Sato mentioned today in his interview, looking into this day, is that if he could activate like he knows he could activate, this should be, you know, the Galoris that everybody expects Galoris to play as.
Careful.
They didn't even know. Captured
Kale
out.
won't do that.
Yeah, just in time. Honestly, you're so valid for that too, because they kind of did roll off that one. Now it's a player advantage on Galoris. And
30
yeah,
seconds left.
KO can't do that.
Yeah, and thankfully there, it could have been very costly for Galoris in the anti-eco. Although you're looking at the results so far, this is Urango forced to buy armor in the next round. There you go, you see a mini Bogdan's Law, Guardian switch to the Spectre, so you keep here the Spectre and the Bolt Rifle to the one that's healthier, the more expensive weapon that you want to save to the next, and using that to watch the flank, it's going to be good enough for all three of them to save their weapons into the next round, so you stop the hemorrhaging of what could have been a lot more expensive for your buy going into your bonus for Galoris, but for 2G, the position that they had, looks like they're finding a little bit of gaps. You know, they went head on middle, read that perfectly, and second round, understanding that there was such a heavy mid pressure in the very beginning. They want to try to go for, you know, the A-side control or control at the same time too. And it works out. Catches a lot of players off guard, so 2G looking pretty decent so far of reading out and feeling out the initial positions of Galoris' defaults.
Do well so far. Yeah, honestly, just the early stages of readjusting yourself as well to fit the comfort of how you want to play this game. I think so far it's been really good, though. I like the approach they're using with this Gecko. Obviously, I think Luxo just always is rolling with the punches as the Sentinel player, and they play so well with it, too. Probably one of the best players that you can have on a team like this one.
Yeah, definitely. And you're already seeing from what Roy was saying, the Jets have to activate it a little bit more. The setup that you have from 2G pushing down B main to start. But a mid to A split instead for Galoris. Might catch some player off guard here. Prize is pretty much left on a one and done. It's a done.
Yeah. Over and done with. What else do they need? Other than that, honestly, the A site is looking very, very good. I think it's unfortunate now, though, because Luxo looking for sort of
planted.
Not lurk around, but just watching the flanks with Lazy Rango alone to fight this battle by themselves.
At least they have heaven control as well. This late lurk, you mentioned it, Luxo very good in these moments. He's potentially going to have a backstab on 3 players, if not being the saving grace. Okay, Casper Curse, he's down.
No more speaking on either of our parts. It seems like every time the opposite happens and the opposite will. 2G, man, really just taking everybody by stride. I almost jinxed it too, right there. Rude was going. He was cooking for a second. I saw the vision.
Me too. And that's why it was questionable after when I was like, okay, well, unfortunately, Casticurs, but you see the positioning for all of Galoris on the post plan. They had 3 players playing towards the front. Nobody even tapped the spike yet. Unless a wingman or something, I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked around or paid attention to the audio cue. I was so focused on Look Show, but if they focused on the tap spike, spraying on that and making sure here that 2G are dropping down to fight, that would have been an easy Look Show flank and being the saving grace if all the players towards main lost, because he gets the vertical angle too on the one diffusing out in the open. It would have given him a chance. But unfortunately there, not the case. But they still managed to win the round, an expensive one. You see in this round only a Bulldog and Guardian. Around 3 Vandals, and that was such a nice attempt. At least it's information gain here for 2G that forces the early rotate from Zap, where he's now going to be able to anchor up and support with the Hunter's Fury and fast rotate back towards A if Galoris pivots back towards mid control.
Having too much obsession right now with seeking the whatever's going on in the external portion of this map, but I mean, regardless, up towards B, there is a workaround that this team is looking to make, just waiting for the perfect time to erupt right now. Gecko. Durango getting ready for it. Yep, mosh pit lineup already.
That's why Hell's tough.
Oh, yeah.
Can't play Troll unless you play the Toll. Yeah, still force him up to get the kick though.
Ooh, even just right behind the wingman, it doesn't matter. Does manage to just fight this one back. Dude, Silence is rolling with it right now. A Blacklight flawless, and it's one player that did majority of the work here.
Yeah, those are some clean shots, and towards the end, he definitely had enough money to pay the Troll to anchor up there under the bridge, and that's that potentially lack of utility that's missing towards that left side, because the mosh pit was perfect to force him towards danger. And maybe it was a play so that they could double swing the jet towards the back of the site here on the site of Galoris. But I think it's the repeat of what happened on the pistol round on the opposite side, where you were a little bit not as coordinated on that 3-2-1 to make sure that you trade off Silence in the back. And that's a big 4K that breaks the econ for Galoris. They're going back to the tried and true. On the lower buys so far, you're indicating that you're adding a lot of pressure towards middle, which is fine. It's been given up so far quite often by 2G since this second round. But the Eldron's going to see a bit.
Oh, presence detected. Somebody's close by. Silence. What is going on? The aim is immaculate. Headshot. Unfortunately, couldn't see Urango, so isn't going to be able to get some sort of trade-off there. Yeah, nothing else. There's too much havoc being wreaked right now. Instead, the flash coming through from the side of 2G. Just winning out the fights is the name of the game, and right now doing a great job of doing so.
And that's going to reset everything too. Nothing they can do right now here on the side of 2G, but wait for the spike to go down so they can group up together to fight. Winnable opportunity though, as Urango is going to stay inside. I love that they both are playing inside the site because they work this mosh, or this thrash rather, and it actually detains 2.
Last player standing.
Does have it, Urango. Literally just had it. 2G, a lead. They got immediately taken back.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. And again, the thrash, both of them play inside the site as it comes out. I think that guy on Heaven is trying to come out and making sure he can try to break it. Oh, he came out with a recon dart. Kind of catches them all off guard, and that's a nice little conversion coming back here on the attack side. And I'm only seeing player faces. Are they calling a timeout here because of that? Because that shouldn't have been a situation that was lost here. No, it was just reset on to the next.
Get out of my way.
But Galoris definitely shouldn't have won that round with how things started off here for 2G on the defensive side.
No, but patience worse than at this point. It seems like right now 2G just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They do back off, though, down in mid-library. So with this push, really up to Luck Show right now.
They've been doing this quite often. He's just playing around the corner so that they could have the first one bait out being that jet. If it was an Allen drone, he was going to try to time the Allen drone and then try to push in like he did on the previous round. And that wasn't a tell here that was given away by the defensive side of Zap when he actually drone across, because it only saw Sato on the previous round. So they tried to run the same type of round as it did before here for Galoris, but seeing that it's potentially so passive for 2G, they at least feel like they've pulled enough rotation towards middle to go for a hit towards the B side. So you're now hoping here the L drone comes out from Evil Kick on this A side to pull that rotate across, and there's only Spike alone. The knife actually got 2 at least. That's good enough here to go for a fast rotate to hold out. Control Ivy, control Heaven. And making sure that the rest of the team could group up with you for the retake for 2G.
Yeah, 2 suppressions pushed out, so
Spike planted.
not much to struggle with right now. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Fall through. All in all, just looking for something to really fight off of. There goes Urango finding one shot of their own already. The turnaround there from Sato and G Galoris. They're just looking really good, really pushing back that op right now. Silence knows that they need to keep it for the next half.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate way to play the retake to start things off. The protocol was there at least to hold off towards that spawn, but already losing the zap on a rotate across from middle is not going to make things easy for 2G to retake sites. It's almost a similar thing from what we saw in that first series here, where you have a Jet with a knock. There's a pros and con. There's a pro and con to it, where especially on a map like this, you have such a good opportunity to play a Jet in a forward aggressive position, down towards the B ramp, A entrance, and also on middle, and still manage to escape unscathed. But as soon as that gets spotted and they realize where the off is at and they're pushing on the other extremity, you can't really play, or it's hard for you rather to play a flood retake, especially if you lose players on the process of the rotate back. So that's definitely going to force that timeout for sure here after being thrifty, after losing that previous round, to really calm the nerves right here for 2G. Again, if you're looking at the record so far, though, in this group stage of Ascension, 2G are still in a pretty decent spot. It's Galoris that's 0-3 that has all the pressure right now to try to fight to survive, and 2G could play fairly confidently and fairly comfortably with how things are going pretty okay for them so far in the group stages. But you're definitely seeing slips here from the pressure that comes into just trying to qualify to playoffs for this team.
Keeping the determination against Galoris is definitely going to be hard. I think overall, like, it's not like it's going to be any difficult. I feel like there's so much potential surrounded around Silence here that I feel like is slightly going unnoticed to this team. Just really balancing around, again, the situation at hand, the players that are really allowing the team to thrive. And I think taking advantage of that is going to help. I mean, 10-4 already starting off in this half is crazy.
10-4, but that was off for 4K2 on that second round or third round when they went for an execution for Galoris. That keeps this game somewhat close and somewhat doable. Now, yeah, you're talking about the pressure on, or the deadlifting here that Silence is going to have to do. It's off a Blade Storm at the very beginning that you just heard get popped. Heavy lean towards the B side. Knife gets so much information here. You're still going in for the fight here for Galoris.
Fighting towards that too. Nice Blade Storm. They picked it up. Even on a pistol. On a Saverin that should not be going in the direction of 2G. They can't pick up weapons though, so they're going to have to fight for something else.
And that's them thinking that they could get a timing for Galoris to catch some players off guard rather, before the smoke blooms, because they have the better weaponry. But this was a good read for 2G to kick things off with a stack towards the A side to allow the Blade Storm to even go for a floating high-low position to get these 2 first picks onto Galoris. Good on Endo to drop a weapon outside into the Abyss to keep the econ, at least in terms of weaponry, quite low for 2G. A re-hit attempt potentially with the Thrash. I don't think you walk into the... Oh, no, they're walking into it.
They're just looking for a headshot. Right there it goes. Yep, Silence pulling for the thrifty Blacklight, but of course Spike there kind of help out in that endeavor. But that was beautiful, right? Taking advantage of the fact that, okay, we have an ultimate that we can use here. Let's enlighten that.
Yeah. I respect the re-walk into the site, but it's very hard to do on a map like Abyss when a person's jump spotting on the right side of the bridge, and as soon as he saw everybody, he went for the null command, so no Thrash can come out. And you're playing a context, so you can't really run util to know where your opponents are actually hiding outside of Spike's null command. It allows here the Blade Storm of Silence to come through and pull out a second kill. So you talked about the 10-4, gets so much value out of his Blade Storm to get 2 kills here and now be up at 12. That also now hurts the econ a bit here for Galoris. They could buy within this round, They could potentially half buy in the next. The 2G are able to run away with this one as well. It just starts off a little bit with orb control, so you're going to leverage your ults for Galoris. Difficult thing is that they don't have really an owl drone to try to go for a ping and ult, so it might be a Thrash and Hunter's Fury or anything so far just to try to get information and explode here, and it seems to be a lean towards this B site.
Pretty much over at that point. They can recollect Thrash, I believe, for the position that it did take place, but they slowly work up on Galoris. Cheeky corners and angles being held by 2G, but Luxshow's always going to be there right behind, watching out the mid spot. Does get shut down, so refrag potential was there.
Wanna go again?
The Hat 2 is going to give a lot of information for Prize and the rest of 2G for the retake. There's that flank activated because of that, but didn't know that Evil Kick was there for the trade.
Might be the takeaway, though. Nice. Sato is not playing around. They have to play for this post plant, though. Just up top goes Prize. The prize is in the pudding. There goes that 4-4 that 2G was looking for.
It was interesting pathing as well by Rongo. He had a wingman available, but he decided to run all the way up towards the B ramp before he throws the wingman for a plant instead of just throwing it from the abyss when they already had map control. But all of that, this was the most important kill right here. Even if Evil Kick stayed alive, that was, you know, the silver lining or what was needed to try to win that round for Galoris. But unfortunately, since that hat got thrown out, it gave so much information there for 2G to really fight their individual duels inside that site that Galoris had no value out of the Hunter's Fury and the Pulse plant. And we mentioned it before, winning that round, pulling it out here for 2G, it should be an okay buy. They're not going to go for the half buy, for the half shield Vandal buy, but they're going just for the half buy to buy into the next. A strong support now for Galoris once again towards middle. It's just an active play with an active camera and owl drone looking towards mid. That double pings 2 players leaning towards the B site. You already see the shift coming out there from Zap to adapt out of that, and then they hold the angle with the Outlaw.
Oh, and a nice first touch up to Luxshow, immediately taken away, and it's repetition. Again, Luxshow always being down mid, a free takeaway that Silence knows he can take advantage of. But Silence taking advantage of this again. The B site popularity there on the side of Galoris, but you can't fight back.
Flawless.
And it's just over. Blacklight flawless, a 3K to Silence name.
State of the round was so good there for 2G as well. Owl Drone spots 2 leaning towards the B side. As soon as you take down Luxshow, you know that he's been going for these lurks on middle. So as soon as he gets this pick, you see the rotate coming across from Silence because they know there's at least 2 people leaning towards this B side. So they stronghold that area. And then with the Cypher being dead, they've already went for a aggressive push out towards the A side. And that was looking really good here on reading this anti-eco. Against Galoris. So 2G still looking pretty good in this regional matchup. Again, repeating myself here, where Galoris really had the number of 2G throughout the whole season of 2024. I think out of 4 times they played against each other before we get into this Ascension game on stage, it's been a 1-3 record. And a lot of these, or two of these series, the second map was actually played on Icebox, where it was actually heavily favored on Galoris' side. Roy did mention here that it was a Sage composition that's still played by Galoris that gets a lot of success. Although, so far, I think from looking at the results of that, and then the last result that they had here on against M80, it's always been a 13-11 scoreline, either a win or a loss. So it hasn't been the easiest wins that they've had with that composition. So for Galoris, you're definitely hoping here that you could upset 2G's map pick of Abyss.
Yeah, slowly making it work. Progression in general, definitely there for 2G. 3 in a row that they were able to pick up. And a pickup with the up from Silence. So back to the original roots there of a map that's typically comfortable for this team, but now especially a weapon as well, using the up for possibility up towards B. They know the B site definitely popular within Galoris.
Shout out to Sean Garris's chat. Somebody just said, if you rearrange the letters around Silence, it spells out tens, and tens just retired. Coincidence?
I think not. I've never seen them in the same room.
Definitely not in the same room right now as one's in Mexico, the other one's still streaming, but Rude gets 2 openers, and that's a great start though for Galoris after the tactical. Being a little bit more grouped up and giving less respect to 2G. Instead of going for a slow 1-3-1, let's just go for a full site hit towards the B site, and Rude just starts activating. Luxo aware of the flank and not flanking himself, making sure that the trips stay up. Allowing to convert this round potentially to a 5-5 scoreline.
Yeah, always sticking around to the flank to make sure everything's clear, which is good. Again, patience, definitely the name of the game here. But pretty versatile. Sato unfortunately can't really pull through with the 2G. Slowly with the comeback though. 2 players already down, and the advantage getting slimmer and slimmer for Glorious. There it goes. Util advantage there for Spikes, and all it takes is patience. And the name of the game is whether or not you can take this 1v1, but slowly but surely the defusal happens, and it's a good clutch from Zap.
Oh my god, how did that happen towards the end? The strong hit that we just mentioned for Galoris moving into the site, but they overcooked with the amount of lurks they wanted to throw, and he's standing up being like, where are you guys? Where are you guys? How did you let me take this away? When they had such a big opener to start things off. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's definitely going to hurt. And you just burnt a timeout previously to try to work as a group here for Galoris, and I don't know if this is a call for a second one as well, because that would be a wasted one for sure. So now you have no choice but just to really recollect. Make sure that that doesn't happen again, and even because of that, you're going back to that 1-3-1. Spike is with you this time around. Orango's trying to move up, and they're really trying to punish Silence so far with this Outlaw.
Oh my gosh, the wide swing was so ballsy.
I know exactly.
It's constantly been Luxo and Silence, like 1v1 off the rip, and I love it. You never know what's going to happen. But of course, with that being said, 2G taking that first-hand advantage is going to be huge. Sato rolling off of that momentum that was started from the start.
Spike planted.
Maybe that's just something here that Galoris understands in the setups that 2G currently has.
Yeah.
Leaving middle quite open, being more passively, using both trips to try to anchor towards the site instead of trying to find aggressive information towards middle. They go for a quick trade for a hat, and now they're in a great position once again for a 5-on-3 pulse plant.
Opening up. An execution up on that. Luxo just ends it off with a 3K. Galar is slowly starting to succumb, and honestly, just let the momentum, let them flow.
You're not going to let any shenanigans happen this time around. And they're keeping this game close at least, but this is definitely a regional matchup that both teams really want to get this victory from. Again, for 2G side, it's been 3 losses in a row in their last 4 encounters, and they really want to bring it back on their side. And for Galoris, it doesn't matter what happened in the past here against. Doesn't matter who they play against at this point. They're just trying to look for a W to try to stay alive in this race. As Dan Dryden mentioned before, there's an opportunity to try to stay alive, and what a push by 2G. It's their turn to up the tempo. A hot flash coming through to allow Silence to get the pick and activate Blade Storm. On the lure buy that they have on this round, last round of the half, it made it very doable now.
Could make way. What are they going to force here? I mean, they have... Honestly, for now, Evil could definitely get a drone in to see what they can do, but a wide swing, unfortunate as Sato goes down, so they do lose out on that duelist. No advantage left to be made in the paranoia, maybe just a bit too late for that execution. 2G slowly working themselves up, and it gets dangerous as ever to fight this down. And honestly, you can't. 2G, they just wrap it up.
And for the first time, too, you're seeing the aggression coming out from 2G towards middle. A lot of these times where the Jet is getting that aggression on the extremities, but now that you don't have an op, you have an opportunity to be fairly aggressive, try to tap with the Guardian and dash away instead of holding the long angle here, or a tight angle rather on your aggressive line. It works out in wonders for 2G.
Yeah.
So we're going to switch halves now, and 2G will have an opportunity to play attack to explode a little bit more. And for Sato on their end, though, Sato has also had a great map on this Jet, on defense too, on this map of Abyss. We've seen it I think it was the matchup there against TSM where it went back and forth really in terms of how much the Jets activated on that map. You're hoping here again that Sato will be able to do something fairly similar just to, again, try to have Galores upset this first map, which would give them at least a cushion, some confidence to close out the series. And they've always been in BO3s against this team where it was always just a 2-map series. It never went the distance between 2G and Galores.
Yeah, stuck in the halftime. Finally, a mental reset too for both sides. Wasn't awful. I think there was a lot of 1v1 scenarios going down inside of mid, which I thought, all in all, semi-entertaining, but also really, really critical with Luxo picking fights there with silence majority of the time. But, you know, capability of a Cypher to execute on plays like that, knowing that, hey, I'm not really too much of an important piece of the puzzle. I can isolate fights. I can find that first engagement. I can see what I can do in terms of isolating this duelist who's always in mid. So let's work off that. I think definitely going to be able to see a little bit more, though, of Luxo this time, especially now as the defense starts to come through a bit.
Yeah. And now the question is, again, going back to the conversation on the desk with this initiators, the strength that I would see here from the KO on the defensive side is the retake capabilities with the pop flash and recon darts that even G2 did so well when they first brought in a composition that allowed for you to activate a little bit more here with a flash recon from a Yoru with a recon coming in. They didn't need to use that too much, and on the attack side for a KO, you can't have the best lines for the pop flashes, especially if you're going to try to take control towards the A site. So they're going to be slightly crippled at that point. They're going to leverage more of their drone here to get information and maybe pop flash through the close range smokes that are being thrown at the entrance of the sites. I say that. Beautiful pop flash on the bridge side that blinds one.
He put the smokes out right there. Sato isn't able to do much. Does get taken down, but of course a 3v3 scenario. So many players low on the side of 2G. Attack doing its best to keep things intact right now, but shock darts left and right.
So close. I would have probably killed the planet for sure. Look at the HP remaining on the 3 players pushing down towards spawn.
Oh, and they're just jiggle peeking it. But why do they solo peek? I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter. They also have the post-plant scenarios, so kind of forcing into that play was a little risky, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I agree. It almost felt like they had a timing because they caught Luxo throwing a camera towards that back, so I'm going to chase him down, but never really saw the other player just behind Luxo, which was Evil King, coming in right here to support. Double swing, they win 2 individual 2v1s against a team that was just trying to find a timing on the post plan because of that low HP that they had and lost all map control initially when they executed within the site. So it turns out to be a very clean retake towards the end here for Galores. A big pistol run, an opportunity to tie up the game right away.
Yeah. New round, new reset. Oh, smoke goes down, but it's never been an issue where, you know, Yuto has been used on the opposite site. It's been 100% the scenario where, yeah, distractions occurring. They know they're going to hit the site instead. Now the defense just has to keep the hold on, which they're doing a good job at doing so. Already blind coming through from Gecko, and the information there are exceeding is huge. Nothing can really get in the way, other than the fact that missing out on some of their shots. Yeah, already second round in, and a huge win from Galores.
We'll take that one. Push in, throw your bodies away, so that at least Spike can get the plant down. Spike can get the spike down. and that'll help for the economy for sure, and also to have a much stronger buy against the bonus. Who at least gets a Black Light Flawless right now for Galores, which in their turn, and to be fair for them, have a really good econ moving into the actual gun round 2 later on. So they're not really out of the pit yet for 2G. Hoping to convert the eco plant into a round victory.
They're kind of pulling through with the punches, though. I think so far with the setup we've seen from the defense, it's been good, right? Keeping to what they have, not really looking any further from that mid. Being watched, Evil knows. Timing is key here.
And there's already pings coming out from 2G, though. They know that there's one player playing on the top mid. They hear the jump spot from another, so that's a heavy lean now towards the middle. Identified now by 2G. Look at them already backing up. Name of the game was just trying to get Prize inserted into what I like to call a Z-shaped hallway or snake. They're just going to look for a split. I don't think it's going to be the biggest split. They're going to add a lot of pressure towards this B main so they could late lurk, just like Luke Show tried to do a couple of rounds ago.
He's running it down. Eruption through door. No, but I love it. I love the determination. Running it down 2G. No respect over to Galaris. Honestly, might just be the best play for the attacker side on a map like this one, though.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
And I respect the run through, right? Just because the owl drone already went up, it spotted a player, it pinged him as well, it forced Rude to fall back. And on top of that, you're timing the paranoia from LZ just to run through and win that 1v1. So you'll take it, right? You've gained that space towards heaven. You're now forcing Galoris to even clear out towards heaven against you in Snake. So that runs that clock down, and it barely guarantees, almost guarantees, the round here in your favor.
Left and right, you got so many players just really falling at the hands of 2G. And they pick up from there. So yeah, the Thunder starts coming along, and yeah, at this point they finally did give themselves a round to feel comfortable in at this point. Hey, we're not losing the lead. We still have it.
Yep.
So let's just keep it from there.
And that flawless that you won in your anti-eco in that second round for Galoris, look at the buy that it permits you in this gun round. Just before we got into the Blacklight replay, you saw that there's already an operator out and ready for Sato. And much stronger weapons across the board too, with Vandals, full kit, the full setup. The op is actually watching fairly passively though on the top of B. You're looking at the positions currently from Galoris. It's allowing 2G to take a little bit more space. 2G on their end though, they don't know this, so they have to figure out now where everybody's posted so far. To grab an orb to start. Owl drone available, looking for a Hunter's Fury ping.
Ooh, sprayed through smoke. No, but good play. Reading into it. Okay, well, you know, someone threw drone out. There's a possibility somebody's waiting to play off that information. So one goes down. No duelists left to execute.
Right there.
And that's something that's nice too, that you guys could probably take in your rank games. The smoke started being thrown.
Yeah.
It's not a deep smoke just to like cover the whole ramp. You're holding one extremity on one side so that you force out util. You're not forcing players to be able to walk through and creep across and leak on the other side of that B ramp. By forcing that util, it allows here that spray to come in from Rude to get that first pick, but already we have a 4-on-4. We're split across the map, and the two players inside the B side are now pinned.
The shots don't stop. Road. Rude is making it happen, especially now with the 3K to come off on it. And Galaris, you're back in the game, baby. Zap just waiting to make a play, but you can't. There's such a big wall withstanding. That wall is Rude.
And Rude has been putting up numbers this tournament so far, but fairly silent and not too much talked about within these games. We always talk about the hero plays and the flashy plays and what Sato could give and what Luxio's been doing so far, but Rude is just a silent controller right now, just making sure that he's anchoring correctly here. And watching the angle in the back of Ivy was everything there to allow his teammate Sato to just focus on the front line with the op. Especially that knife that hit towards that B site, it actually did connect onto Sato, so there was no dash away. On both sides, both of them were playing one a one and done. And this should have been traded out 100% of the time, but you just saw all the kills happen. One by one on both extremities. 2G not coordinated on the pinch towards the B site. Because they had to use a Hunter's Fury behind, they couldn't really support towards the front. Now 2G's back on an eco.
Dialed in too. Right in for the punch. And it works out great. Shooting through the smoke has been very effective method throughout this whole entire map. But either way, yeah. Player advantage not really there.
Spike
Slowly
down.
working out though is 2G. Satho's getting really, really feisty, especially with the up to close quarters there.
There you go. Now you have a little bit more of a death ball. And guaranteeing trades is already giving you a perfect opportunity to win a 3 versus 2. But neural theft, sorry, being thrown by Luxo instead gets information on all 3. Hop shot misses.
Jiggle Peak isn't going to save you now though. Luxo, there's no up. Really retrieved right now. Okay, what can Luxo do? Slowly wrapping themselves around. They know the spike is ticking. They need to get the defusal down. How is this going to work? Listening into it now. The wrap knowing that they need to fight the angle. The 7 bullets left. Can't reload at this point. In too deep. Right behind. Ring around the rosy. Cypher v Cypher, and it's Luxo to run away with it. The player of a century.
Time gets it done in the end with .88.
That's crazy.
And it's still a nice try by 2G. I mean, after you're saying how Luxo no op picked up, but that first smoke that was thrown by LZ was spotted, he shot, and he knew where his position was at. But he goes for a tap where the spike's behind him and already gets the timing of forward position that isolates the 2 players. And that's the unfortunate part. I mean, after getting a hat and getting the information of where your opponents are at, and you still take the site, you have to plant more towards the ledge, so it's easier for the swing from danger. But he sticks it into the wall instead. It forces out wide swings.
Here.
And LZ couldn't hold that, and Luxo continues to be such an important player for Glorious in this tournament so far.
Shadows traveling.
2G, they can play this one. They're positioned pretty well. If anything, can't play off the util from Luxo.
Cover going out. Watch them run.
This is an early TP. Interesting read here by Glorious that goes for a stack of the site. There's no ults for the retake, so this is going to be very difficult now for Glorious. You have no choice now, especially with a null command, to just fall back and wait.
But I like this. I don't think anybody's even aware. Okay, yes, there's smoke settled down here. Could kind of create that coverage, but that's the shame in it. Unfortunately, getting caught in another smoke just right behind. You can't see sight gone, and so is Satho. So now they have to play with this 3-player disadvantage. What can they do right now? I mean, it's still work around on it. Luxo slowly making themselves comfortable on the A side, and this happens time and time again. They're so good with it. They won't let it go. And this might be it for them. Glorious, they might be able to keep themselves very, very well solidified throughout this whole entire game. Momentum running with it. 2G somehow make the turnaround.
I'm telling you, if it's not for Luxo, these scenarios are impossible for Glorious to potentially win. And then it came down from a one-way smoke and a hat to get the information on the 2. And you just have to win your duels. You have one sticking onto the spike, the other ones just have to land their shots. And unfortunately here, on the attacking side, they did not. They're still scraping for this wins. Both of these teams are scraping for their wins. But nonetheless, we're tied 9-9. Scenarios of broken economies, forced buys. Bladestorm now pushing forward. And it's going to be a pop flash from the Gecko, and it's perfect for Sato.
First execution on that on a save round, which is really, really nice. And it's always that. It's always the Jets with the Bladestorms. Like once that's pulled out, I feel like we can see the future. How vivid is that picture right now? Plant looks good. Smoke looks good.
Yeah, Plant looks very good. It's on danger finally this time around.
Especially if the shots might be nice as well. 2G suffering just a bit down because Sato is not here to play. Already 3K on a save round. That maybe should not be working out as nicely as it should have for Glorious. 2G, they need to bring it back. There's absolutely no way. Pop Flash moving forward. They know they can take it, but they can't.
Oh, it was so good. Bouncing off that flash land right behind you. All 3 of them were blinded, including the Windman trying to defuse. But unfortunately, he couldn't get even the burst to stop the wingman. Even if he doesn't get the kill onto the player in the back, stopping that wingman potentially would have allowed you to play that 1v1 against Luxio towards the end. And Luxio only had 5 HP when the lineup happened. That was so close. It shouldn't have gone down to that in the first place, though, for him to try to clutch. Because, again, it was a nice push with the execution. And when you're ulting to grab Spike and plant towards Abyss, they actually had a double flank on middle. And after that gets spotted, you see that Galoris really tried to tempo up much quicker towards this B site. And Sato just caught two players off guard with some nice Bladestorm shots. Allowed this scenario to happen here for Galoris to convert a lower buy against 2G. What is the conversion on the lower buys of the series so far between these two teams? It has to be high.
Not even sure. I think it definitely, I mean, it's been high this whole day. Like, it's crazy how many times we've seen like thrifties, and I feel like in general it really is that jet diff, to be honest. When the Bladestorms comes out, I feel like the game starts to get a little bit more serious, but that in general was just wild because both players full blind, and you can't shoot the Gecko, so you just immediately subconsciously go for the wingman, and then at that point it's already over. Like there's no recovering from that, and that sucks. If
anything, he's still got Urango as the Gecko, but when the Gecko dies, the wingman's still defusing. It's unfortunate therefore the scenario that Spike had to play against, because against any other duo that didn't have a wingman, it would have been GG. But it's Galoris back in the lead, and 2G pushing quickly towards the side and updraft to take control of Heaven.
You know what?
This may be a pop flash for him to swing out towards Heaven as well if they time it right. It's the Eldrone first.
I was gonna say KO couldn't do that.
True. KO got the pop flash at least though, but just the shots didn't happen. User error, unfortunately.
Oh
wait, the thrash missed.
There's no way. And they still almost actually fumbled the back, but okay, Valorous, never mind.
Still works.
You know what? I believe in the power, and I'm sorry for doubting you, because right now, there was no chance. Respectable.
That would have been so much more dangerous if who was that in the corner? Zap had a better weapon than a Guardian, unless it was Prize. Either or, it was the person with the Guardian. If he had a different rifle, that could have been potentially a second or third kill to control that. It was Zap. There you go. The Thrash actually chased after LZ into main. I love the bait and switch, but unfortunately there was a Jet that was way more forward than everybody else, which happened to be very good towards the end here for Galoris, because that guaranteed the trade towards the end, and no shenanigans on the lower buy conversion this time from 2G. And now that we're inching towards the end of that map, though, it's looking to be Galoris' win.
To be honest, it feels like things are a little rushed too. Like, I'm not even sure how to describe it. Like, even right now, pretty quick rotation. It's only been what, like 10 seconds now. The A site is the site we want to go. Lack of information collected in the first place too. They didn't play on any level of patience, so now they're just going to run it down A. See with the information they have what happened.
Nowhere to run!
That's gonna hurt. Hunter's Fury already making its way down towards the back of the site. They're lucky. And they're doing great, honestly. Working with the information they had. Hunter's Fury making it very, very good to apply that pressure down towards backside.
And that's what we finally wanted to find the value of an Eldrone and Hunter's Fury. And loading a lot of these ults, converting the round, right? So you've used a Hunter's Fury and confirming now that the players are so far to be able to rotate. And with the ping, knowing that Sato still has this off. So you have to be meticulous going into the next round here, continuing to use your initiator utility rather correctly. But I gotta praise something that Galoris has been doing quite well that I haven't really seen 2G do really yet is these mid to A splits that are fairly quick, or just simple mid control. Galoris seems to play a very one-sided extremity control type of play, which works out at least for plants, but it doesn't give them too much space here for these post plants.
Yeah, absolutely nothing, man. And it's so tense. Like, we're kind of reaching the roundabout moment of who's going to be able to run away with this map. in particular. 10-11. 2G, just very subtle moments where they can't seem to really pull through.
I'll keep
But
them quiet.
right now, the time to really change it all. Of course, they lose this one Galaris. For Galaris, they could slowly
So
put
good.
them in bad economy, but yeah, first shot, nice.
And 140 moment, a 140 Phantom moment there for Spike, because he actually did get the first hit onto Sato and headshots him. And Sato manages to get the kill, the dash away. Almost that second one on to Zap. But that's so much information.
Okay, 2 pings and the shot's not hitting? I'm confused, but either way, it doesn't matter. Galaris just still have so many players watching, and not to mention the op that can honestly make a big takeaway here. Urango having so much util to utilize in this moment. They could throw out maybe a Dizzy to really focus on these corners here, which would be perfect. 34 health left on the Is. This is the best moment that you can have right now, especially with some sort of conversion from Luxo still working themselves up. And is this it? The 1v4 still holding on. That's maybe the one. And they can't get the next. Perfect play for Galaris to put themselves to match point.
One of those moments where I'm just looking at Zap's POV, I was like, please just throw a shove dart in there. Because of Sato's 10 HP, and I think it was Urango that was at 40 HP. That would have done so much damage towards security when both of them were waiting to flood retake with the rest of the team. And again, Luxo being a hero, despite not getting kills, but that hat was so... Well, okay, as I say that, the replay just got 2 kills, but the hat gave so much information there to start activating the team on that retake towards the end. It's been so valuable once again. I got to keep talking about Luxo so far for this roster. He's been such a good Sentinel / Viper player. Let's see. I mean, more eyes have to be on this guy. If he's consistent like this and being able to play this on an international stage and put these numbers against other teams other than regional matchups, he's got a promising future.
Crazy player. We see it in the performance too. And also very, very obedient to the rules that the team wants to play with. Right now, just watching, not really making any movements, playing with the patience. Even though one team member goes down, Sato, Laura's still working themselves for the flank around. And this is going to be so good if the timing works.
Well, they tried to out-drone Paranoia and they missed all the timing, but at least he keeps everybody inside the site. 2G's flipping the map, perfectly done. That should be a round conversion now for 2G.
Flash gone, yeah. At this point in time, not really there. You can wide swing everything you want. Whoa, okay. For a second there, it did get a little bit concerning in terms of who's going down. Not much to look forward right now. 11-12. Potential for the match point.
Yeah, it was a nice try. A triple flank around, you're trying to get that trap towards the front, but if you kept everybody contained within that site and 2G still went around with everybody dead, that would have been a very tough look in the last round of regulation here for 2G in terms of a buy, but they kept 3 players alive. Again, I loved that they went for the flip up towards the A site, towards back security to actually catch Sato in the back there and not give a chance here for Galoris to flood back and pinch from that 3-man flank. So economy is going to be very good here from both of these teams. And a potential now to witness our first overtime of today. We've seen a lot of these throughout Ascension so far since day one, if not a lot of 13-11s. And if you're watching M80 games, you're in for the long run because they've been all OTs so far, pretty much. So yeah, the competition's been very, very, very amazing for all of these teams so far. And despite, you know, us having the NA pill and seeing that TSM hasn't had the best results after their first victory against 2G as their opening game, or against Galoris as their opening game, they still looked okay. They tried to come out with something new with different comps and tried to meta game right and anti-strat right in the middle of the competition. Fortunately, it fell flat, but it gives them a good learning curve to continue to fight strong here in this tournament.
Yeah.
But now to focus back on the region, it's again Luxo doing such a good job here. 25-14 on one end, and Silence at 23-16 on the other end.
Dizzy's up top.
start to it. The Dizzy does get thrown up, but okay, Silence was ready for it. Anti-flash position, and now for Root to take one, that's great. But so many players lost already in the op. Really needing to solidify some sort of hold.
Yeah, love it from 2G though to hold back towards the spawn. Instant punish on 2 players pushing forward. I was going to say, oh my god, this is a dub. Luxio's going to win this. He just timed the trip, and if he doesn't hear anybody moving across here... Oh no, they all went towards A, never mind. Never mind. So we go back to the initial point that what we're trying to talk about. Instantly punishing Orongo and Santo was nice to stay back towards the spawn and deny that aggressive trap play that Galoris is trying to do. There was a slight overheat though from Zap getting hit by Rude, but now this pivot back towards the A side because they know it's an op trying to hold the site. You're playing 4v1 against that, you guarantee the plant, and now you're almost guaranteeing a round on a 4 versus 3.
Shotguns are hitting nice, but okay. Information, Luxio works off of that. This is it, though.
Dude.
Can Galoris run away with his first map of the series? And that they will do. Of course, Luxio saying, I'm him. And that you are finishing things off with Defender 13-11. A long game, but you can tell. Oh my gosh, this is gonna make me cry. Please don't show that to me.
Oh man, they wanted it. They wanted it for sure, and you could see how happy they are at least for the victory. But a little bit of conversation between Orongo and the coach here to try to figure things out into the second map. But at least if you look at it from this aspect, it's been nice so far here overall on the results of Galoris on that first map. And again, all thanks to Luxio so far. That spray that he got through the wall, I don't even know that he knew somebody was behind. He just went for a random spray to get that kill and allow here for Galoris to come back and rotate across and get this victory in a 13-11, where again, it should have been converted there for 2G in that first map towards the end.
It was close. It was extremely close. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, the real factor as to why a lot of that didn't work could have honestly felt like it was Luxio. Majority of the time, just really star-studded plays, a great player in general. Everyone on that team was really performing their best game. But of course, there is a lot more. And sometimes when you lose, you feel an anger inside of you that makes you want to win. So we're going to see what exactly happens in the next map right after this break.
a very intense map between 2Game and Galores, but it's Galores who get the win on the map of Abyss with a 13-11. Welcome back, everybody. And Roy, on this map, oh my god, we got to see the individuals play out. It was so back and forth between the two. The late rounds that you wanted to talk about as well were something that guarantee who was gonna get the rounds, who was gonna get 1 or 2 in a row, and to see who was gonna close it out, that ends up being Galores.
Yeah, before I get into the late rounds, I just want to say one quick statement. Luxo is him. He is actually him. He's a beast. But yeah, now to go back onto the late rounds, I do think there was a lot of late round situations that could have gone either way. I think there was so many scenarios that came down to just like people winning individual fights, people winning individual duels, having pop-off moments. But I do have to say that the retakes for Galores did look impeccable.
They were clean, and it was nice to see M80 because on the side of Galores, this is the kind of team that we wanted to see. And to be honest, we were also not expecting a clean game between the two. They've played each other a few times in the past, but what really matters is how they were able to close it out on this map, especially in the last few rounds.
Yeah, Galores won the pistol and the second round, so they already had a 4-round advantage on both of the sides. So that right there just gave them a head start, but it still was a close game despite that. It was 13-11, and we just saw 2G going into the traps that Galores had. And like Roy was saying, there was 2 players for me on Galores that really shined. Luxo. I think 2G's plan needs to be to go after Luxo. Luxo's dead, then you have more of a chance to win the round. 27-14 as Cypher.
Nasty.
Insane. I mean, we talked about this guy yesterday and what he was doing on the Viper on Icebox, and I like that now he's having such a good performance because that is going to be our second map of today. We're heading into Icebox in a situation where we want to see if 2Game are able to push us to that third map, and it's a Galores that have had some amazing instances. They were able to get this map, and it's for a fact that Galores, they need to win this match if they want to make it to playoffs. So the stakes are there, the players are there, Roy. We want to see how they're able and what they're able to do on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, Galores, it's more like gallery, okay, because their retakes are an art. And the fact is we're going into Icebox. Listen, yeah, you like that one? Come on now, come on, that's improv, come on now. But like yeah, so the Icebox is like a post-plan retake simulator, and they looked really good in those scenarios. And I'm honestly really not liking the foreshadowing for 2G here. And you are right, this match is very important for Galores. They need this. They statistically and mentally, they need this win to have a real shot into playoffs, so that they're not depending on like RNG to qualify.
So I was able to ask RKT from the Latin American broadcast how this is going to work. And it means for Galores to make it to playoffs, they need to win this match and the next match 100%. But that doesn't mean that they're in. It's going to depend on them and TSM, whether they win or lose. So once again, reminding the Galores, they would like to take this win, especially if they're able to take it 2-0, as it's always been when they're facing 2Game. Now we get to jump into the Blacklight Agent Select M80, and we get to see these compositions that remain the same for both of the teams.
Yeah. I like the Sage, and like you said, it's relatively the same that they've been playing for Icebox to be Galores' pick. I like this because they lost versus M80, a strong team, 11-13. But like I said, they've got a good warm-up so far on Icebox, and they've been playing well so far.
Is it going to be this as the history has told for Galores to get once again a 2-0 against 2Game, or is 2Game going to be able to answer and get the first map win against Galores for the first time since February? Let's find out with Gompers and Vance.
Back into it again. Another game. Super excited. The last one, it took a turn in which, honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know who was going to run away from that, to be honest, fans.
Yeah, and it could be something very similar going into this game too, because once again, if you're just tuned in now, this is probably like the third time that they're playing against each other on Icebox, where the last two is 13-11 for Galores this time around. We're already going live into this one too, but going back into this one, there's been a compositional change for 2G. They used to play a Gecko on this one as well, and now switching Spike away from that role and taking the Initiator role. So I'm assuming that they're really trying to leverage Silence a little bit more in terms of map take that they want to take within the site. Starts off with an A-side hit, pivot towards that side. There's still a pop flash available. Silence still has his dash.
Yeah.
That's quick to take yellow control. We'll see what happens after that.
Silence left over. Luxo playing on the Viper. Gonna be pretty good, honestly. Waiting to really utilize their own forefront knowledge to help out the team right now in this moment, especially now as the retake is gonna have to start moving forward. Yeah.
And all of this is done off one Aldro. You still save the flash and you still save the dash. This could be huge right now for the pulse plan for 2G.
I think it's gonna happen. This is nice. The wall goes up. It's pistol round. Who's gonna shoot through something like that? They can. The reload pops through. And it's a beautiful play already. Coming through a 2K to just finish everybody off.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Galoris had somebody sticking on to that spike. So yeah, the shots were good for those that are pushing towards white and towards green to get denied there by Prize, who was playing that Sheriff. But that is also the difficult part here of playing against a Sage. The raid take wall so good at that point where he played so passively. Look at him, all 5 of them holding back towards that spawn. And I thought if it wasn't going to be a pop flash to take control here towards yellow, it was potentially to time something to fight behind the Viper wall and to flip to take control of the back of the B side so that you wouldn't have to fight against a Sage wall. Unfortunately here, it's a Galoris easy defuse.
Ooh.
Now they have Outlaw to work with on that second round, and it already rings Silent Falls.
Trying to fight out of the discomfort there. Okay, well, you know, Vandal in hand too is going to be so good for the next round, because despite this being, okay, a save round for 2G, they can come back from the next one. I think your Ango in this moment is really looking towards the future. Satho's going to be able to take an easy shot too. Body shot is all they need, and what's going to happen? 2 flashes available. Oh my gosh, the jiggle peak of a lifetime.
Calls out the wall too so that it gives a chance for the rotate to happen for Galoris. This is not going to be easy at all, and almost a minty flawless, but nonetheless a black light flawless for Galoris. Only Evil Kick got a little bit of damage done, but this is going to be an interesting portion here because they had the plant on that first round, and I saw a Ghost being purchased by Spike on that second round, which then means the econ may not be the best, depending it depends on what the rest of the team bought around that. But we just saw here before we got the shot on the stage that they still had enough economy to buy full shields. If not, it was going to be fairly dangerous here to play against, once again, Sato on the Outlaw. That would have, once again, done some heavy damage just like he did previously. That small shield is on the back of Prize because he has to invest in the KJ utility. Alarm bot, Nanoswarm, grouping up together, trying to play the pulse plan, hopefully effectively this time around. Oh, but there's so much map control. Look at how inserted we are here on the defensive side. This is a huge read that he know the hit's coming towards the A site.
Whoa. Lots and lots of damage already made on Spike too. Rude, yes, they go down, but they use the util they already have placed. Too much of a detriment there, but unfortunately enough, it's not going to work. Already 4v2, and yeah, okay, we have a Vandal, but how well is that going to work? Galoris losing out on majority of their players and leaving your Angle alone. Fight for themselves, the Vandal shots hitting. Maybe they can be the clutch factor here.
The 1v5 is going to be very difficult. Trying to keep the econ low.
Didn't see that?
Yeah, I don't know if he had a left-hand model issue, potentially. Well, I know on our POV we see right hand, but he could be playing left-handed model where he couldn't see it as he was walking out. But nonetheless, I still like the attempt that they were trying to do here for Galoris. It looked like it was mismatched, but because they had the Sage inserted towards green, pretty much towards the garage, towards the B side, they knew the hit was happening towards the A site. They pulled the wall up. You're trying to isolate the push coming in, but unfortunately, your shots just didn't land on your crossfire. No trades happened either on the side of Galoris, so it ended up being 2G really overrunning that 3-site hold on the crossfire and giving a chance now for 2G all ready to fight back in round number 4.
Just go through with this. Seems like now especially... Oh, Dark didn't make too much noise though. Catching being out. They know luck shows there, but are they going to pick that fight? No, they're not. Back off to the side of the defense here.
And a simple cut noise, re-hit the site. There's that dash. It's actually expending the wall quite early. This is a big win so far for 2G. Although they have expended the wall already, they have to wait for a third wave for the fuel to come back and go for one last hit. But as they do that, Zap's already using all of his shock darts. They do have one more nano to push back on that side. It's preemptive here.
Once that smoke goes down, it does start the eruption, though. Actually, no smoke needed to go down because they are just wide swinging the angle and going up against players who can handle their own. Look, Show making plays that could work and could save Galoris here in this moment, and they do. Sato, the one to clean it up for this 3-1.
It was such a nice pop flash recall dart, pinged 2 players towards the snowman. But they ran through that with the spike.
Yeah.
And that just, I mean, you're trying to run that and Luke Show's not blind anymore, you are not going to be able to fight against the whole back at Snowman with how Luke Show's been playing so far, and that's going to sting for sure. The whole first part, the first steps of getting into the site was perfectly played by the attacking side of 2G. Like I said, on the defensive side, they had to throw the wall right away. It got broken up, less util to hold here on the defensive side. And they understood here from the pistol round that they needed to activate more to fight back towards the spawn, but the win con was making sure you play behind the wall, but yeah.
Slight whiff on the shot there. That's going to be hurtful for the defense here from Galoris. They can't use the util that was placed down before. Actually, no, Resurrection settled down, so there is a potential to come back from this.
They lose another player in the process, though. Hero rifle for LZ allows now Silence to pick up a rifle, too. Beautiful KO ult to not allow any early util, but it allows all of Galoris to group up.
Yeah, losing out Luck Show is big importance, too, because now they can't use the smoke for the retake. They have to watch every single angle. Flash comes out in the ult. Maybe they can just distract them, but they can't 2G. Stuck in various positions.
That was a great start, though, by LZ. The hero rifle to sneak up and get that surprise kill to start things off. On to Rude. And then 2G is able to convert here a lower buy. Dude, there's something about these Vipers on this map from Brazil that understands such good timing so far. Again, it's Luck Show yesterday against M80. Today, it seems to be LZ on his first flash in a pan, and we'll have to now keep an eye on him to see if this is going to be consistent, because you definitely needed those type of plays to give a little bit of breathing room back for 2G, because they're letting a couple of these macro plays in the post plan slip since the beginning of this map.
Price with the op is not something I thought I would see either, but a pickup from him could mean anything. Watching towards A, waiting for the push to happen. Nice shot off Luck Show, actually off the start, so that's a good first engagement to take in. Unfortunately, can't really collect anything else from that. And yeah, Rude stuck in bad positioning.
That's what we wanted to see. Jump spot 2, baiting out the overextension and a shot of Rude. Allowing the back swing here from LZ, and now an easy plant. Not much to work with here on the retake. Not sure if Sato has his Blade Storm activated. Does here. We're going to commit to the site to do some econ damage.
And the nade does settle back.
Oh, he missed.
Well, can they do anything else about it? Okay, is there finally with a 4K, slowly moving themselves forward, and Blade Storm is it up to Sato, but 1v3? In time of the essence, yeah, absolutely no way. Honestly, at this point, all there is to hide. And that they are not going to do, actually. Sap cleans it up nice and easy.
That would have been so nice as well. They threw up the wall so that everybody stays towards green and white, and then you're trying to updraft from pipes to get some Blade Storm shots right down the line. And you know Sato's good for those when he's able to float, being very accurate on those. But unfortunately, with that miss, it foils up the whole plan. And one costly mistake, though, that allows 2G to really come back into this game. 3-3 scoreline so far.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, big appreciation on the lineup there, too, because they just held off on that angle for a while.
He got shot right away, too, though.
Oh, yeah.
So they know there's at least one player anchored up towards Orange, towards Kitchen.
Oh, man, and Hunter's Fury now making its way, too. But the pressure's being made. Nobody's really playing off of that. Instead, maybe just looking for some sort of damage, but isolation not there.
Uranger broke his angles dropping down, so he's forcing to heal on himself. That's unlucky. So they won't have a heal if there's actually a post-plant scenario where they have a couple of trades coming back on Valora's side. So 2G has a silver lining here on the attempt of the execution towards this A site.
Oh no, the hair was seen. They know Urango's on the wall. They actually know how to fight this though. Never mind, already making it so much more difficult. Wall breaks down and Silence now has to fight for everything else, but the 3K from Spike, it makes it somewhat easier.
Welcome to my world.
Pit on top of 410. Spike, I think, will have to play behind, so he watches the back of Maze. And they'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, nice shot already. Luck show!
Oh my god.
If there was one, there was the other. And, you know, I respect the spray down.
Yeah, I mean, Luxo plays the Viper, so if he sees a pit like that, he knows I potentially know where these players are at. Let me just go and spray, and he gets both of them. And that, you mentioned it, they saw that ponytail, but I think they still thought that Uranger was staying on the top of 410.
Oh, yeah.
So as they're focused on that spot, he goes onto the wall, catches one off guard, and that's Spike that gets picked off. And then it allows here, again, enough commotion for the rotate to happen from the B side and for Luxo to do what Luxo does best. Another casual, easy 2K.
Get out of my way!
Oh, which they can play with this. They hear the Blade Storm coming through, the dash already, and yeah, big run behind from Luxo. Does not want to play into the angle of this one.
Yeah, missed the pop flash too, unfortunately, so try to time it out for an updraft, getting some space towards main while blinding some players within the site with a recon and a flash play. Still gets a timing though. Oh, that was close.
Still huge potential too. I mean, either way, yeah, fight already commencing here as well. Was just waiting, kind of maybe catch out a rotation, and that they did. 2G, now they leave this one before come into action, and so many ultimates left to use for the next round as well. So regardless of whether or not they even have the economy, they're pretty well settled for the next couple rounds for 2G.
Yeah, they jumped across. Almost got caught there by Rude. At least it's information there. They also cycle an ult orb for Zap. So despite, again, the couple of rounds that slipped through their fingers on how they played their post plans for 2G on this B side and how they try to take control of B site,
yeah,
they're still able to make sure that they understand the protocols and the state of their game and the state of their situation in terms of ult economy and economy overall. To still have some good fight here in this game. Remember, this has always been a map that went the distance between these two teams. Decided in the 24th round. Change of composition coming out from 2G. And Spike trying to continue to find value out of pot flashing to support Silence. It hasn't really worked out yet, but at least him as a KO and a null command has definitely done a lot here to try to prevent a fast flood retake coming out from the defensive side. I think at this point, this is probably like the third null command already available for Spike in this half.
That's done.
Could possibly be, man. Look at that. Like that teamwork still intact. Hope's high. Overall, I do like, you can definitely see the attitude differential here with the seriousness that Valoris are really putting into the game. Of course, 4-4 isn't the best case scenario to be in, but right now, there it goes. Managed to make something happen.
I love these ranked type of plays because you're able to find a great timing usually just running it down with a Bucky. Unfortunately, his first shot didn't connect, but still gets one for his troubles.
Spike planted. Set it down. So that's good. Right now, they don't have too much attention to anything. The only fear that they should have is Sato somewhat popping off somehow, somewhere. Right there it's going to be. Maybe looking for another headshot. And there goes Sato. Maybe the saving grace for the game. 2v2.
You should run.
Weapon could be picked up if they do manage to deny this, but now they know they can win the fight. The 1v1, the wall there as well. It makes it so much more difficult for Price. Halfway through, the wide swing is huge, and Sato just takes it. No. Actually, still done in half, so I think this might be it. Whoa. This is the turnaround that I didn't think of. Yeah.
He's okay. I was like, Wait, Santo, you're still you're still in the ult here. but thankfully there was still enough time. That would have been crazy. But just looking at this Blacklight replay, that small recon guard that pings all three of them. Again, it's the Sage wall that forces the hand of how 2G's playing the pulse plant. Yes, they had nanoswarms on top, all broken by a shock dart or preemptively popped. The snake bite's only going to do so little. If you're at 100 HP, you're still going to defuse. So these guys have to activate and continuously push and fight against Galores here. Thankfully, well, not even thankfully, they even lost a round, right? It was won here by Galores overall.
That was honestly a huge turnover. Give a duelist a gun and tell him to go shoot, and guess what happens?
Yeah, I see chat saying, yeah, you could break the wall. Yeah, agreed. But when you're also breaking the wall, you're also forcing to reload right after, right? You're having 2-3 guys trying to spray that wall, and you see how fast Galores are moving across yellow as soon as the wall gets popped up.
Yeah.
So they are already ready to fight back as soon as the wall breaks.
Yeah.
You're catching some players potentially on reloads or whatnot, so it's still very difficult right now for 2G to play these pulse plants. You gotta push.
Yeah. Also with that, gonna have to allow that to reset in. I don't even know what I'm saying. The recoil to set in, but yeah, there goes Galores.
30 seconds left.
Already taken out majority on the side of 2G, which was pretty frank to begin with. I feel like they're on that last half. Galores definitely knowing how to defend the B side at this point now, knowing that it's
found them. Killed my bot.
I mean, the most inquired on the side of 2G, but yeah, watching behind. Can they take off Sato? No, you cannot. Absolutely not. Blacklight flawless coming in for Galores.
Easy 1-2. One snake bite being thrown by Luxo from Snowman. Pushes 2 players vulnerable right into Orange, and they got dismantled. Look at that again. Look at that util to answer back whenever this wall is coming up. Aldrone clears. They fight information. They have the util at the right spots. Then they also have the Sage coming back on the rotate. I think what's missing a lot here is not necessarily the mid control, but it's a default that allows for you to activate a little bit more on an extremity. Because again, I feel like I'm watching All Knights versus Reta one more time, where everybody's just focused on one end of the map and just continuing on that side. And yes, they've had some mid lurks that's been denied, but we haven't really seen a look of like a Viper or KJ trying to work the extremities when you're adding so much noise on the B side of the map that the KJ could activate, trying to win your 1v1 towards the A site and then pivot back. Like the good old standard Icebox to be played, right? They've been very one-dimensional. We could fight back because we have a KO and we could pop flash for these fights against Galores. But quite frankly, 1, they haven't, and 2, they haven't been holding the pulse plants because of those scenarios. So, or you're trying to activate some faster lurks on the flanks in the pulse plants, or default, work a little bit more slowly and have your lurkers, your KJ, your Viper, activate on the other side of the map. And it seems to be the case now, because they had this Viper wall up. They're putting the orb on the middle. They're still wall up at the same time. Both initiators on that side with the Jet now finally meeting up with them because maybe somebody didn't listen to what the coach was saying. And then now you finally have Prize trying to work towards this A side. But this is a lower buy that 2G has.
Oh, slow. That's great. Honestly, either way, it didn't matter. They're going to get a free pick off here, too, with this double player push. Oh, they're looking for a big fight to come through. Not really caring who's there.
And it was a hero rifle on that side, too, that could have made a difference.
Yeah.
And the idea was there, except you actually jumped in to break the darts. You already gave your position away. So now when there's an Alodrone and a triple player clearing you, what can you really do? Except you call the audible, and you're now flipping the map towards spawn. I like that answer from 2G.
Toxin screen down.
Turret to see an indication as to where some of these players might be, but there it goes, already just underneath. Turret goes down now, especially the spikes util. And they have to try to fight this one back. Lockdown is going to be good, but the question is, how good? You still have Zap looking for blood.
Oh, it's good.
No, but yeah, moving outward. Actually, this reposition might be better.
It's over.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you're catching up to this one.
They lost.
You're going to have to make so much noise. It's going to get heard. It's diffused. That just one lockdown being placed by Rude in the right spot in kitchen. They flipped the map and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot I have a lockdown. You guys are all screwed. So yeah, nice little back and forth that we went from read to read. But again, I would have appreciated a little bit more patience coming out from Prize at the beginning of this round, where he gave his position away here towards the A side.
So one more round to hold on to here. So they buckled the back just a little bit for 2G. Galoris again running off that height on the last game of running away with it, but Hunter's Fury really isn't putting too much pressure into this. If anything, the defense moving up closer and closer to try to eliminate any sense of space taking.
It's 4 players there.
Yeah.
Just because they knew it was going to be some sort of a battle, the KJs to one finding information with passive utility, and now Gordon for the flank.
Now when they took it down, they know Satho's up above, just hopping the angles down, but they do go down. Easily enough. LZ is going to be able to retrieve it, but now the spike dropped. And finding a way to take it, but the flank is there. They don't know Rude is there. The timing is perfect. They finally find another. And it's a 1v3 at this point. So isolate the fight, find something from it, but you can't. Galoris just too good.
Your duty is not over.
8-4 to end the half. And it's got to be something about regional matches. It just feels like that second seed is just not looking like that strong team that goes in as the underdog. You know, Roy talked about underdog and overdogs in this tournament so far, and you can't really coin one on any of these teams. Even if M80 is currently 3-0 so far, they had to fight for those victories. Most recently here against 2G and Galoris. But now they have their own regional matchup against TSM, who TSM on that end though in North America rather was able to dethrone any of those top teams except for M80. So these are all nice little storylines that we're currently seeing in these regional matchups today. We're now going toe-to-toe in each region. That #1 seed definitely shines against our opponents locally. And they have the perfect reads, they have the perfect plays. And the ones that are the underdogs, that #2 seed, again, feel very one-dimensional.
I mean, too, like Galoris, they're literally just begging for a win at this point. They just want one. They don't care when or how they're going to get it. They have a win. They have one win that they do not want to let go on that last map. And that's that. Like, you could see it, the disappointment in their faces from the M80 game. And again, like, it really did feel like a fire had been ignited into this team. So I think...
For sure.
All in all, 2G, all Galoris is thinking is you've had your turn. It's ours now.
And they have the chance to stay with this, right? Dan Dry was mentioning they have to win these 2 games. It depends what happens with the TSM game as well. And they might be able to squeeze through. It also depends what happens to the other teams too. But apologies as well. When I said M80's games, they won against Galoris very close, and the other ones were against Reta and All Knights, of course. That's where we saw the potential of what All Knights could bring here in this tournament. But now it's looking to be anybody's game so far to guarantee a playoff spot outside of M80, where it's almost guaranteed, if not already guaranteed, as they're 3-0. But we're starting this pistol round. Natostorm to break the turret on the top of Boiler. That's being thrown for Galoris. So already from the get-go, from the very beginning, you're seeing a change of a different approach of Galoris that works the map without having to show their bodies. That allows them to potentially split into this A site.
Already prepared for this pistol round, knowing that 2G need to get some sort of takedown, and that's exactly what they do. The mid side, getting early information, and also gathering those early picks, so you do have the Viper and the Sentinel down.
Spike planted.
Boy, that's a great start now for 2G. one flash to work with for Spike.
Yeah. No, they're gonna run it down now. Now at this point, they could make something satisfactory happen with Dolores. They are trying to get the right clicks in, and around that should have been won out by 2G originally is just gone.
That is a 3v5, and you're letting your KO being the one to break the recon. Maybe somebody else could have done it, so he has his pop flash ready so they could actually activate right after and not waste that extra second. They didn't even break it, he even got pinged on top of that. But it definitely showed, at least to kick things off for Galores, that there was a little bit of miscomms on how they peeked down towards middle. I respect that they're trying to go for the 3-2-1 swing outside of the Viper Orb on the extremities, but when you're doing that on that end, you're still exposing only one player on a 1v1 towards Boiler, which started well for Zap to get those 2 kills, those 2 dual wins. But by God, did that retake was not the retake of the century there for 2G.
Not the time, nor the place. 2G can't seem to fight the resolve against Galores, but Galores, they're looking to fight a little bit more. They're instigating right now on the A site. Early darts coming through.
It's so difficult right now in 2G's position because you're not playing the side that allows for you to plant and get some money in. So you're trying to invest and try to get some dubs here and trying to bring it back into your favor. But if you're losing this round, investing these shares, investing the Marshall, your economy, you're just going to battle against that the whole time if you're not landing these shots for the rest of the half.
Oh my gosh. Right there.
30 seconds
already
left.
Done with. There's no damage made onto Galores,
Oh,
so
no.
Wall's already settled down over towards A. There's no retake potential in this moment. If anything, they're looking for one. They were fighting for their lives for one.
And unfortunately, I don't like that. 4-player stack towards the A side. You had the great spot at default first, and you decide to pivot towards yellow to hopefully get that one and done, but you lose that spot and you lose all map control.
Yeah.
Because now with this wall up and the Sage wall, how do you really try to get the information of who's really playing behind that Viper wall? Are they playing more forward or not? So now you have to scale up more slowly for 2G for the retake. And then at this rate, it's probably just die to Spike. You can't allow Galores to pick up any ult orbs right after here with how that first round went down. Oh my God, and you're giving more orbs to Luxshow.
If anything.
If anything, it's Jover.
I was looking for hope. I was looking for hope.
Nope.
Oh my gosh. Aw, that's so nice. And it's so nice to see smiles on their faces from last time because they were pretty upset with themselves, like,
yeah,
over their performance. So I think that's another thing too. Like, finally actually seeing the things that you've worked on for so long come into fruition in your game. It's such an enlightening feeling.
Definitely. And all kidding aside, it's not to harp here on these number 2 seeds, but the regional matchups you can definitely see here because of the amount of reps that these teams are getting against each other. The number 1 seed seems to always have such a good read against everybody.
Powers out.
Dang. Seems like 2G is having good reads against everybody too right now, which is the way that it needs to go. Because if not, like you said, it's Jover. This is the round they really do need to bring back, and bring back they can't. Luxshow is not somebody you want to play around with. This is dangerous though. I do not like how there's
spike planted.
There's a big just split between both players here.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my, oh no.
Good. Okay.
We're good? All good.
Maybe it works. No, it does not. And there's no trade-off there either.
Exactly. Look at where all the X's are here across the map on this A site for the defensive side. Yes, it started off well with a 1-pick or first blood, but then everything else is, I'm going to try to do a hero play. I'm going to try to hero swing. Spike try to swing through a Viper wall on the defensive side to try to pick some players off. And while that Viper wall would have been everything here to allow the 2 players to turtle up in the back of the site so that you could actually activate that flank in the pulse plant, or at least a crossfire or delay enough so you can set up a crossfire within the A site would have been probably a good thing to do here on the defensive side for 2G. But that's what I'm trying to get to is when you're watching these regional matchups, you just see the disparity or discrepancy and the gap here between that #1 team and that #2 team. The exact same thing happened earlier on today between Reta and All Knights, and it's just going to repeat here against Glorious and 2G, and we'll see if it repeats against TSM and M80.
I agree with that, honestly, and it's also like they're put in these positions. The #1 rule is, okay, if you're put in that position, fine, but also think critically when you are, but don't be put in that position in the first place. And I think they just continue to allow themselves to be so uncomfortably, like, brutally beaten down by Colores because they're not thinking. Not that they're not thinking about the actions they're gonna like push forward and whatnot. It feels like a lot of the time they're constantly looking for these like early first engagements, but again, they're still not working as a team to get them. There's no cohesion on the defense to push outward aggressively on Icebox, and it feels so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and the first time they have a good economy to work with in the second half, that happened, right? These individual swings and plays to everybody feeling that because you're trailing behind by so far, everybody has to activate and be that player and not stay within the protocols of what could work in your favor to bring the comeback in the first place. And you see because of that, what happened here on that buy of the Marshall and the Sheriffs and whatnot, the economy is not the best here. 4 Sheriffs and a Bulldog trying to fight back on a 5 versus 5 retake. Now you're just wasting bullets trying to break a wall with Sheriffs.
Oh, that wall's so well placed too. That small little insert allows Sato to play more aggressively and also just control the site. And the site control is huge. Tremendous even. Right there, of course, yes. Spike manages to get the headshot, but you can't do anything just because of luck show. Everybody else watching through the select crevices, the cracks, and waiting on the outskirts. But match point that we finally do get to reach here. And a possibility for Glorious to run off with that first series win.
And the last efforts to fight back now in this game for 2G. Map point, series point coming out now for Glorious, where, again, unfortunately, it's not looking too good on how they're trying to work the defensive side now for 2G. Off at least comes out for Silence. Not at the right spot to start. Glorious is trying to just work for a B-site hold. Or a B-site push, rather.
Poison's off.
I think the knife might have hit some players here to get some information, so that forces the rotate over from Prize to help out. And I like this change. You're not trying to overcommit to try to run back towards yellow. Okay, as I say that, he does it.
Poison's off.
Okay, there we go. We're fine. Your weak side here, soft side now on the B site. So try to fall back for a bit. Make sure that you hold this area now so that the rest of your team can rotate across.
I mean, it works. They learned from their mistake before of just being isolated out in the open. Which, how is this gonna really occur for 2G when you do still have Sato reaching around, but around the back? Dude, the timing is insane! The smoke is up, and that allows a somewhat of an escape to come through from Sato. Hunter Shuri trying to make its way through, of course. Yeah, okay, Sato goes down, and now that leaves some sort of elimination 3v3 situation. We can somewhat see things starting to work its way back around 2G, wanting this victory for themselves, but the shock dart making damage. The Viper's pistol up, the decay there, it can happen, and it does the simple clutch to finish everything off for Glorious to win this out. That first victory feels immaculate.
And the last 2 rounds, you got to gift it to Sato for sure. When they broke the wall, the defensive side of the lower buy, a slit comes through the wall. He gets the first blood in the pick and making it very difficult there for 2G to come back. This last round right there, both players had to anchor that B site and lock down that area so the teammates could rotate. Sato, again, sticking the wheel, not allowing the gears to turn here to allow 2G to come back for a retake. And it's been from A to Z, from the mid-rounding, from the post plants, just in favor of Glorious this whole series. And this is a great start, finally. Some resurgency coming out now for Glorious that looks much cleaner than their opening games, but also looking with a victory to build that confidence and try to come back here in the potential race for playoffs, right? They were 0-3. They're now 1-3. They have to win these next 2 games, and now even their last game now, to try to stay alive and have a chance here to make it to playoffs, because they were the most dominant team in their region, but they haven't had a chance to show that right now in the Ascension playoffs.
This was honestly like the most intense battleground, and I feel like Valorant definitely held their own very, very incredibly. Honestly, it felt like it never looked tense when you were looking at the cameras. It felt like at every single point in time, at every single moment, they were well put together. They were there was never any mental despair like we got to see on the opposing side 2 game. It crumbled, not only mentally, but mechanically every single time on Icebox. And maybe it was just the home ground that was so comfortable with the side of obviously the opposing side. But for Galoris, yeah, okay, Icebox is comfortable, but you can't be solo peeking angles. You can't, you know, work the way that you did. And I feel like they're definitely going to learn from that. It could have just been a very tense moment today.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a great start, right? Because like you said, if you're looking at the cameras for Galoris' side, where they went 0-3, going into this game 0-3 so far in their record, and they win it very confidently and convincingly, and you're seeing the relief right after. They looked very calm, but there was a lot of pressure for them to perform and to perform adequately. And I think it might give them that what was needed here to have a deep run now in the Ascension.
No, absolutely. But of course, we have an analyst desk to break it down for you guys. So that's it for me and Van Silly. We'll see you guys later. Analyst, back to you.
That's a way to keep the playoff chances alive for the side of Galoris. Domination on Icebox, Roy, is what we got to see. 13-4, and let the cat talk. I want to know what the cat has to say.
Come over here. I'll tell you. Hold on.
Luxo, he's insane. Sato, he's insane.
Oh, there he is. He has spoken.
Yeah, and he's right. That cat has never been wrong. Not one time.
Only facts being said here on the analyst desk.
What do you think about this whole map of Icebox, though? Because, I mean, we've talked about these teams. We talked about these matches getting close and going to the 3rd map, but it was actually quite the opposite. It was domination for Galoris once again, and since February, it continues to be this 2-game, unable to get a single map away from them.
Yeah, and I think at some point in the 2nd map, it was a really even battle between these 2 teams. Like it was neck to neck. All the scenarios were coming down to just like these really tight situations again. But at some point towards the end of that first half, it really did feel like Galoris had their number. Something clicked. They had some kind of read into the way they were playing, into the way they were approaching the map, and it just felt like they were just winning round after round after round.
And Emily, are we surprised by this, Galoris? I feel like instead of surprise, we have this feeling of they're back. They're finally back. They're finally able to figure out the things that were going wrong in the first couple of matches to now have a chance to make it to playoffs. And I mean, it's not going to be easy. It depends on not only their results for that last match against Reta, but it also depends on how TSM does. So it's not the easiest thing to do, but at least it's nice to see this Galoris get some success.
I feel like Galoris' match records for this group stage hasn't been doing them justice. All of their games have been really close. A lot of them even went to OT or 13-11. So this is the win that they definitely needed, and they still prove that they're very dominant in their region as well. And again, for this map on Icebox, they won both pistols and the 2nd round. They had a 4-round advantage early on, so they're 2 for 2 for doing that, and hats off to them. Sato was not afraid to go in there and get the openers for his team.
Yeah, I completely agree with Em as well. Like these losses that Galoris was taking were all completely close, and it was just a matter of time before they got some wins with their individual form, right? Because Sato and Luxo have been the top of the scoreboard every single game. They finished the top every single time. They're alternating. They're like Kobe and Shaq. They're just passing it off to each other. You top frag. I got the next map. Okay, you got this one. Like they're just literally just passing it off. Like they're craziness. So it was just a matter of time before they got some wins.
It was a matter of time, and like you guys were saying, the score that they had before, this 0-3, doesn't really make them justice because they are such an insane team. And we've seen it not only in the matches that they played in Brazil, but we've seen it in Ascension. It just seems like there have been some unlucky scenarios that they had to deal with to be able to close it out. But for one last point here before we send to a break into the interview, Emily, we've had both of the #1 seeds so far get the wins for that next match of M80 and TSM. What are we feeling?
You had to ask me. I gotta look at the history. I think that this is gonna be a really big rival match and very fun to watch. I think that M80 is still gonna pull through, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a little bit of the teaser for the last banger match that we have. Is an M80 that has been undefeated so far. They're 3-0, and a TSM that needs to get those wins as well, trying to end up positive and make it to playoffs. So let's find out how that plays out. We're gonna send it to a break. We have an interview on this Brazilian matchup, and then we'll move into the NA matchup.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Luxia. He just won his first match of Ascension. Congratulations, parabéns. And the first question that I want to ask him is the first match that they can win here in Ascension. What was missing from them as a team to just close the first map? Então, o que estava faltando para vocês conseguir fechar um jogo?
A gente tava muito nervoso, tipo, tava faltando mais calma, eu acho, tipo, não só na mira, assim, nas decisões e tudo mais, assim.
We were really, really nervous and we had to keep calm in our decisions too, and yeah, that was costing us the game. The second question that I want to ask him is that they need to win against Reta and like to have chances of playoffs. And what is their opinion about this team and how are they preparing for this team? Então, vocês precisam ganhar da Reta para conseguir ter uma chance para entrar nos playoffs. O que vocês acham deles como time e como vocês estão se preparando?
Eles são um time muito forte, a gente vem se preparando normalmente, igual como todos os times, porém a gente tem que ter uma cautela a mais por causa da Alp do Snow.
So, they're really, really good. We're just going to prepare the same, but we need to be precautious with Snowsing and his operator. The last question that I want to ask him is, what could we expect from Galores if they get into playoffs? Então, o que a gente poderia esperar de vocês como time se vocês conseguem entrar nos playoffs?
Um time mais resiliente e mais calmo nas horas de fechar o mapa, principalmente. Um time com muita garra, né, que tá vindo de baixo.
Yeah, really calm team and also with a lot of claws, you know, that it's coming from below. And yeah, they just want to win. Muito obrigada. Thank you. You can stay here because we have our next match, TSM against M80. Thank you, guys.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
I'm dinner with Elon Musk.
Probably, I would say my grandparents.
Can be dead or just people alive. I think Michael Jordan, because I saw one document, The Last Dance. I learned a lot of that.
It's a domestic rematch for M80 and TSM, and it might just be their most important matchup ever. M80, sitting at 3-0 in the group stage thus far, have a chance to lock themselves in for playoffs with a win in this matchup. While they have had extremely close contests thus far, they are the only remaining team without a loss in the group stage. They have another chance to prove themselves as NA Challengers best and solidify their spot at the top of the totem pole here at Ascension. For TSM, the situation is quite dire, as they sit at 1-2, and a loss here could mean that they miss out on the playoffs. It's already a tough spot to be in, made worse by the fact that M80 is a historically difficult opponent for TSM. In the team's 4 domestic matchups this season, TSM went 0-4 against M80 and only managed a single map win. Although some maps were very close, it's going to take a lot for TSM to overcome a team that has seemingly always had their number.
I think we're pretty disappointed with the Reta and 2G loss so far. There's not like other ways to say it. We're disappointed, and we would have loved to play these games again and win it. Then we do most of the mistakes we made are fundamentals and like very small mistakes that we've been working on throughout the year. But when the pressure is high, it seems like those issues come back. So, I mean, we know how good they are. They know how good we are. It's gonna be a battle, obviously, and they know that. And we just need to fix the little mistakes that we keep making, the fundamentals, and just play with more confidence and not let the pressure get to us.
Obviously, we've been working hard the whole year. So basically, again, it's just been working out the whole year. We know what to expect in this tournament. We've been here last year. So again, it's pretty much just preparation the whole year, preparing for this moment, and we just have to execute it. There's a lot of room for improvement. I think right now we're playing at 5 out of 10, and when we're going to be playing at 10 out of 10, even at 8 out of 10, I don't think anyone's going to stand a chance. So I have no message for them. They basically know what we're capable of. We've played these guys in the last 2 years. They haven't beat us. We know what it takes to beat them. And again, it's going to be a good matchup. This is for NA, so looking forward to playing them on LAN finally. I think experience is something I have over him. I think generally he did improve a lot compared to last season, and I'll give it to him. But I think experience is the #1 thing. I have a lot of experience playing with flash initiators, and I think he's new on the role, so I would say experience.
It is time for our last regional matchup of the day and the last regional matchup of this group stage. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension Americas. It's time for M80 to take down TSM, and we got to hear a little bit on the teaser, but it's an M80 that has always had domination going against TSM. Only in this year, it's been 4 times that M80 have played TSM, and every single time they've won against them, but overall, it's even 6 times since 2023 that they played against each other, and Roy, M80, like we said before, they have their number.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the stats show it. All the trends show it. M80 has defeated TSM every single time, and this might be the worst time for this. But I mean, the fact that the #1 seeds have been winning every single match, I have a feeling the trend might continue here.
That's a fair guess, just with the way that M80 has been performing, even looking at the history, looking at the grand finals, and looking at their shape right now, Emily. It's just a team that is so strong, and yes, they're not perfect. It's not like those maps they're always dominating, but what really lets them go across the line is that they know how to close them out. They know how to solve those tricky and difficult situations.
Yes, sometimes it's kind of an advantage in a way, in a silly way, to not be performing your absolute best early on, because you have to make mistakes and lose certain rounds in order to perfect it and make it even better. If they were constantly dominating all of their matches, they would have nothing to work on. So in a way, if we look at it that way, it could work in M80's favor to get even stronger throughout the tournament. And looking at their group matches that they've had so far, a lot of the matches were super close, but they're still 3-0. So to me, I feel like we're going to see a much looser gameplay for them, because they really can play loose and just give an opportunity to test things and do trial and error today.
They haven't been losing these matches, but they have been losing a couple of the maps here and there. And like you said, that losing those maps has been, it seems like, great experience for them to learn how to deal with it. And one of the things that we saw, it was a little bit of social media talking here between Xander and Koala, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some tweets from the players, specifically the one we're about to show right here. This one obviously it doesn't really say much, but it does speak on the fact that M80 has won all their matches, but their individual form hasn't really been to expectation. Like, they haven't been playing to the same level. I mean, even Nismo said it in the video, and I agree with him. Individually, on a pure individual level, they have not been their best. Yes, they are looking great strategically. They're looking great as a team, and you can tell that the strategic depth is just a little bit better than TSM's. But on the other hand, TSM has been playing well on an individual level. And I think if TSM really want a shot here between these two matches, I think that TSM is going to have to step up massively individually, including 7, and then they're going to have to outbrawl M80, because I don't think they can match them on a strategic level.
How scary is it that even M80 and even the M80 players are talking about not playing their best, not playing to their 100%, and yet they're still winning these matches. They're still the one and only undefeated team. They are the favorites to win Ascension for a reason, Emily. But let's talk about the other side, because TSM, they've had some great fights. They've had some great moments, and it will be the first time that they play against M80 on LAN, so that could also play a part into how this match is going to play out.
Oh yeah, LAN environment is always 10 times better. It's more of an equal playing field. Everybody's playing on the same equipment and the same ping. And also a bonus of you can get even more into your opponent's head at LAN. TSM has a little bit more pressure today, in my opinion, because they have to get more wins on their record for the groups to kind of secure their chance in the playoffs. But also because this is a revenge match. They want to finally get that win versus M80. And as we're seeing all of these amazing highlights, TSM has been playing pretty well so far, in my opinion, throughout the groups. And I think they continue to get better because the chemistry on LAN is just so much better to build and play off of and just improve as a team. And we've been seeing a lot of people shine, particularly like a Proto, getting these really nice clutches, even on Killjoy and Deadlock. And even Sim is a player who we're going to have to look out for today because he's been pretty consistent as well.
The players individually have always been there and have been able to show up, especially because we got this to see throughout the whole year how this TSM team was improving and getting better and now being at this instance. But it seems like they're also missing a little bit of what M80 we're talking about, Roy, where all the pieces are finally working together, synergized, coordinated, and being able to win these maps that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're talking about TSM, I mean, look at their match performances. They won their opening game versus Galoris, and then they kind of had a really rough match against Retta. In my opinion, that match was a little bit scary, and then they tried to bounce back versus 2G, and they did end up getting losing in a really tight-knit game. But yeah, to go back on the point, I definitely think that, again, strategically, M80 is just the clear dominant team for that in that regard. Like their strategy, their map pool, their flexibility is just unmatched in my opinion, and they're really just winning off of that. So again, to me, my whole point being is that I kind of agree with M when she was talking about individual form and these players popping off, because on on a very fundamental level, on a very micro level, TSM has been playing kind of well. They know how to team fight. They know how to set up sim. They're not really missing that part of their gameplay. And that's the part that they need to double down on. They need to disrupt M80. Don't let them run the retakes. Don't let them run their execs. Dismantle their defaults. Like don't allow them room to just like make calculated game plans, because you won't be able to match them on that level. I really don't believe.
And M80, although they're undefeated, they've played a lot of rounds so far in this tournament. So that's something that TSM has had the opportunity to study and see how they can take an advantage. And this is something that we talked about as well. Only on this year, they face each other 4 times, and every single time is gone the way of M80. And in the overall history between the two, is been 6 times that they played each other. And M80 has also won those last 2 from 2023. So I don't even know how to describe it. It just control, domination, reads. It's pretty much to perfection what M80 has been able to do against TSM, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know how much more we can continue talking about this point. M80 is a good team. Woo! TSM is also a really good team. This is their chance to kind of prove that. I think that, again, this is one thing that we haven't really touched on is kind of the mental, but I do also want to start moving the conversation towards what we're going to be expecting from this matchup, and that is going to be the duelist differential between Koala and Sim.
And they play very different. I mean, we've seen Koala Noob on so many different agents. Since Challengers, he was doing this not only on the duelist role, but when he has to flex and play something else, he's more than comfortable to do so and bring these different playstyles. While M80 on the Sim side, you have that Sim that is pretty much the duelist always, every single time going in and being the difference maker for TSM.
This is a duelist match that I'm really looking forward to watching. I think this is a head-to-head battle that we can all look forward to seeing. Both Sim and Koala Noob have been consistently at the top for their team, and also, as we can see with the stats, Sim has been going in a little bit more than Koala Noob in terms of trying to get the first bloods. I think that's why the percentage is higher for Sim, but Koala Noob on the other side has a higher KDA with 1.7. So both of these players going head to head, I think it's pretty even in terms of that. Koala Noob has been playing a really fun agent, Yoru, which I hope we get to see today as well, because that's not an easy agent to play at all. You really have to preemptively think what you're going to do. But Sim is also just really good of wanting to get that ground or that first opener, and is very successful on doing that.
Yeah, and then that final point on the duelist head-to-head as well is like, yeah, Koala might have he's not winning as many first kills, but he's also, his first death percentages are also lower than Sim. So Sim might be taking more for first fights, but Koala is likely to survive them. So, I mean, there's that aspect of it. But I do also want to touch on the fact that M80 has been the sort of kind of team that likes to hide their map pool, right? So they are going to be coming out into this matchup with virtually no secrets. The map pool is essentially shown.
And let's talk about, I mean, we already talked about the duelists. Now let's talk about the other side. Let's talk about the IGLs here. And let's talk about Xander and GMD specifically. Xander has been popping off, and we mention it every single time because every single map he's doing these things where he's clutching rounds, he's closing rounds, he's having such a read on the enemy team, and that's not easy to do in this tournament. You're going against all these different regions, all these different playstyles, Roy, and it's something that is great to see for both of the teams, but honestly, especially Xander.
Yeah, especially Xander. I mean, the statistics, they're not that significantly different between these two, but Xander is taken on in a completely different weight. But GMD does mid round, for the TSM side, so he does have some responsibility and some agency in terms of how TSM plays out their mid rounds. But the main point being is that they have really strong duelists, and again, they have very strong closers, people that can step up. 40% clutch rate for a controller IGL is unheard of. That is unheard of. Those are insane stats.
It's just unreal what these players have been able to do. But this is the Zippo agent select that we're looking at right now, Emily. And we have the first two maps are going to be Sunset, Icebox, and to close it out is going to be Haven. What do you make of this?
Okay, Sunset was a match that they actually played in the grand finals for North America, where M80 won 13-8. So this is a good pick for them because a lot of the rounds went down to individuality and mid-round decisions, so that's an easy fix for TSM. Also, one thing to note is TSM had a really bad attacking side on Sunset, so the fact that they're going to be starting on attack again, it's going to be a good opportunity for a revenge versus that last match.
Very interested on this map of Sunset, and to figure out what we're gonna be seeing on the screen, let's jump into the Blacklight agent select as well. On Sunset, both of the teams, TSM lost at 11-13 to 2 Gain, and M80 lost at 11-13 to Galore, so both of them losing to the Brazilian teams, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just a reminder that the last time M80 played Sunset, they did lose on that map, so their Yoru was not working as intended, and maybe it was just some sort of dysfunction with the way they were approaching it. But to be fair, a lot of the rounds came down to some weird kind of like type coin flip situations, and they just did not win those scenarios. But strategically, again, they were playing well, but now TSM is going to be in a pretty good position to sort of combat and replicate the success that this team's had against M80 on Sunset specifically.
there's some big stylistic differences between TSM and M80, so there's a good chance to see how this is all gonna play out. Emily, any last thoughts on this?
I'm ready. Bring on the battle. Let's get the Neon versus the Yoru, and let's see how they battle it out. I think this is going to be so fun to watch.
Well, let's find out who's going to get the win. Is it going to be M80 continuing their dominance against TSM, or TSM has a statement to make on this map number 1? And we'll throw it to your casters, Stenrek and Kek.
Ooh, you feel that? The goosebumps, the chills rising? I have been waiting for this matchup for so long. The Koala Noob Yoru, the Sim Neon. Emily's completely right. We've seen this matchup before. And let me tell you, the individuality was important. But the early rounds too, that defensive side, where Koala would just brazenly take over the whole map and shut down Sim round after round. It's been a long growth arc for TSM since then, even if it hasn't felt that long. This is the moment for TSM to shine. They have a very long road ahead of themselves. If they want to have a chance to qualify for the playoffs of Ascension. And it starts with defeating the most undefeatable team we've seen so far this tournament.
The opening half of the window that TSM has to playoffs is going to close if they don't lock it in starting here on this attacking side of Sunset, which they lit up against 2Game earlier in this tournament. But again, like the desk said, it's been notoriously weaker than other teams. And with M80's ability to go into hero mode and have individual players sweep up positions and get so much value out of it, it means that these low buy rounds initially are so scary. Koala Noob takes all the space he wants and goes right back to B site, where M80 can sit pretty safe. 5v now 4. GMD hopeful flank watch, but Koala Noob is staying put. M80 so disciplined right now.
Already revealed where TSM are opting to put the majority of their forces back over on A. Crossfire set up, a great piece of utility early on. 7 takes revenge though. Nismo does end up removing that Gecko. Only a Paranoia available here to push onto site. A 3v3, BCJ blind through the smoke, has a flash of his own.
30
this
seconds
is good.
left.
But look at Koala Noob. Still yet another flash. Whatever you can do to blind these pistols against each other. The defense shell taking the lead. It's up to 1 left. GMD. Good for 2. The 1v1 already. Individuality is the key of this matchup, huh? What a better way to prove it, but now BCJ taking a very close round 1.
Well met is TSM by M80's initiation, and BCJ doing it in 2 phases like a Gecko gotta do. Well taken, and in the beginning, it all starts with Koala Noob getting brazen, taking that space, doing what M80 can that TSM hasn't this tournament, and that's why they're 3-0. That's why TSM's 1-2. That's why this is desperation time for them, and why M80, this is debatably the least important match of the tournament. What is initially the biggest North American match of the year is turned into a backyard brawl in lieu of the Latin American and Brazilian teams that have swept up this tournament.
Yeah, I was really curious to see what M80 would end up doing in terms of their map picks, their agent selection, their technical pauses, whatever would come through first, right? And we've seen the whole gambit from M80, and we've talked about how much they love to alter and play around with the meta to their liking. And this is a common matchup that we've seen before, at least for the agent select, right? We saw that Yoru, we've seen the breach, of course, on Sunset, but the duality of having those two play that defensive side, there would be many, many rounds where Sim would begin to get something going just for an outlaw in the face from Koala in the middle of mid. And guess what? That was because of a stun from Nismo all the way in the back of A site.
Oh yeah.
This is a scary defense, dude.
Yeah, you talk about kills, Nismo is going to get involved. By far the most common assister of the tournament so far. M80, when it comes to team play, Nismo is the glue that binds it together, and so much of it is because of his breach, not just on Sunset, but a couple of the other maps that he's been able to play it on so proficiently. But here, on the defense, when Koala Noob is able to get proactive like this, especially against a Sim that doesn't have the wherewithal or guns for that matter to be able to stretch his wings like he so desperately wants to, oh yeah, Nismo feels good from a distance, from any distance.
What's interesting to me too is that Sim is leading all players in first bloods, yet it feels like, again, when it comes to the M80 matchup, he's one of the first to fall. Now, I'm saying this outside of Ascension, right? We're looking back at Challengers, we're looking back at the finals. He's definitely certainly stepped up since Ascension's begun, but again, this is not a matchup we've seen so far this tournament.
Certainly not. But it's about time that we do see it after all of the benchmarks that TSM and M80 have been fed. The riveting speed that gets dealt with. And again, the newness of these matchups cannot be denied when it comes to how much impact it has on performance of teams. Especially when, again, TSM playing against M80 lacks in individual performance comparatively. If you have all of these crazy duelists running around that are enabled as much as Koalanoob is able to be when M80 is at its peak, then TSM is going to meet the same fate, and they have this tournament. 1-2 so far in matches, but like the desk said, their mechanics are all right, their team play is all right, their comms are all right. It just comes down to player by player by player moments, and TSM has been lacking in those.
Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. M80 is flawless so far this tournament. They've won 3 series and they've lost 0. TSM, on the other hand, have only won 1 series and lost 2. In order for them to have a chance to qualify, they would have to beat M80 here. Then you would have to rely on the coin flip between Reta and Galoris after this matchup tomorrow. Then you have 2Game versus M80, which again, it's hard to say. I think 2Game would have to lose there. And then the very final matchup of group stage is All Knights versus TSM. They would have to win that too. And we've been hearing everybody under the sun sing the praises of Dante. That's another incredible ask. But we're heading back into round number 2, and it's going in very fast. Spray downs everywhere. A Proto, very calculated, opening 2 picks. That's a site in their control.
Sim, meanwhile, leading the charge to actually take the fight after the fact.
Planted.
TSM was one of the teams that had a day off yesterday, has had that extra time to study the games that they had lost before, shake off that pressure that teams have felt, that M80 no doubt felt when they faced off against their North American opponents last year. That was their second of the 3 losses at Ascension 23. M80 so far undefeated, and again, against this North American second seed, M80 fans feel pretty comfortable walking into this matchup.
Wow.
BCJ somehow wins that spray war. Sim will fall, but M80 will have to take a step back after that. TSM's attack, too formidable and too quick. They will come up with a second round.
It's a round win from TSM, but definitely a brutal one at that. Both teams buying up into this round, both of which only surviving with 2 weapons in their possession. That could very well hurt the economy over the next few rounds. Definitely unexpected from TSM to force buy just like that. Curious to see what they're going to be going into with rifles into this next round, but a very important round win from TSM. They've changed up the tempo considerably. They're brute forcing into sites, and the Proto especially taking those first 2 early picks. You removed any Sentinel capabilities. You got rid of the smokes that M80 had in their possession. It left very little in terms of sight lines that the team could use to push back in, other than GMD smokes themselves, and that was not to be contested with.
Yeah, and that's
so it had to be a save.
That's one of the biggest things that TSM has been struggling with, Proto individually at least, is his proactivity when it comes to attacking, considering his position as a Sentinel. Granted, every Sentinel on every team faces that roadblock. It's kind of a symptom of the position. But a Proto's frontlining when it comes to these rounds has been very unique compared to some of these other teams that play for that util, play for that, again, phased attack that you see BCJ going for with his Gecko. But when it comes to a Proto's ability to sort of, I don't know, leech off of these attacks a little bit more and be that outstretched arm wherever Sim isn't in particular, because he's definitely going to be the farthest out from anybody, then he's found a little more connection because rest assured, a Proto's aim is probably one of the best in the lobby, let alone the tournament, when it comes down to a vacuum. It's just a Proto can't be placed in a vacuum that often. He's under too much pressure. He's under too much fire.
Well, I suppose so, but let's take this a step further, right? If a Proto on the attacking side is going to be taking a lot more of these frontward charges, right? Will the response from M80 be that they recognize that and start to go for flanks more in the mid round and the late round? Or are they just going to maintain their current course? And if they do, a Proto's going to find so much more value because he won't have to worry about his utility surviving. But this is the time for M80 to start making those adaptations. The recognition to see, hey, this Cypher's playing pretty aggressive. Maybe we can get behind them if he dies pretty early. That's going to be a big alteration M80 can make and could definitely shut down this fast pace that TSM's bringing out.
And so the conversation, which is not being padded whatsoever, once again will shift back to Koala Noob. It once again shifts back to Koala Noob, playing that Yoru. I mean, let's be honest. How much is TSM willing to bet that M80 already isn't considering the flank strats? Koala Noob is playing Yoru. I think they're trying to play some extra chess here, so it's like, okay, how much of a Protoss util are we going to let go to actually commit to watching for flanks like this? And how much do you think we're going to save for the actual, for getting onto site? And how many times do you think we'll have a trap wire out at backside or out at Boba or out in market? How many times do you think we'll have that to be able to dump into the fray? It's a level of conditioning that I don't think M80 is necessarily ready for against teams that are more fast-paced, more reliant on a Neon that TSM has historically been on Sunset.
I don't know if I can agree with that. Like, yes, in theory I do, but when I watch Koala on this map, I don't see a ton of flanking on this defense. It's more so setting yourself up almost as if you were playing Jet on Ascent, right? You could have an Outlaw, an Op in your hands, or any rifle, take that first fight, and just immediately TP out. And if he doesn't find that first fight, right? A big strength that M80 has had here is that they can get these early reads to find that first fight. If Koala doesn't recognize where it's coming from, he'll just TP and rotate to the other site.
Oh, yeah.
He plays aggressive mid, but not so aggressive enough where I think he's going to hit those flank trips.
That's true.
That pistol round, he did get those kills. So.
Yeah, his TP spots have been quite conservative, though. You're absolutely right about that. He's playing for the one and done, and if he can find value, which, again, he normally does, he'll come in, he'll dip out, he'll go back, and he'll try to play for intel again with what util is left. You'll notice that Koala Noob is very frugal with his flashes up until, like, the very final seconds of every single round, and that is extremely intentional so that M80 refuse to give anything away on the part of the rest of their team, whether it's to sell a rotation or to sell a second swing. They never want to give anything more than just Koala Noob away in defenses like this, because he's the guy that can get out by far the easiest.
And to be fair, part of that too is just how Defense Sunset works, is that it's retake city, population M80 all over. I mean, we saw BCJ do the same thing with his Dizzy. He would just save it towards the end, wait to find the information off of it, and that's how really early Sunset played out, if you remember, right? It was like, okay, they're gonna take B site. Our unbreakable trip somehow got broken. We just have to get off of the Boba and go for a full retake, and it took teams a pretty long time to figure out a consistent way of breaking that. Aww. I heart you too.
Thanks, Jandy.
I love his tattoos.
His sleeve is so sick. I was just about to say.
Right?
Yeah.
The flowers.
Super dope.
I want to get tattoos, but I have no idea what I would do.
I never know. I never know how, because it's so committal. It's like, I really, am I gonna want to have this on my arm for the rest of my life when I have the attention span of a goldfish?
Oh, I would do the
I'm gonna
dumbest
forget
stuff
about
I
this.
could.
Yeah,
like smiley faces.
I'm gonna have a meme that's already old this month tattooed on my pec. And
I'll put the entire mini map of Abyss on my shoulder.
No, but what if it gets reworked though? Then you're gonna have
even better. You know what? Just Sharpie every day. These are the changes.
You become a Valo plant. Valo plant window.
Look at the strats!
Guys, our board is down.
Do,
we can't strategize. Looking for me. Pulse up shirt has an Abyss mini map.
Maybe M80 will finally play this map if I tattoo it on me.
Right. That was the other thing we were talking about, is the fact that M80 neglected to have Abyss in today, and you theorized that they're saving that for playoffs. They're keeping their playbook nice and shallow against TSM today.
Yeah, I was expecting to see at least one kind of really wild change from M80. It's usual what we see from them against TSM. They throw out some weird strat, whether it be the agents they play or the maps they choose, but no, this is really safe from M80 despite them having a considerable lead. But BCJ, huge to shoot down a photo. This is the test, the theory. Will there be a flank?
Oh, great dog pile on top of BCJ's Dizzy. M80 is present and ready to play. It's TSM, or do we switch it over? Thrash doesn't get to decide for them. It's too detained, and no way 7 is gonna save that. It's a 3-piece for Koala Noob and M80 with the lead.
Oh, you can hear the crowd. Very dedicated.
They're getting loud.
Thrash. Oh yeah. I mean, I think, who was it? Emily on the desk said that, you know, it's easier to get into like the minds of the enemy players when you're on LAN. Man, I love how dynamic players can be. But yes, early Thrash came out there. Round 3 does not mean it was wasted. We're gonna be seeing that Thrash pretty soon from the way BCJ's been holding these early to late rounds. Very good to see. But that was also not so much of a buy-up round. It was all pistols on M80's part, except for those who had saved into the last round. And we're just going straight back into it.
Yeah, Sim is as antsy as Kowalanov is to get to killing, and he will. One down with 26 HP to go, and now some stock up in elbow. M80 will start to back out. Just against the smoke so that Sim can get finished off, but it's a bait! Skimon steps in, and it's a trade back. M80 only good for one on the lowdown, but TSM have so much overarching control of that.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be tough again. Koala, still with 2 flashes. As you mentioned, very conservative, I should say, utility, but only an outlaw on a retake of short corners like this. So difficult, no utility for net.
Extra ballsy to hold on to this. A lot of util to stall with for TSM as well, and it starts with fault line, but net again early to the party, and Kowalanov takes a distance and gets some value out of a Guardian that's gotten picked up. 7 now letting fly a thrash of his own, but stalls out the timer until the perfect moment to grab both bodies on the remainder of M80. And TSM, it takes a little more investment, but they will cash out with a tie game.
That was amazing. That was incredible from 7.
That was sick. That was awesome.
Using the thrash timing to wait as a deterrent to push on the site. Having the call then, as that timer gave 0 time for M80 to defuse as they were trying to get on, allowed just enough time to puddle them together for the slay. Huge from TSM. And that really goes into that individuality that needed to be doubled down from them today. 7 single-handedly ulting the last 2 left alive and shutting down the potential of M80, breaking this tie.
Spike down.
Immediate brawl in B main, which TSM has been allergic to these opening 4 rounds. Good reason for it. You lose a lot of collateral, and some of it is out of your control. With no Sim, no 7, TSM have no way of clean attack unless they barrel roll now through B site. But with no certainty of intel, they have to play a little safe, at least on the front line. Luckily, no one M80 is present, so TSM have the site, and now have B main to play off of. A Proto gonna stay put, try and get some open positioning outside of market with the help of the cages as M80 begins their approach. Nismo revealing himself on the back site and poised, now holding the operator. Is gonna let it go. On top of a Cypher ultimate, M80 once again stalled away. Nismo has a lot of util to throw at the wall here, especially at poised with that operator, and at least he'll get fielded out, but TSM still have so much more to shuffle through as the spike continues to tick down. A Proto still remains alive in this 2v1, and one more shuffle should probably do it. Indeed, TSM take the lead.
Great util usage from TSM at the end of that round. I was really worried. A Proto had used the cyber cages early. GMD had no recharge smokes after that initial one had been dropped. You did lose poised, you didn't get that operator, but guess what? A Proto was there for the swing regardless. A very likely possibility we could have seen a round 1 by M80 there. But great calls, making sure to go for a bit of a stagnated swing. That being said though, you're completely right from before. They lost their entry ability, not having their neon at all. It's tough to get onto a site like B when you have very little smokes and saving them for the post plant. You don't have backside control, but M80 was playing this pretty safe. They were locking down A site, and it had them forced into a retake game. And you'll never believe what happens next.
What?
Well, we have a little bit more of a podcast session.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. No, now we can stretch this out. Find out after the break. But I think that Koala, again, is such a big reason why TSM doesn't want to attack up B site, because he gets so much freedom to just hang out wherever in that lobby room on early engagement to play for a gamble to see if he can catch a Neon or a Gecko. And again, just because TSM, was able to still win that round out, it's because M80 didn't have anybody extra waiting on B site. If they stack that a little heavier one time, or they condition a little extra util to be thrown in on the pre-plant, or hey, if they win a fight, which, M80 does sometimes, then that's not going to work nearly as well, especially when you don't have those openers available. So TSM probably going to continue to lean a little heavier towards A. Probably, again, not really touch mid, not really touch B lobby unless it's for a reswing or, again, an early fight that they definitely think they can win.
Well, I think part of the idea, too, is holding the tripwires on B side far back to be anti-neon. We've seen a lot of neon so far this tournament really abuse the entryway of B main to get on the site. But just overall, usually, especially against American teams like TSM, it's easier to retake on B side. And locking down A, we've already seen from M80, has been a big struggle. TSM are playing their post plans unbelievably well. They had the protocol set up about exactly which utility and when they want to use it. Seven's Thrash on A site. We saw last round the early Cyber Cage usage and holding down B main despite having a lack of utility. Very important. But it looks like this time TSM want to prioritize mid. Nismo, ready for the stun to help Koala push out. A very important opening fight.
Is this a repeat episode of round 1? With rifles instead of pistols. M80 not completely kitted out. And Sim has taken space.
Called out on that angle before. Yep. He knew.
That was perfect response from Sim. Just getting a little bit active and shutting down Koala Noob's early position. One intended to jump with the gun diff. That's where all of M80 sits. 2 in the smoke up top mid. Nismo reveals himself. He's bait, but TSM has the firepower to jam through, only losing 7 in the process. And now it's a mad dash through Boba to overwhelm Net and take over B site pretty easily from here.
Great round. And again, just ending this round, not only with a Sheriff, the economy has not been going well for M80 this match. They have been bouncing between a broken buy, maybe sometimes rifles, but more often than not, it seems like their executions on this defense are relying on pistols. And yet here we are, TSM, a little slow in the beginning. They were hit with a very early thrash, and yet here they are. Very healthy economy. And M80 an early timeout, very unusual for the team, definitely needed. And as they said in the interviews too, it's been I believe their coach said, like, so far it's felt like a 5 out of 10 performance for the team. The only flawless team winning so far at group stage, by the way, that everyone on the team knows they could improve so much more. And this is one of those moments where they've been a team under a microscope going into this tournament. Every team has watched their VODs to study them. And it makes having this super safe map pick, the same agents as before, really difficult to do something new or to catch anybody off on.
It's so true. M80 are the big bosses of this tournament. At least they were going into it. And they have lived up to that reputation, despite the fact that, like you said, they're not playing up to their standards just yet. But you can imagine the pressure when they're aware of that. When they know what happened, when they didn't bring it all to the table before. And again, while this match is not nearly as influential as the playoff matches that M80 is literally guaranteed to have already, it would be really nice to guarantee that you're the best team in North America at the Ascension tournament too. They couldn't do that against the Guard last year. Can they this time against TSM, a team that they've literally never lost against?
Only one map this year, TSM has won against M80. Big push up towards mid, crossfire, 1-1 set up.
Immediate run in from Sim. This is what you're looking for if you're TSM, but BCJ, the shutdown, a little bit of overinvestment, but it's worth it for a body. But TSM, they'll use that space created by Sim to grab control of Market and see if they can field their way into B site. They can! Little guy limbos under the trap wires as TSM scurries into B site, but now comes the oncoming pressure from Nismo and gang over in Market. Leading the charge is Nismo, now 2 kills for himself and only trading out for 1. Seven's got to get proactive. Seven is proactive and good for 2. Now has to let the Thrash go early to cut short Koala Noob, who has made his way in with a dimensional drift. GMD from a distance can at least shut that back down, but Net still leaves himself standing on Spike. And Guimond not fully cleared. Waiting for the spike, Net have to fuse just as he gets up. It's perfect timing for GMD. For TSM, Zippo clutch on round 7.
Unbelievable thrashes from Seven again. I am loving this. The entire idea was for M80 to play against these readjustments from TSM. The crossfire, top of mid, held perfectly inside a marketplace. The we clear, taking these fights. But Seven once again, a 3K into the thrash, shutting down any info potential Koala could have had on GMD. And focusing on Seven instead. So important to shut down any information. Keeping M80 on the back foot, anti-reclear. M80's goal now needs to be that TSM cannot get that spike down. That's why we see aggression out of them here. They have to play so aggressive.
A full stack spotted, and M80's aggression will lead to one, but just one to start out, and
Spike
TSM's
down
stack
A.
will still positively trade. And yet, M80 able to take a solid bite out of this team to begin, which means Nismo can at the very least reset and see if he can farm a little bit extra, give M80 a chance to maybe claw at this round, or even just force out something like a Rolling Thunder. That would be great.
Yeah. Keep in mind, too, Nismo has that Rolling Thunder. If this can turn into a 2v2, it's certainly winnable for M80. They can pick up those rifles in A main if they can re-clear it, but that's a long journey for that. 2v2.
Great catch
Both ults
from
available.
Matt. And you know where they're going. Nismo has this in the bag. Interception, but missed shots. And so the onus once again lies on Net, but it's a game of catch-up will have to play. Nismo gonna have to meet him at the pass as Poised and GMD run on over to A site via Link. Able to smoke out, fault out, GMD TP up for the high-low, and they can be fully set up for this. But as the plant goes down, Nismo lets the Rolling Thunder go. It's a trade-off of breach ults as Poised fires back to guarantee the plant, but it gives ample time for Net to come back, so it's a 2v2 that M80 will win! Nismo with 4 kills for the round, and that is the moment that M80 were looking for, the turnaround. They needed this half to stay in it.
I was so worried when that second Rolling Thunder had come out. No native information from M80 where in the smokes those two members of TSM would be. The Rolling Thunder would delay M80 even more. Let's take a look again to see that timing. I mean, this early fight could have been the round right there, but a quick disengagement from Nismo, the assistant master of Ascension so far, could have turned disastrous. Really good thinking, though, from Poised to bring out the Rolling Thunder just to delay. No idea where Net could have been. It could have been a disaster, but it wasn't. M80's back on the board. 2 rounds behind TSM now, taking a very confident lead. Very momentum heavy. And now Koala has a brand new tool that he's going to try to bring out against B.
He's in his bag for sure, starting this round. He's feeling it. He wants this op to grab some action in TSM. They have to know it, but they can't necessarily fight it. 7 is the first to step into the volcano. Who's up next? He sees the Cypher Cam set up momentarily, knows the TSM is gonna at least plant some feet here.
No utility to break that drip.
Yeah, big lean over here to B site, preemptively. TSM can't even necessarily step in. Now they definitely can't. There's their second opener gone. Trap wire hit by Poised as they enter in, and TSM has just got to go for it. A Thrash launched in for good measure, and no way in hell you're winning this round, TSM. M80 lock it down. Spike still not confirmed, and kills still available for TSM. A Proto with the help of a smoke is actually able to get GMD inside, and they'll continue fighting for this site before the spike to control the Thrash, make sure it can't be re-upped.
Xander.
Spike can be re-entered, but inside the smoke, Himond attempts to enter. Too much presence, and now it's a 1v4. Calculated risks, but no reward this time. M80, they did the work this time, and they make it a 4-5 game.
Shutting down the Gecko right away from Koala Noob was gigantic. No wingman, no utility to shut down the tripwire, to enable, I should say, Sim to push in with the overdrive. Plus, having that Neon also fall and not take space backside was a big deficit for TSM not to push into this round. Now it's only 1 round off, and I believe this is TSM's timeout. They want to maintain this lead as much as possible. M80 have always used these timeouts so well to considerably change their game plan and start winning it back. But with TSM, knowing full well about this, are taking a tag of their own. They know they only need 1 and optimally 2 more rounds to have such a healthy half.
This is a TSM that's also looking so radioactive, not just in the lobbies, which they have looked better in than I think in playoffs that we saw. They really have leveled up. It's just the caliber of team that they're going up against is so insane. But also their comms. They've just been a louder team lately. They've been a more excited team. They're so happy to be here. And they want to let the world know. They want to let M80 know. They are not the only North Americans here. This is not just their tournament again. And with this lead still held on to on the attack, TSM, they want that statement piece to continue as long as possible. They'll set their sights on A here with a gun reset. Couple ults in the bank, though. Sim overdrive. And man, his hands have got to be so clammy just hovering over that key.
Early paranoia brought
There it
out.
goes.
Neon ult. Oh, what a shutdown yet again. Expectations from M80 waiting for the fast push.
Huh?
Okay, sure.
Plenty of time, man. Plenty of
Completely
time,
different game
GMD.
now.
Unfortunate, Koala Noob, another free one on the off this time around, and TSM will fizzle out on the attack this round. Not much available, but a wingman to grab his space and at least get the spike down. M80 will storm the battlefield and take over completely. It will not be a flawless, but it'll be pretty darn close. M80 tied things up at 5.
Yeah, these early round reads from M80 once again, having all of Net's utility shut down the Neon right away, highlighted, shot through the double smokes. Changing that pace can be so risky attacking on Sunset. There's so many angles that a Sentinel or maybe a very aggressive player acting as a Sentinel could just shut down right away. And this is off the attack timeout too. TSM were hoping for this moment to switch it up and catch M80 off guard. Didn't work. They really had hoped that M80 would stack up on B. That goes there. But yet again, M80 are putting their presence on A, leaving Net all by himself on B site and handling market.
Not much of a job he'll have to do this round as once again TSM look to A at least initially. Xander gonna let that one-way smoke go.
There.
Stacked up with Koala Noob, looking for a way to flash for this. Instead, it'll be Nismo's flash. And now a war on two fronts. They will storm A, and Seven, isolated in the corner with Spike in hand, will fall. An immediate detachment for TSM, and Xander presses the issue with the smoke in hand. Sim is the one saving grace, and it opens the gate for Poise to grab two. Amash to field away, but GMD takes initiative. Koala Noob will shut it back down, and it's a trade war for the ages this round. 2v2 at center stage for TSM and M80. Net, the first to the punch up top mid steps as TSM reset their sights on the outside. Net, the sight found directly before going down. And it's a 1v1 to see who takes the lead back, but a Proto knows where Koala Noob is, prompting the ultimate from Koala as well. A Proto will have time to get Spike down, but Koala Noob will have space to reset. Where, oh where is this Yoru coming from? The most impossible question to answer. Decoy faulted, it's just Koala and a Proto! And now it's just a Proto! TSM 6-5.
Unbelievable there. I don't know if that was a missed decoy or if the idea was to fake the footsteps. It wasn't enough, and a Proto didn't fall for it regardless. What a swing. It was worrisome in that 1v1. You're planting down on B. You have little info about where this Yoru could be outside of the clone. No cyber cages available. No utility other than your own positioning being a util in of itself. That was such a scrappy round from both teams. It assuredly should have been M80, but at the very end, these clutch moments getting onto site, it's been M80's weak spot in defense. And now this time TSM, they're choosing to push into B. M80 are focusing mid. Their expectations are a big change-up yet again. Koala's giving that info that A side is clear, but the Thrash will certainly give that away. Where will that Thrash go? The blockage backside does give confirmation that everyone's backed off.
But how far? Net's already tried to take the space back, and just as the wingman comes in, it's a line drive set up by Net. But a frag back, and not enough of M80 is necessarily present. Huge aftershock to farm Sim away, but he's able to turn back around, get the shot down, and now TSM can take over. Nismo stands alone on site for the time being. Not for long, Koala is back in the fray, but TSM stand with the advantage. So Proto will step back and let the rest of TSM merge to A. Can they catch anybody? On the run back, Nismo almost lets himself go. A Proto lets a shot fly to sell more space. And although it's a kill, although it's a 2v2, it's a free plant for TSM. And again, where the hell are these TSM members poised?
1v1.
Lets them know, and Nismo is down to a crisp of health.
Look at this push-up, though, from
He's
Sim.
so far out now.
Completely unknown. Full audio about where the last two of M80 are. This is a crunch of a lifetime.
Nismo on 2 HPs. He fragged for Sim from Link, and Koala Noob has to play from 0 intel. Except for this place from Sim, but it doesn't matter. A Neon can be just about anywhere. Perfect double back from TSM, and they'll take the lead heading into halftime.
TSM had a day off yesterday, huh? They spent all day studying for this matchup. Wow. Absolutely speechless in the mid-round again. Disengaging from B at the perfect time. Using their teammate as bait to rotate to A site to buy just a little bit more time. And having the protocol to watch for the cross mid to see who would go by and when. All taking that individuality that the desk had said was the most important thing TSM had in their arsenal and double down on it. It's working fantastically. this might be the first half we've ever seen from TSM where they take the lead over M80.
And yet, things are still not over. The job is not finished because M80 are about to switch to their attack half, which is classically far better on Sunset. Because it's one that's not necessarily as conventional. Koala Noob's Yoru takes a backseat far too often for teams that are well conditioned with tool lists. And of course, TSM will be one of the most conditioned considering they face against M80 quite frequently. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're able to hold themselves up against it. This was the one switch in the map pool from the past two matchups of TSM and M80. TSM said, no, we don't want you to go to Lotus this time. You have beat us there too easily, too much. We will have our hard ban of your best map. You can have your hard ban of our literal home of Bind. And we'll go from there. And we went to Sunset. And TSM, they do feel pretty good naturally here on Sunset. But M80's attack, it's a terrifying one, Keg. It is a scary one.
No doubt about it, very scary. And that's why there were so many question marks going into this matchup. Could we see a brand new map from M80 that hasn't been seen before? Could they bring back that Bind? Could they bring out the Abyss? But no. Instead, even though this has historically been all maps that M80 have thrashed TSM on, it feels like this is a veto designed for TSM to win. This is taking your final exam. How much studying have you done over the last year? And yeah, M80, their attacking side's pretty dang good on this attack. But if TSM can go 7-5 on their own attack now on the defense, I think they have a lot in their pockets that we've yet to see. Already, look at Sim's position. Aiming down, waiting for this opening duel inside of mid. Nismo has his utility set up on the cross of A to take that fight. TSM's not engaging. They're waiting for M80 to make that first move themselves. This is scary. Already the cross has been made to rotate back over mid. No information's been given outside of the group swings. This is an empty site outside of Elbow. That trip gets destroyed. It's going to be TSM for what could very well be either a gigantic crunch or a flank. No, they choose not to flank. This will be a head-on-head battle after this tripwire falls.
Process of elimination. All roads lead back to A site, which will be breached with the destruction of the trap wire. Beautiful paranoia from GMD to slow it down, and TSM will get on site beforehand. Koala Noob a little early to the party though, and is able to get a decent amount of chip damage. Open up the site to get the spike down and TP back as the danger persists. And so TSM still have their work cut out for them. A Proto able to catch Koala Noob on the run back, and now TSM have a lot more confidence stepping in. Xander smoked though, and shots on top of that cut TSM down to just one, and a Proto on nothing has no chance against the remainder. M80 swipe back the pistol round.
Handedly what should have been a TSM round, grouped together, playing around smoke so efficiently, and then there's Xander. Oh man, I'm just waiting to see the replay again. This was such great aim work. That second kill in the smoke.
That was like a spray transfer with the pistol. That second kill was just a spray into the smoke,
how do you
dude.
spray with a
that
ghost?
Was so goofy. That's what M80 does. They spray through smokes and they win rounds.
You need to have the trigger finger of a hummingbird to do that. What do you do now if you're M80? You've won the first round handedly over eliminating TSM on site. Mid side now, the move. You have the weapon advantage. Up into mid. Oh, the smoke goes down. Now, what could this be a tell for? You block off the Boba side for B. That should tell TSM that this is an A attack. But M80 is waiting around. They're looking for a limbs. They're taking this slowly. That smoke is being perma'd. They're taking this fight directly to TSM.
They know this is going to be perma-watch. The question is, does TSM step into this? And they don't have to, and a Proto has the back line. Oh, but M80 wins the fight when TSM does decide to press the button after that kill comes through. It's the only battle won this round by TSM, and M80 tie things up at 7.
Don't stop fighting.
I was really expecting Sim to be a little bit more aggressive in that fight there past the smoke, but even then, what do you really do when you have such a weapon advantage? 7-7. M80 in that first half had a distinct score loss. And yeah, here they are now with an even game once more. Rifles for TSM. One of the most important rifle rounds of this tournament for them. They were so good in the first day of Ascension, but since then, slowly but surely, they haven't been able to get the wins they need. This is a battle for playoffs now for them. M80 have it all secured. TSM, on the other hand, don't. They're towards the bottom. They could be eliminated if they don't beat the unbeatable opponent. Double swing!
Good amount of damage done to GMD, but that's all Koala has to settle for this time around. Solid starting position for TSM. Like you said, such an important game. TSM doesn't win this, their chances at making playoffs are so fleeting. They will literally be in the bottom 2 of the tournament that cuts off the bottom 2 tomorrow.
There.
TSM circling the boat from Boba first as M80 step back into the doldrums of A site, see if there's a lesser threat waiting for them, and technically there is. It's the remnants of GMD waiting to fan over the rest of TSM. The
2 sets of flashes.
This is triggered.
Cage triggered.
One on each side. We'll take Elbow first, followed by Link. Nismo caught early. GMD was watching. And M80 will have to work on one channel. It'll be all they need, though, as no one else is holding as heavily on TSM. And M80 know that they will storm it. They will win it. Get the plant down. Grab some extra time. Xander taking a front seat to this fight. Here's all the steps, all the shots that are almost hitting him. BCJ waiting with the turn back, and TSM is ready on the trigger of the paranoia. It's just net remaining, and TSM stay disciplined in the rifle round. It'll be a blacklight flawless for them to make it an 8-7 game.
Yeah, losing Koala right off the rip was devastating. You didn't have any ways of getting the TP onto site or bringing out the decoy too to change things up. Not a possibility. TSM are taking these defense rounds so slowly. They're not looking to find these aggressive opening picks as nearly as much as I thought they would. But they had to be cautious. A very important opening pick. Elbow was important for them to take that fight sure, but everything else was all a group effort. Now, what is the move here from M80? They have a lot of things in their arsenal they could bring out. And we've already seen the theatrics inside of mid.
Yeah, what is the next step here for M80? How
There's
exactly,
a lot they could do.
Yeah, you have a lot of options. That's what your comp is built for, is doing a lot of different things. But Sim trying to be a stopping force early on with this dash, seeing if he can grab something early. He can't. Koala Noob is taking a heavy amount of space with Nismo's help up here in Courtyard, and TSM can't really do much about it. And with a smoke placed up top mid, now Sim is a little more aware of how much presence there is, but Koala isolated, and Sim, the perfect player to grab that opening kill. The op can be salvaged, but nothing more, and M80 once again starting the round with 4 members.
Man, Koala, a player that came into this tournament with an obscenely high first kill percentage, now with a first death in the last 2 rounds. It's the same exact spot M80 was in before, except this time less map space. They have to find a way to get past this corner choke on A. They don't have any native info outside of BCJ's util to figure out what's going on in these corners. No hard information. This is buying time for TSM to crawl their way back to re-clear Elbow and A side itself. Oh, with the proto gone, there's no more tripwires. It's leaving it down to Poised.
30 seconds.
So implanted. No reason not to push this, but Poised will meet an early Xander first. Stepping into site alone, trying to check backside. Not making the same mistake again. M80 set up the fast lane, set up the wingman, and now Nismo posted up with Link with that operator. Still salvage, still value. Tossed out from Poise just to get back up from back hall as GMD makes his way up but can't find any press. Neither can Poised. It's down to just 7 in a 1v3, make it a 1v2, but Nismo still with this operator and already all the util used. It's got to be a 2v1 swarm, and that's what M80 uses to tie us back up.
Like where the spike plant was played out, put down just for the elbow angle, watching for the backside, prioritizing any of the players that tried to go for a very cheeky swing for the backup round block. Not going to be a possibility. A lot of games of safety here for both these teams. M80, again, has been the team to drastically alter their meta a lot when it comes to go up against TSM specifically. And yet, nothing's really changed here. M80's playing very safe, all things considered. And TSM are the ones to play more aggressive than I feel is usual. It's worked out for them, but they have to go for another tag pause 8-8 again.
This feels like a good place to do it.
Yeah.
Purely of how influential the rifle rounds are on a map like Sunset, you can take it and roll with it for a good 3 or 4 a lot of the time compared to some other maps. So for them to kind of dislodge control now, pretty necessary to hold on to the game here. And again, it being TSM's pick, they would prefer to be proactive about it.
Yeah. Big questions I have is, when the ult economy rises more to the occasion that it comes out, how will TSM utilize it? Seven's been great on the Thrash. I'd love to see the Neon ult from Sim come out. That'll be huge if it's a Nico. But also from M80's camp, what about Koala? Koala has one of the best entry tools in the game, and that's going to be the Yoru ult. That'll come out soon. But with his op, he's found some impact, but he's been the first death the last 2 rounds. He has to take that charge. He's the duelist. And yet here he is, still taking that risk again, clearing everything out. Dismo's there to help out with the utility off of the stun, but a Proto's got the camp set up and ready. A Perma smoke's out, it's going to deny that op angle. Everyone else on TSM are playing this so safe and together for mid.
Look like they want to plant one here, and they will. Then they're going to hang out in B lobby for a moment, see if you can catch anybody straggling. Top mid smoke, they will try to sell a rotation of some kind. TSM will read that smoke as a rotation to A site. And they're correct. M80 have to do a lot of clearing first. BCJ having to use that first charge of the Dizzy, so a little bit stunted. TSM will actually get up close here. Sim, with the help of 7, will strike and dip back out. 2 for 1 special. That'll get him advantage. And also Spike isolated yet again. M80 up a creek without a paddle here, but able to take a couple isolated fights. 25 seconds to go, though. They've got to just save it. See if they can at least find GMD. They could go hunting here. Oh, no. They'll be able to TP ult. Grab this and just go for the plant on B side instead. GMD, big interception here. Catches Nismo's arms, but Nismo has the better wiggle. And M80 live to fight another post plant, but not very long. GMD steps into market, takes over market. Now a 4v2. M80 have to shuffle through. Xander has the smoke, has the paranoia, tosses one in the market, the ladder into Boba. It doesn't matter, so much available. M80, Xander, how do you do this every time? 1 smoke is all you need, and yet a Proto. Once again, coming up behind the pack is the one with the off angle, the one that Xander looks away from to give TSM the 9th.
Bro, Xander, man.
Every time, man, every time.
Never seen a complaint about this guy. I mean, he is just in a different reality. And but Xander aside, for TSM, their utility usage has been so on point the entirety of this map. The whole crux of why the A push didn't work was because of Poi's fault line. Perfect timing with the swing out from, I believe it was 7 to secure the kills. Fault line was out, right on the choke. No chance to divvy away into elbow. Removing the spike away, forcing out Xander's ult, which, by the way, he almost has back again into the next round. Big entry this time. Info clearing coming out from Koala's ult. He's telling everybody that B site's secured. But there's a problem. Look at the potential ults we could see from TSM. 7's Thrash, close to Poi's Rolling Thunder, Sim on the overdrive. 3 critical ults that just need to come out, 2 of which from kills. Well, I apologize, Poi's a whole lot more than I thought. But even then, a lot of critical ults.
Well, Poise doesn't need a Rolling Thunder, has the ability to just get on high ground and take over Koala Noob. Once again, unable to go band for band in the 1v1. TSM take over backside. That's the moment where 7 can let the Thrash go and at least take its way through lobby. Huge blind to actually make it a little harder for M80 to play for this post plant. Xander gonna have to step in for a moment and just play for time, which this util continues to do. A lot of TSM available though, and they'll take the fight to them. Sim with the Russian, that leaves space open on lobby for 7 to be able to defuse, trying to get blocked, but M80 have the firepower to continue to fight until too much time has been wasted. TSM, its remainder in GMD has to escape, and M80 escape with the half.
Absolute chaos at the end. I need to see the replay. That's the entirety of the round right there. The rush in, taking things in stride, not allowing a smoke in B main or even close to B main to be the barrier for either team. Just straight up using flashes available and pushing in. That was such a great change of pace again from TSM. It's come so close. Now Poise is coming closer to getting that ult. although it's not available just yet. Takes is to play around these orbs. A great change of pace now on an eco round from TSM. It's the overdrive available, and M80 immediately respect it. Hiding away from this Neon, letting the juice drain.
Walanoob again leading the pack here into B site. Come on, watching for M80's Lepers, which there no doubt are with such a big push out the gate here. But M80, understanding the proactivity that TSM need to enact on one end, go to the other. Here's the flank opportunity. Sim still standing with now a rifle in hand and some extra help. Walanoob holding up the back though, net the front. And so far, T's crossed, I's dotted, GMD assaulted by flashes, and now Koalanoob with his second kill of the round. 2v1, post-plant poised, just a ghost in hand. M80, 2 TPs is all they have, but they don't need much more when they have the spike in such a safe spot. 10-9 M80.
You really couldn't have asked for a better eco round from TSM. Although Sim didn't find really much with his ult, the potential afterwards, finding so many kills was ginormous. And 9 times out of 10, BCJ gets the spray transfer. So truly unlucky. But big still to only have 2 bodies left alive on M80's front. Sure, they broke the tie. It's a matter now of seeing what the economy for TSM can look like from here on out. It's not the best in the world. We see some light shields, some guardians in play. And the aggression has taken a bit of a step back outside of Marketplace. Door's gone down immediately. The door should break open and have the help of the clone. This will be a great fake to allow M80 to buy time to crunch their way up through Boba and main site.
A lot of ways that you could attack this, and in fact, they'll double back to market real quick after setting up the smoke. TSM may have a cavalcade set up at the stairs, and in fact, now they do. Just as M80 is gonna eke away into tiles and lean back over to A site, this could potentially be huge if Sim and 7 don't get the memo, but they have plenty of time after this smoke fades away. M80, again, it takes a little bit too much time. TSM is going to be aware of this presence. It's just a question of how much of it are they going to fight out the gate. M80 will have to spend quite a few resources. Oh no, they'll head back over to mid. Ned has been watching B side as well this whole time, seeing if anybody steps out. No one has so far. No one's given themselves away to that rotation. But M80, despite this, with that plant and with uncertainty on A site, they'll double back again, seeing if they can bait TSM out. They can't. TSM again has time to intercept this, and M80 will walk into a full-on 5v5. They'll use ultimates to help them out though, and Thrash being one of them. TSM able to get a couple positions. GMD intends is able to grab 2 for himself. Long live the king. RIP, day 1 is already so rough without him. 7 getting the little guy on for at least half. Util is able to get spent to kill him, but so much more of TSM to kill, and is smoking your way. TSM, they will outlast and tie us back up at 10.
Really interested to see what scared M80 off from pursuing top
They
Boba.
were terrified that round.
They were. The clone strat was out. GMD was pretty aware of it. Not that he knew, but his crosshairs were right on the clone on the other side of that door the entirety of that time. But it was just a big unusual stall from M80. The call was to back off and maybe pursue A site, but with the timer running out and no map clearing or info whatsoever, they were forced to double back into B site and push for the best. I don't know if we'll see that mid strat again. Hopefully we do though. Looks like we'll see the beginning of it at the very least. Response from TSM, aggression, fight for A-orb. Yeah. But with no M80 around. Oh, Net, he's hiding. I think he gave the call that TSM are pushing up. This is going to be that mid strat we wanted to see.
This is how much they wanted to press it. Net, how much can he do here? It doesn't really matter. That's not what M80's strategy is, and the answer is nothing. TSM can take over. Nismo and Tile's going to elect not to hit this. M80 actually meets TSM halfway at Link, and an opening frag leads to now a 4v4. TSM rerouting to get to Elbow and have some solace, and that means M80 gets a free plant, but now they'll choose to extend, and Xander and BCJ each get theirs. Gimon stepping into so much of M80, and it's just not to be. A Proto will save, and M80 will swipe back the lead convincingly.
These rounds have gone so back and forth. This is one of the most decisive ones we've seen in a while. M80's split-second decision-making, opting not to pursue Boba again, but instead take that mid-route back to A site and fight on early for A-Main to catch all those defenders off guard. Was definitely a bold choice, but it works out well. And this is that difference that Desk was talking about. The strategic depth that M80 have been a strong suit for the team over TSM, who's used their individuality to convert so many interesting rounds off of gunfights alone. With that being said though, M80, they had a string of rounds put together. TSM, whether it be attack or defense, their post plans have worked pretty well. They've won primarily from defuses so far this half. And I think M80's idea now is to prolong that period as long as possible, or should I say delay. They don't want to go for the plants right away. They want to play around with the map more and catch these rotators and these mid holders off guard.
Exactly. They want that post plant to become a triviality.
Yeah, but let's see if it happens this round. Look at the stack up outside B. Nothing but pistols for 7. And broken buys with rifles and guardians from others.
Very rough buy indeed, and it's going to lead to TSM taking the initiative into the lobby on the swing. Sim lands his shots, 2 opening onto M80, and they'll storm the battlefield. 2 open, TSM sweeping the floor. BCJ the only one remaining, and will take care of the rest of the crowd, but now it's a 1v2, and a Proto and Poise do not just have pistols. Again and again, this game continues to swing. And it will once more by the skin of its teeth. TSM 11-11, Max Make-A-Wish.
Oh, I wish for a map 3 if this is how both teams want to play. Holy. I love this proactivity coming out from TSM. The fact that they started off in the beginning taking things so slow, but now they have the same reads that M80 themselves opted to bring out their defense. Switching things up now, playing so much more aggressive, forcing yet another tactical timeout from M80. This is a scared M80, not something you see very often. The flawless team of Ascension. They've yet to lose a series. And remember, TSM have only won 1 map over M80 the entirety of this year. And we could very well in 2 rounds see a second.
So close with this pick. That again is a deviation from what TSM has normally picked up against M80. But not this tournament. TSM has started to feel a lot better on Sunset here at Ascension. And it's clear why. Sim doesn't just think he can match up against the big dogs of LATAM and Brazil. He is a big dog. He is a Sunset Neon. And not just him, it's every member of TSM who is scaring away the crows of M80. BCJ has not been able to do anything these past few rounds other than just let Wingman go. The util dump war has been unabashedly in TSM's favor.
Yeah. Sim taking some notes out of Dante's playbook for these opening picks too, you can definitely tell. And TSM, they like to stack up, similar to a lot of other teams we've seen so far in Ascension, but the core difference was always the speed. Sim would take things slower than, say, Dante, right? And sure, it hasn't changed much, but he has that confidence now. The whole team does to take these fights still just as aggressive. 7. Blinded out. Has to run away.
Spotted, pinged by Koala on the drift, and he's just gonna take this fight. 7 will win it! Still flashed, still stuck in market, still M80 taking the site and a spike plant. Now Nismo attempting to engage. 7 has a thrash, but a thrash in tandem. Poised will protect the president though in TSM. All fights are won. 7 now up and running again, will let his little guy go as the rest of TSM will storm Xander, easily taken over. No blacklight flawless, but 4 stay standing for TSM's game point.
Once again, M80 trying to change up the pace to play aggressive on their own. Koala using ult to clear sight, did find 7, and even Nismo was there for the stun to ensure that the marketplace push could not be redone. And yet Koala, another first death, lost out on that fight. This is very unusual for him. This is always one of his more confident maps.
It's true. This is very unlike Koala Noob. He normally wins a lot more of these matchups, and it is doing a lot to M80's chances of winning these rounds. Compared to having something like that Neon that can just push up with your team so much more often, Koala Noob. An ultimate gets you nothing this time around, and now M80 on a fractured bye have to use so much in the early round, so much more than they're used to, just to clutch onto this map. A chance of it at least.
The double
Kowalinu,
trips.
Lot set up here in the courtyard. Kowalinu will spot at least half of it.
Here.
M80 again taking over mid, but how far do they press it? No smoke thrown in just yet, and conditioning will lead TSM to refuse to intercept this fight to any degree just yet. So much slower on the double back from sites with a complete lack of intel.
Sim, ISO'd. 7, util still available. Waiting for the back line's net, listening for audio in the rotates. Could catch them off guard on this flank, but he's playing aggressive. Already fights have begun. 7, good for 1, but net, he's the core to bring this home. Could we go to overtime? I'm not sure anymore. 3v3, Koala had to forego the operator back into the Vandal. He picked it back up again. Xander only has a Bulldog. BCJ only has a Guardian.
It's slim pickings here for M80 as Kowalinu on the mosh, blinded away, has to ask for support, and Xander comes calling yet again! He answers! And M80 can clear the board! Both for the round and for the game. We exit regulation once again here in Ascension. We're going to overtime.
We talk about how M80 has been undefeated so far in Ascension, but a lot of the maps have come unbelievably close. This has been one of the most competitive VALORANT tournaments I've ever seen in my life. And it just keeps on going. I mean, overtime now against TSM, a team transformed against M80. Years now worth of practice against them. Not much results. But this moment, we're inching closer and closer to possibly seeing at least a first map won for TSM's favor. The confidence is soaring. And although that post plant wasn't the best from M80, they didn't have the best weaponry you would hope for. They were still good at clutching together and getting those multi-kills into overtime. It's a matter now of seeing who's going to change the pace up even more. And to be honest with you, dude, I mean, for how safe this matchup has been, the agent picks and the map vetoes, it's still big question marks about what the strategy will be going into round after round. And I'm gonna be honest with you, my eyes are now completely focused on TSM.
Yeah, all eyes on the underdog. As they were all day today, the regional matchups where the 1 seeds who were underperforming so far came up heavy against their regional counterparts. And now, save for TSM, Ascension is once again locked competitively. So many teams clawing for those top 4 spots, in TSM with a win here against M80, with a map even. They're just 1 claw closer.
Oh, but look at this. Already early util usage mid, expecting Koala to push aggressively there. They're hunting for Koala, but he's outside B main.
Yeah, he's still trying to look for a pickup here. He'll lead the smoke out from GMD. Confirmed with the flash. So M80 again. Step back a little bit, play for this retake a little bit heavier. TSM still not fully committed, still having GMD over here. Big smoke to try to sell the mid rotation again.
Not even, it's the crunch for B that they want M80 to think is going to happen.
Yeah. They're not moving though. M80 is staying stalwart. They're waiting for this A read. They think that TSM is bluffing. They're going to call it.
They would know.
And as these smokes dissipate, M80 says, well, where are you? Where could you possibly be? Nowhere else but A is the fight. TSM make the call, and M80 hear it in spades. Sim will clear the space with a slide. And so M80 have to back out and play for the retake in full.
This retake is scary. This has been TSM's biggest advantage so far this map, playing in these close quarters. Xander, though, multi-kills across the board, has been a difference maker. Utility looking great, both teams. How do they approach? So many flashes for Koala and M80.
And it starts with a flurry of them on either side. Sim the closest to the fight, but a Proto the first in it to get a kill. Slide back from Sim means you have to check more as you go in, and M80, they have so much that they're just walking into, including Sim, who from the corner of the site is a walking turret for TSM, who will clean house, keep 4 standing for their attacking win, giving them game point again.
And even with the macro being completely read by M80, recognizing the fake smokes from mid-site not being a crunch, I'd be curious to see if that marketplace door was closed or open, because the camera outside, had it been open, would have revealed that there was never a presence in mid from TSM, except for the start of the round, and never pushed up beyond the door of marketplace. What a great read from M80, but they lost out on the gunfights. TSM, they've been winning on individuality. Now the sides have been swapped. M80's strat book has been a lot more in-depth.
Not use it in mid initially. TSM, they've taken the fight to them. Xander falling early. TSM will scurry into mid and take over again, winning all their fights. Net, at least winning one against Poise, trying to stay put for the do-si-do, but now with 2v2, or 2v3, excuse me, and 7 with the angle to flank in.
Defenders
sweep
win.
through, take a 4-piece to end the round, and give TSM the opening map of the match. What a starter pack for this underdog squad.
The last 3 days have been poor from TSM, but this matchup is what they've been prepping for. The performance, albeit close, yes, in the OT, helping take another map off of these undefeated Titans. TSM now a very good chance to give M80 their first loss of Ascension.
One of the few kryptonites of M80 at Ascension has been the alternative American team. They were the only ones to defeat them outside of the Union in the previous year. Guard did it twice. First time in the beginning of those playoffs and at those grand finals. TSM were never lauded as a team who was going to make it that far going into this tournament. And they haven't been these past few days with teams able to continuously best them. And yet, Keg, here we stand. Anybody can win. Anybody can ascend.
This tournament's been so competitive. I had my worries about some teams going into this, but now it's anybody's game. The hunt to find individual players against M80 and prevent them from playing the game, TSM's MO. But guess what? We have a whole lot more to come. And if this is how map number 1's gonna go, imagine what number 2 and maybe even map number 3 will be like. But we gotta get there first, so don't go anywhere. We'll definitely be right back.
face.
Okay, TSM, we see you. We see what you're doing right here. They get the win against M80 on the map of Sunset, 14-12. And Roy, we knew that this was going to go the distance just looking at their previous maps of Sunset, both for M80 and TSM. But what a way to close it out, and what a map that we just had.
Yeah, and it was exactly what we talked about. So I'm starting to think that we might actually know what we're talking about, huh?
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, first time, trust me. But yeah, it was pretty fun to watch. M80 did have, I mean, at least on a surface level, they did look like the more tactically deep team. They had great ideas. They had great setups. They looked more well put together on almost every stage of the round. But it did feel like TSM was just better mechanically. And that's exactly what they needed to defeat M80 and to dismantle a lot of their ideas and setups.
I want to see more of this team, and I want to see more of this TSM. We talked about the times that they've faced M80 before, and I mean, only on this year, they've only been able to take one map away from them. Now make it two after that crazy overtime that we had, Emily. I think it was so fun to watch, and I hope the series continue to be this close.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be this close. It just gives us a teller of how intensely close both of these teams are at the moment. And TSM here, I mean, they won an OT, 14-12, and what I saw from them really was all the players just look so strong individually. And we also saw a lot of clutches that were happening from both the Proto and GMD. But to me, when I was watching the map, the rounds, I felt like it came down to 2v2s and 1v1s. I mean, it was very close. It just came down to who won the battle at the end of the day, and it was constant back-to-back trading. It was a full-on battlefield for both teams, and I loved hearing the banter. I don't know if you guys were hearing it, but the banter between the two teams was super fun to hear. Getting in each other's heads, and also let's look at the stats. So GMD, like I was saying, was coming out with some of those important clutches, when 25 and 19 on the Omen, and 7 just coming right in at second. We also saw an off, if you guys were noticing, from Koala Noob on the Yoru, which he was doing a good job. He was getting a pick in one angle, then he was maneuvering around and being a nuisance, and really it just came down to those clutches, I think, but both teams played really well. Yeah,
and then on the TSM side as well, we talked about GMD, we talked about the 7 factor, and both of these players did show up in this first map. Again, whenever 7 is having a great game, it does feel like TSM's wins are a lot more convincing.
Yes.
And there's so many situations and so many moments where these two players specifically, and obviously everyone on TSM had their moments, but these two players were more consistently finding value in both the team brawls and in the early fights that they were having as a team. It always kept ending in the favor of TSM because these two players were popping off consistently.
Something that I really love to see about TSM is that you can tell on those close rounds how hyped up they were. You can see the energy, you can feel the energy from these players as they were getting these clutches and these crucial rounds. And it was a nice map to see everybody getting their moments, everybody being able to pop off, especially as you guys were highlighting specifically GMD and Proto, but everybody else, Seven as well, doing his part, Sim and Poised as well. So now we're approaching the second map of Icebox, where I don't know if it's gonna be an M80 comeback. I think it will be though, at least for this map. This is the most likely match that we have to push the distance. Looking at the history of M80, I mean, recently all of their matches have been close, have gone to the third map, and it's also a TSM that is fired up and ready to win, right?
Absolutely, but I do want to refresh our minds, okay? This is still, despite the very close battles they've had on this map, this is still M80's undefeated map. They have won almost every single time they've ended up on Icebox, whether it was 13-11 or whether it was 13-9, it doesn't really matter. It still is functionally their best map. And TSM, on the other hand, they've not really had that much success with the Reyna comp. Now, they both run very similar compositions, right? Double controller, Viper and Omen. The difference is M80 uses double initiators, but TSM has the Reyna, and Sim did not have a great first map.
And I just want to remind everybody at home that TSM is really on a roll right now. They took on everybody and sent everybody home in the NA playoffs, and they really deserve their spot, and they're showing it. Every day that I watch them, I'm impressed. I think that they keep getting better and better, and they took their map pick of Sunset. But now, like Roy, like you were saying, we're on M80's map pick. I mean, they've gone 6-1 so far since stage 2, so it's looking really strong. Roy, do you think that they're gonna change their agent pool based off of what we last saw them play, or no?
Okay, yeah, well,
Come on.
Listen, I would not be surprised if they did, but I think if they did, a part of me would still be surprised because of the fact that there hasn't, I mean, unless they've been working on a secret comp, who knows? It's M80, no one can predict what they're about to do. But a part of me feels like they are really strong on this map, and their composition is so dynamic in its approach and its its ability to do things on the map. So I don't think they should swap.
Yeah.
They should, but I mean, maybe anything can happen, even on the side of TSM and the Reyna that we've been seeing a couple of times, trying to find what is going to be the most successful for both of the teams, whether it's going to be the composition or in general the ideas that they need to work around. And as we've talked about, to TSM, it's not just winning. This match is not just about winning against M80, but it's also they need to win this match. They need to continue to win because we don't know what the rest of the scores are going to look like for the other teams, to make sure that it is in their control that they make it to playoffs. They have this match against M80, which is obviously not easy, but then they have All Knights that, yeah, sure, they didn't win today, but they're still very, very good. So TSM, they need to get these wins, and it would be a statement, Emily, if they're able to get it today.
It was, yeah, I agree with you. They need this because, like we've been saying, they have not won versus a BO3 series versus M80 at all this year. So this is a very important match for them because they're at LAN and everything that's at stake. It's a very, very high pressured match for them. But right now, M80 is 3-0 in groups. So I was saying that I think that they don't have that much pressure. They're already kind of set in stone to move forward. Whereas TSM, not only do they need this win for the revenge versus M80 to really show, hey, we're a strong team, especially in North America, but also just Americas in total. They need this win so that they can move forward in the playoffs because right now they're 1-2 in groups.
They also want to get that respect, not only from M80, but from everybody, because honestly, this TSM squad, they have been underestimated. Even when they made it to Ascension, there were a lot of people doubting them and questioning how far they were going to make it. And now they have a really good chance, right, to get this win. They're 1-0 right now in maps against M80. They can close it out in Icebox, and yes, it's not going to be easy. M80 have a really good Icebox, but they have a chance to do so, and that is going to be the message that they send to everybody who has been doubting them.
Yeah, I mean, the people that have been doubting them is me. I've been doubting them, and every time I doubt them, I get proven wrong. And a part of me just keeps wanting to keep doubting them, but they're a good team. They have so many good players. They just look very brawly, and it's like it's sometimes hard to pinpoint exactly what their win conditions are. But maybe that is the charm. Maybe they're just really good in the chaos. They're really good at maneuvering their individual skill and leveraging that in some weird dynamic that they have. And I think a part of that is their superpower. And I think I would love to see that on a map like Icebox, where it is a lot about, you know, post plans, retakes, and kind of individual flair anytime in between those two phases.
We've seen the different versions of TSM, and honestly, when this team was coming up together, when all the pieces were mixing together, we thought that this was going to be a passive team. We thought this was going to be one of the slowest teams that we had in Challengers, because 3 of the players in the past were playing the controller, the sentinel, and they were very passive. But now you're seeing a lot more of a team that they consider themselves, and we see it, as you were saying, very broadly, very aggressive, understanding and working around what they know works for them. They're not necessarily following what everybody else is doing, what the top tiers their teams are doing, but they're finding their own style and they're making it work out.
Absolutely. And again, I do want to touch on the fact that TSM does have Reyna, an agent that can get away with that. So I think Reyna will be an expression of Sim here, and he's really going to have to step up on this map to, again, dismantle M80. That was the win condition for TSM in the first map. They kept getting in their faces, they kept winning fights, they kept picking them off, and then the retakes. That is a perfect agent to be on if you want to stick to that idea.
Well, let's jump into the Zippo or to the Blacklight agent select, rather, to find out what the compositions are going to look like between these two teams, if there's going to be anything new, anything surprising. And no, Emily, there's actually going to be TSM continuing to play this Reyna on that side. They're confident on that composition, although they haven't found the success. And an M80 once again opting for this no duelist composition that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they're using the same comp, which I thought maybe they would change. Sim changed his duelist that he was using on Haven already through the groups, so I thought maybe he would try to go on Jet for Icebox, but that's okay. I mean, they're not bad with this comp. It's just they have a 33% win rate percentage with this comp from stage 2, so I'm a little worried for them.
That's crazy.
But like Roy, you've been saying, I've been doubting them, but they just keep proving me wrong, so who knows?
They might prove everybody wrong if they're able to get away with this map win on Icebox, or let's find out if M80, they do the M80 thing and they get the win on the second map, push to the third one, and let's send it to your casters to find that out with Keck and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Dryad. Yeah, all you have to do to rocket from 5th to 2nd in the standings here, if you're TSM, all you have to do, one simple thing. Beat M80 on Icebox.
Oh, simple.
Quite the prize for quite the
it.
price. Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle here for TSM, who has had a solidly weak Icebox against M80, who has had a pretty strong Icebox for, let me check my watch real quick, the entire split. The entire split. So this is definitely looking tough. I know we said it at the beginning of the match, Keg, but I'm fairly confident that M80 can take this one.
I'm confident too, but I am I'm going to dial back a little bit, because most of the wins that we've seen from M80 since the beginning of Split 2 have been either 13-11 wins or overtime wins. These have not been walks in the park at all for M80 so far. In fact, only 2 matches so far of those 6 have been a scoreline of 13 and a score from the enemy team of less than 10. And even that was not a low number either. But look at this though, TSM taking their sweet time. Big aggression towards mid now for M80. Haven't seen the cross back over to B just yet. Slow caravan into A site though, will give it away. And M80 are already prepared for the retake.
And Nismo is circling for a moment, seeing if anybody gets a little excitable. They won't. TSM will stay respectful. But plan at least one on site. Sim, who again on the Reyna, has already been planted up to the back site. Like Strongleg said, not been having a shining game so far, and as Reyna, you kind of have to have one. So let's see if he lights it up. It can't this time around. M80 too much of a death ball on the circle, but can they continue it? Ring around the rosy, and Guimond is subject to all of it, able to find 2 before going down, and the playing field's been evened up. Koala Noob on 3 measly HP will drop down into 7's grasp, and now on 0 HP is Nismo as well. M80 will drop that first retake, and TSM come out with round 1.
It really feels like TSM, that pressure has not gotten to them about the situation they're in just yet. The fact now that they're fighting the team that has been yet to be defeated in Ascension, the fact that they may very well be playing for their tournament life. This was a big worry, right? Would they crumble under that pressure? The fundamentals they've worked on all year. No, they look great. What a great slow round there. The push on the site, not a whole lot of utility usage, a great smoke to divide out screens, and a great way of maintaining site space without ever the threat of losing it out. Oh, where does this lineup go? Right in mid, perfect.
Love that
Look
order.
at this push up though from M80. Koala, top of nest, not even hiding himself away. This is gonna be a view call into a flash and then a big rush A main. But there's one tiny problem. There's nobody on TSM's A main. Oh no.
Oh.
As I say that,
There's
they've
about
heard
to
me.
be, yes.
We'll
They're
get
like,
the
that's a
weapon
great
advantage.
idea, Ken.
Tenrek, Sim has a Vandal. He cannot lose this.
And this is big choice for TSM, bigger choice for M80. Yes, and in we go. Koala Noob the first on top of a flash, but not much more M80 has to bring to the table this round. And so TSM can sweep the board, keep Force standing for round 2.
I was so afraid that a mistiming there off of a call or even positioning from TSM would leave them caught off guard and have Sim lose that Vandal in round number 2. That would have been huge economically against TSM, but no. Very good confidence all throughout. And a lot of that was given away because I doubt it was on purpose, but M80, a leg sticking out from their Viper very early on, gave away the plot that the team was pushed up so aggressively.
Yeah. Tough misstep for M80 here as they'll once again take the front seat, this time on B lane, where TSM will at least dip their toes into this round. With a gun diff still leaking, but not necessarily at the forefront of this round's conversation. TSM can do a lot of chipping, especially if they win this opening fight. Question is, do they want to take it here? Do they want to swing back over to that A site? No one's made any extra space yet. Poised has been very conservative about his stepping into mid, as has the main stacks stepping into the lane, but now that changes. In comes the swing. TSM thrives past the one-way, and in comes the storm. Rest of TSM try to make their way on, but they can't completely coalesce. M80 have a little bit of extra util, and with the help of Koala Noob's paranoia is able to stall away 7, but Poised has finally made his lurk work and turns a 2v3 into a 2v2. Remainder of M80 coming back from kitchen, playing for the rotation against Poised first. Guimond second, who was on 7 HP, but can barely get away with this plant before getting swept away. Poised, one sightline available to get 1 kill. And that's all they'll get. But net, the only rifle left for M80's defense in this, their bonus round.
Yeah, not a great economic boost, I should say, for M80 on their first rifle, only keeping 1 alive. If I'm TSM for my bonus buy, that is a fantastic round. Only thing that made me a little bit nervous though was Poise's late lurk into mid, coming through well after the execution, drawing that line of fire so no one would pay attention to him. Had that timing been maybe a little bit faster, there could have been a crunch or maybe even a call for the audio to catch those rotating A players off guard. Now, a little bit of a lore dump, if you will. The last time and the only time we've seen M80 lose on this map was against a collegiate team of Blinn. That was the day M80's last player net was signed on. And so far they've looked so much better, but with a shaky first map, you have to wonder, can that streak continue?
It's been the aim that's been M80's bane so far this match. TSM has matched them mechanically, which normally just doesn't happen. There's no other way to put it. Net able to beat Poised in the 1v1 though, and now M80 are stacked up, ready and waiting for this A push. To the point that they'll take down the wingman on the first go in. TSM needs help with the smoke to even get the spike back, but M80 have so much firepower at this point that they'll just start spraying and praying. Not much praying needs to happen though, and there's so much of TSM available to strike down. Now it's just 7 though, available in a 1v literal 4. Xander just in time for the flank, and M80's second round of the game with the Blacklight flawless.
And all M80 have had to do so far for their rifle rounds, just hold these initial choke points. I'm expecting M80 to play, TSM to play much more into mid these next few rounds to break up M80's choke. Big reason why TSM were able to convert the first few rounds was because they could break away from that choke early on and then either use their weapon advantage to push into it or play anti-retake. But if M80 are going to continue to get these early reads on the TSM and where they're going to opt to push into, it's going to make things more difficult. A default out now, or what could have been a default now, a split push into mid. Oh, immediate attention found right away. This is a crawl into mid site now. Nismo is going to be the maestro of this round.
Does he choose to throw anything into this, or will he just check it? Or will he even be able to? TSM is a little antsy for it, and Sim oversteps perfectly enough for Nismo to grab everything and receive almost nothing. TSM, their gamble will not succeed, and Nismo, a couple more numbers padded this map. And no doubt the lead handed to M80.
One enemy remaining.
They will not fully crunch this, but it's mainly just so Nismo can get an ace, which a Proto will reluctantly hand over to him. The maestro indeed, and he will conduct M80's lead.
Nismo had been a little worried about his performance over the last few days, but I mean, look, not too many teams so far in Ascension have been able to achieve an ace. A perfectly made one at that. Sure, it was an economic round for TSM. But even then, though, what a confidence booster for a team that did not end up winning map 1. Now, timeout has been called by TSM. I like their adjustment playing into mid. I just wish they didn't do it on an eco round. If that's going to be their eco protocol, then they'll continue to fight for these choke points or just default and play for picks in the early round and face the same exact issue. But I feel, in my heart, mid could be the answer here to break apart M80 and keep them on their toes.
Absolutely. Whether it's funneling through under tube with the help of a Viper Orb, which, as we've seen, TSM is able to get down. Seems like they're pretty comfortable with that rush. Just fear M80's proactivity. Or even heading up to maps through mid. We've seen TSM do that a couple times on Icebox. Of course, not against M80, who is able to meet them halfway most of the time. And again, that's kind of been the overarching issue here, is that M80 just has not been the 5 aim gods that we're used to seeing so far. They've been great, but they haven't been their best. And that's been the running title for, according to M80, this entire tournament.
Keep an eye out for those ultimates, though. BCJ's Thrash, Nismo with null command. Could very well give up sight this round, play it a little bit more differently. TSM could be expecting the initial choke. But even if Xander falls, 2 important retake ults are available.
Thrash now to clear out the lane. Indeed, TSM will creep up a little bit farther. But that spells commitment to M80, and they'll stack up on B site, let a couple resources fly. Double orb on the impact of the lane. Crash round 2, and TSM fine purchase. VCJ wins the angle war. TSM have to spray from on high, and they're able to overwhelm.
Enemy remaining.
Net the only one remaining. After that, null command will not be able to last.
Spike
3v1 for the retake. Net unsure of what you really do from here. Might just want to save. Of course, the eco's looking actually really good. Never mind. Just try and get some guns out.
Honestly, boost up that ult percentage.
Yeah, and get rid of some of TSM's rifles because their economy's looking dire. Tough start. Got to get rid of that nade. A lot of angles to manage here as Net. But the most certain one is going to be Sims. He's got to be checking it. He's the Reyna. He's going to be doing it. Except on this one, evidently. Oh! Okay.
Close?
We'll give it a go. And Sim wins it. Good practice for the Reyna. Certainly needs it if he wants to cause enough of an impact for TSM to win Icebox this time around, as again, they have yet to this tournament.
M80 played this round very overly confident. Stacking up, gave the choke initially away to TSM, backed away, but chose to re-aggress and fight it before the spike would go down. No doubt a big fear left over from Sunset, where TSM won the primary amount of their rounds based in post plants, whether that be planting the spike or even just fighting off for the retakes. TSM did win their first round. They won pistol off of plants too. Look at TSM's response here, though. A big teleport early on to the top of halls. Otherwise, though, split push back to A site. The pressure on Koala, now lone with an operator, is in a tough spot. He has to back away. He doesn't have any safety net. He could rely on those double nanoswarms, but those are off of his call. Everyone's playing down below except for a Proto.
Does this silence give away that Koala is opping? You have to know that he's
cover going out.
Gonna be that lone sentinel watching over
Set
at
up
some
the one
point.
way.
And he's taking a step back here. Big presence
Spend
on
it
mid
left.
still. TSM does not have a whole lot of firepower to approach this A side. If they lose one, they have to force
Right
Koala
there.
to miss here. Or just util dump and force a retake, but get the crunch going. But they've already themselves away a little bit here on mid. So Himon is going to go ahead and TP over to the rest of the team. While Poised will sit back and be that lurker. It looks like M80 is still searching for. They are not convinced that there was only one man in the middle. And Net's fears will be confirmed right now. Poise steps into more than one, and he's on the runaway as the spike continues to tick away. M80 taking care of this fight, and they still lose one. Now it's time to focus on the main problem. Proto, a little late, unfortunate, but
I don't
he'll have
think
a nice
so.
position.
This is perfect timing.
He'll have a nice position for later, actually. Will he need it is the question. Can TSM hold their own? Sim can at least grab one. Koala Noob has farmed the corner on the Raptors, and M80 is able to circumvent. Guimon the next to fall. 7 will have to try to waste some time so Proto can find the angle, and there it is! There's 2 found! That's enough for TSM to swarm and win the round. 4-3 now for them.
Oh, the slow pace making M80 nervous, something you almost never see from this defense. The fake smokes, the block out boiler, ensuring that to M80 this should be a mid push, but it wasn't. Not a lot of info gathering. The early parts of these rounds out of contact plays. Outside of your KO, suppressing knife, you really only have that, right? You don't have your recon bolts, you don't have a fade haunt or prowlers to work off of. And don't even say that you want to sacrifice Wingman so early for info, right? That'd be a death sentence. But instead, TSM, they have the option now to play very much into these early rounds and soak that fear into M80's mind. And these lurks too, TSM, a Poised, a Proto, lurking so late are really taking advantage of the fact that M80 in these later parts of the round don't have much info. They have to save it mostly for retakes. A great preemptive, oh, okay, the double lockdown.
Yeah, this is
on A.
This is proactive incarnate.
Mutually assured ulting.
Oh, you want to talk proactive?
Oh,
Let's talk Koala Noob. Oh, please. Please don't do it to him.
Poise the
Please.
wall. No, Poise, don't do it. It's not worth it. You have to wide swing this. You'd have to know.
Oh, here comes GMD.
Oh,
Bro's got spike.
Spike. Oh, that's the spike. He teleports out.
Poise spots him. Heads right back. But Poise loses and he's running away. The double back. Poise will spray it down.
That worked.
Far too long-winded a
30
fight,
seconds
but they'll get away with it. 30 seconds to go as TSM have to scurry through B lane. Not a fight one on mid though. And BCJ still holding it down on A site. Such a weak push from TSM up this B lane, and Xander can stop half of it. It's Poised versus the world for TSM to hold on to this lead. What discipline from Koala Noob. How did he get away with so much for so long? In TSM, they found nothing anywhere else.
That's heard. Suppressed. Approximation
Almost
discovered.
flashed. There's so much at him, and there's more to come, including Net from the lane, who should have an easy one. No! Poise the turnaround, Net flubs it, and they're gonna go for the pit. What a decision from Poise that will immediately get punished by BCJ, who is not far behind. Neither is M80. We're tied back up.
My brain is cracking in
Yeah,
half.
that was a bit of a brain fryer, man. I'm not gonna lie.
What was this
That was
round?
a little bit of a microwave round.
I don't even know where to begin, man. Okay, so not only Koala holding garage angle for eons on end, canceling the ult, bringing back the 1v1 against Poise. If he had hit that second shot against Poise, that would have been the clip of the day. But at the very end too, the hero plant coming out from Poised afterwards, right? Everything was, the stars were aligning, but one just happened to blow up as soon as that ult had gone down. That is a valuable ult to rid of.
Yeah.
This far late into a half. You won't have that safety net anymore, especially after the 2 lockdowns were used earlier.
Swarm grenade out.
Unsure if they're going to be able to come up in time again. And purely for response as well, it seems. So, the Ultico outside of that, M80 is now so convincingly won that.
I want to point out really quick that the small smoke was put in garage where Koala was aiming last round in the counter. Like, I don't want to go with that again. No, thank you.
And that, kids, is called conditioning. Oh, how about this one? Koala Noob! Not this time, bucko. A Proto with the catch this time in mid. And he's not done looking. Net, now the one searching. And he'll find it this time. That being said, taking a shot to the chest. Not entirely invincible. But with that conversation out of the way, no longer a KJ, TSM kind of spread their wings a little voluntarily here, especially with the Viper's Pit getting thrown up by Xander on B side. Oh, Sim, great pickoff, but that facilitates a crunch to B, so they'll have to fight the pit, and then I'll take a util dump here and now. They need to take down Xander, but Xander is staying in the corner. Xander is staying put for long enough for the rest of M80 to come back. TSM out of the frying pan and into the fire. It's M80's game again.
And TSM are setting up these very crafty, meticulous early rounds that look like they're just about to go off without a hitch. It's like an old-fashioned cartoon. The monster of the week, right? TSM have everything set up and it seems like they're just about to win. And then M80 just Deus Ex bring their ways back in and save the day. Xander there with the Viper's Pit. A great cleanup. But BCJ had their number 2 with that slow crawl in mid not to overexert himself. And here we are once again, the mid choke. Early identification. Xander, last time he pushed back, he went back to yellow and repositioned. This time he's fully giving up at least the early B angles. He's waiting for his teammates this time.
The first dump from TSM. Take yellow convincingly. And like you said, Xander will again back it out. Poise found out by Net. Oh, he has certainly perked up the last couple rounds, hasn't he? TSM, a little bit of extra space at the beginning of B site, but can they hold it down? M80 again, so much to offer here, and it starts with BCJ's Thrash. Clearing out the entirety of site. The whole party's in lane, and M80 knows it with one Gecko ult. Couple up at the front seats. Xander just gonna hold it down for half pretty easily here. That's the second util dump for TSM. Do they have a third in them? I think not. M80, too much from the wayside, and M80 is up by 2.
Oh, man. Again, another round that could have convincingly gone in TSM's favor, albeit with lesser buys. Poise fell early. The wall available for the post plant, not so much anymore. Much more aggressive yellow control given to M80 because of the fact, forcing TSM to play entirely in B main. At the very least, though, TSM did manage to get rid of BCJ's Thrash. You won't have to worry about that critical ultimate now either. 2 rounds left. Not coming close to having that lockdown yet again. Could fight for the A orb. Back in mid, though, not going to be the case. Instead, okay. TSM don't even fight for the orb.
Yeah.
They're playing a very aggressive A main style here. They want that A control. 7 has Thrash, and they'll take most of site's info.
Seems like nobody wants to fight Xander just yet up lane. Oh, until he's baited out. GMD, good sight watch. So M80, they've taken the fight up here to A though, so there's no reason for anybody to fan out. So it's a glorified 2v3 right now. TSM will be forced to engage to B, which will of course force M80 over there as well, and that's why TSM questioning it. And as the Toxic Orb goes up a little bit late, M80 have to question this rotation. How heavy are they committing? TSM 45. Fully committing to this B lane. Or are they? Oh, are they gonna sell? Oh, they're gonna make everyone think 7's still going for the plant.
He's gonna Thrash.
Wow.
Does he dedicate the ult here?
Go for A. I think you can. You have 1 round left after this. You, especially when you have so much else you're clawing for, and you have Omen ult next round. Yeah, you have Omen ult next round. Hell yeah, sell this.
20 seconds though. You have to hurry. Very little information to gain, and BCJ's already on the case.
BCJ's gonna read this. Yeah, he's gonna make that call a little early. Thrash round 2 is not gonna find anything, especially if Net is able to catch 7. Yet again, he's late on the shots. A crucial moment to hand TSM the potential tie of the half. M80 going for the retake in a 3v4. with not much to offer. Koala, a smoke, and away on. TSM, a couple things to throw at the wall, but is it enough? VCJ babysitting this wingman to get it past half. He's just gonna commit to it. It can't be sprayed down. One down, one to go. VCJ, the first tap, spraying into smoke. TSM should have it handled from here. No, the hold down on the spike. Nismo gets it past. A ninja defuse for the ages to get M80 a crucial round ahead.
Oh, M80 are not falling for any of TSM's tricks. They are waiting to the very last moment. They're expecting these lurks, these rotations at the last second now. They're not being fooled by anything. M80 have decided now in the early rounds that they're not fighting B main. They can back away and just wait to see where that plant will go. The comfortability for these retakes is back. That was the big, strong advantage that TSM had in these early rounds, but M80 have adapted. Once more, big fight yet again. No, Sim!
Oh, and that's where they're going to press it. They're going to try and hold Sim down here, but there's so much more supporting him. Can M80 take this fight in its entirety? Not against GMD, at least at first. He'll be able to get good for one. 7 now circling back, and TSM have a lot more space than M80 bargained for. Turning this into a 3v3. TSM, wings spread. Early A attack here on a 2v1 that M80 is not as prepped for. Net is going to try and get ahead of things to get an early one here. 7's steps are heard. Poise could take a wide angle to belt here. And Net is just going to go for the wingman. He's not backing out of this, at least at first. Spots heads, can't hit him though. Now he does, that's both of them. And the lockdown for good measure. No way a Proto's able to get this back. M80 certainly come away with their 8th round to end the half.
TSM have developed so many good ideas, but small critical mistakes that M80 are picking up on round after round. This match, this first half at the very least, is a VOD review paradise. Small things like identifying a leg early, or a smidgen, pixels of a KJ turret to identify the positioning of certain players has helped both teams find so much extra added value. And I mean, at the very end there too, right? We saw the cross come into A site, the spike not picked up. Net didn't have to back away. He could play for the time, take 2 away, go for the lockdown for that final stall. But for M80, oh, okay, Tens, all right.
Oh,
that's cute. He's so nice. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, Tens actually pulled up in his Lamborghini one time to me and told me and gave me $1 million and gave me CPR and saved my life.
How come you never gave me any of that million?
I don't know.
Where's my million, Tenrek?
I spent it all on the Sentinels bundle, I guess. Is that how much that's how much the bundle costs at this point, right? Because it's out of stock.
Oh, okay.
The economy on those bundles is going to skyrocket now. Now that you can't get them anymore.
Well,
look, I'm thinking long time. Look, I'm asking the big dollar
that's your retirement right there.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, my retirement is the Sen bundle, actually.
You just plant them in the ground and have them grow to a beautiful sentinel tree.
Well, now that we've farmed the biggest streamer, let's advertise to them. Thanks to Blacklight for sponsoring Ascension. I'm sitting in their chair right now. Their Athena really comes through, and it's like really cheap considering the quality. So big thanks to them for helping us out with this event and so much more that Knights Arena has been helping with production on. So
I have the posture of a very small, little, dried up shrimp. So I love chairs like those because they make my pain in my back not considerable. So very nice for them. Thank you so much. Now here's the issue, right? Historically speaking, M80 really good on their defense, Icebox. Their attack can be so-so. They do find a lot of value a lot of the time, but that doesn't mean it's always a guaranteed success. Look at the stack up from TSM, already set up and ready for mid-control. Not only just through kitchen, but even down below with the help of the turret. They've read into the fact M80 want this early control mid.
And they'll find it. Oh, Koala attempting to fire back, but poised on the off angle. And TSM get to bite off more than they thought they could chew. BCJ now forced into a long-range fight and is only good for one. From there, TSM should be able to snowball. What a run Net is taking. GMD assessing that for later. Nismo actually finding poised as well. This has suddenly turned into quite the kerfuffle. Net's been vaguely lost, but his flank has been red. Oh, didn't spot that gun from a Proto. That's gotta hurt, buddy. And can't find the shots this time around. Tough window to do so. And so it comes back down to Nismo, who at least has been given space to take the spike, but to where? I suppose B site.
He does have options here. He does have his knife. He does have a flash.
Yeah, util.
Yeah, man, look, at this point, all you really need to do is just fight for orb control and gain up your ult early. If you can gain this round, that'll be gigantic for the team, but in a 1v3, can't necessarily expect it, though. Keep in mind, too, 2 critical flashes available from Sim and GMD. There is a smoke available, too. And off-kilter smoke plant, though. This one's going to want to fight for not only mid, but also kitchen control and negate away anybody from Snowman. This is good for up close. He does not want to fight far away with the Ghost, and he has audio for Snowman control.
Here's all 3 from Snowman. He knows that kitchen is safe. This is his angle. This is his gamble. Immediate jump up to read him as a proto. Starter damage with GMD. Paranoia into the flash drive to at least counteract, but there's so much in his way. There goes 1. There goes 2. There go them all! Nismo! A Zippo clutch for the Star of Ascension, both past and present.
No way, dude. That was incredible. 1 flash was all that was needed. Oh, the clutch of the day by like, flabbergasted. Oh, dude, M80 is pumped.
Oh, I am Nismo, hear me roar.
Yeah, honestly. At this point now, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, map 3, huh? TSM already won map 1. M80, we're a little not so hyped up, but now double the amount of rounds that TSM have. On the precipice of having to buy up into their double digits. We need 4 more rounds to bring things to map 3.
Going up. Toxin screen down.
Ooh, only 1. Sitting on A site. Time with the wall here. Knife comes out. Poise knows to put the wall up afterwards. The call's been made to rotate back over, but M80 are playing the map just the same TSM has.
Poised has done his job, and M80 expected it.
Force the wall open. Now they're all rotating in unison back to B site. There hasn't been any clearing from either team at this place just yet. M80 do not know that all of TSM have rotated to A, but they can take the guess. Look at the weapons. Nothing but pistols. Nismo won that clutch 1v3, and TSM are licking their wounds not having any buy-ups besides Sheriffs into this round. They have to play together.
It's the same stack from the lack of intel that the 3v1 had to go with before. That's the raw aura of M80 on Icebox. So many angles to approach, and again, like you said, with just those Sheriffs, it'll come down to the blind and smoke timings. The TSM have to launch from a distance to start, so much space to clear.
Toxins going up.
M80 will wide swing from yellow. Koala Noob the first to step in. With the help of the Toxic Screen, they will be audience to whatever members of TSM decide to come out. Flash drive for Koala Noob to get a little bit up front. I'm gonna go for some kills. As TSM, it appears they will solely play to die and get some extra kills along the way. M80 will follow suit, and ultimately, it's a nice little cotillion at B site this round. A nice how do you do before we enter the real game that TSM need to lock in for if they want to end this 2-0.
At this point now, TSM realistically have 1 solid rifle round left. I'm curious to see if they are to lose this round, lose all their bodies in the process, what the buys will look like after. And that's why they go for the tac timeout. A deep think about what they can do to gain 6 rounds, hopefully in a row, and not tease M80 towards either their 12th match point or even overtime. I mean, after all, M80 so far, this has been one of their most distinctive Icebox matches we have seen from them this year.
This has been the M80 that we were looking for today. One that is not as afraid, one that is willing to go all in with these gambles and stacks that, again, we're so used to seeing M80 flying with such confidence. Despite such an unorthodox calming style, the way in which this team flows and connects is so different from other teams, even in North America. And it doesn't show itself too well if there's any level of dissonance with even just one player due to how chaotic that team speak can be. But man, when everyone is locked in, when everyone is understanding of each other, everyone knows each other's intention, they look so beautiful.
Lay of the land once more, M80. Grouped up, ready for A site. Buys, not so great, but they have the rounds to afford it.
First attempt of what could be few. 7, first meet. Nothing doing. Toxic screen to stall it off, but M80 are just going to press the issue. BCJ good for the opener. Now they'll swarm maps, try to take down the lone. There, they will. 4v3 from here should be trivialized, as long as M80 do everything right, which so far they look to be. High ground for Koala Noob, good for the easy one. And from there, TSM don't look to have any answers. Too much uncertainty in the remainder, and too much certainty in the impossible position that Koala still gets to play. Nothing that TSM could do this round, and so they will acquiesce.
Nismo once again MVP of this round, forcing the save out from TSM, and even then, it's only by 1 rifle. A great null command, shutting down any utility stall, prepped up by TSM. Now, that was utility. We have some new agents that have come out that might be able to do something similar in the future with weaponry. The same result could happen. M80, those rushes are unbelievable, and again, on a much lower buy, are able to pick up 3 rifles in the process. 2 rounds away now from map 3.
And again, not much to write home about for the side of TSM. Spending so much on these pushes that are just not getting enough. And it comes from such a great such great decision-making from M80 on when to throw the wrench into these gears that TSM has running. Just such a great, forcible shift of tempo that they've gone for, whether it's getting in front of a toxic screen that TSM have to cross, or just full-on breaching one that's been set up against them. Trading blows through the opening lobby room to get rid of BCJ on M80 and GMD on TSM, both fulcrums to their pre- and post-plants respectively.
Keep in mind now, too, no smokes for retakes on B-side for TSM. They will have to respect Xander's wall, as long as he stays alive. M80's watching. I should say, specifically watching for the cross mid. No one will be there.
Right there. And when everyone's already here for TSM, it's a little bit risky to still have someone this far out, unless you're willing to play a little non-committal.
You'll have poised wall to deal with, so you want to push B here. 45 seconds, you have to make that decision now.
That's gotten a little bit farther in here to see if maybe they've baited a rotation. It looks like M80 might want to go for this.
And Koala does not have ult yet, can't TP back into B for a surprise roundabout TP.
30 seconds left.
Okay, the nanoswarms are already tossed in, so they only have to deal with the toxic screen. It looks like Proto Red thing's a little too early here. But he's still going to be ready with this. Sheriff can't land any shots. Unfortunate timing for him. Same for Poised, who has to wait out this mosh, as the spike will very cleanly go down. And without a hitch, M80 should be able to have this retake too, to the point where TSM might question their guns again. But no, too few chances at this stage, and Nismo, caught up by a wingman, leads TSM to a potential to take this to a 3v3 if they act fast. And they will, at least as fast as possible. But Nismo, the early hold from the Raptor side. 7 and Poised, though, the drop down, and suddenly we've taken over site again. Koala Noob from the wide angle. Wastes enough time, though, to be able to take back over and grab 3 kills to end the round. M80 with 8 rounds of game point here on home base.
This is the M80 we were looking to see at map number 1 that failed to show up. And for TSM, they had mentioned when that pressure starts to amount again, it's when the fundamentals start to shake up a little bit more. But you're right, what choice did TSM have? They had to push into the post plant. They can't just keep giving it away to M80. It sets up a bad precedent. They have to fight. They have to give a chance. They have to give a chance. Oh, hello.
Hey.
And even then, though, M80 are now only 1 round away from bringing things to map 3. And TSM once again are taking this charge. Remember, M80 do not have a duelist.
Yeah.
They're all duelists in their own right, but for the roles themselves, that's only Sim. Sim has Empress available this round. Yet Sim hasn't found a lot of value on this half.
Not at all. Was getting chaperoned for a bit there by 7 as well, seeing if they could find anything on the early push, but only net is there, and he still will be there. Might have to stay a little bit longer if this B push doesn't work out. Guimond forcing out the Thrash, and now Kowalinu with the wide swing. That Gecko ult can now be used to clear the remainder of B's front line, which is not entirely unoccupied now that I think about it. TSM is here to play enough so that Wingman can't get spiked down. Thrash is back, this time for 7 sight, and since he's taken over yellow, he feels pretty confident letting it go now to guarantee where these last 2 members of the initial push are. But do you swing into this? And where is Net? Poise knows! Say goodnight to your chances of taking this 13-5, certainly if you're M80.
30 seconds
Thrash
left.
unavailable, and neither is Spike. 25 to go. How do you take this fight? You just might not. Yeah.
Want more? Here's more.
They'll let it go. 7, episode 2 of Thrash. We'll get to Spike, but that's the moment where M80 has to press it, and they simply can't cut it. TSM will survive at least once.
Great round from TSM again. I got scared when Guimond had fallen, and again, we were in the same exact spot. You would have to respect the Viper walls, or at least Xander's wall in the post plant. But the double Thrashes being brought on here could be a saving grace for realistically both of these teams. One of the best entry tools in the game, an unstoppable force for a lot of the time. Not something you have to worry about anymore, especially on A site.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering now, M80 looking to pressure B and mid once more. They've been finding a lot of value, getting space onto this site. Sim found value last round, towards the end. Backing away, giving that respect to TSM, allows them to fight back over towards A. Oh, and a Proto set up and ready, already backing away. Nismo may very well grab this A orb and no command his way in.
Couple things still available here. A Proto spotted his time as it came and went. Kowalinu, good catch onto Poise, still looking for Sim on the flank, who is still available in TSM in the meanwhile. On site itself, win their fights as well. Keep disciplined and are able to find Nismo too. Great clean sweep onto A site that will reset M80 in more ways than one.
Huge reads. I got so nervous when the spike was going down and a Proto was directly on site. I thought for sure, yeah, okay, the utility's not there anymore, but the null command could certainly be triggered. M80 now with timeout. They themselves may be starting to feel some of that pressure. I mean, look, historically, it's been kind of hard to close out Icebox at times. I think we've seen plenty of instances of that, but M80, man, you got to bring this to map 3, right? TSM are already a map ahead. This could still be their first time eliminating M80 for the first time in their own careers. They need 6 more rounds to bring it to OT, and they did that for map 1. That pressure's still on now for both these teams. If M80 cannot find that final clue, this puzzle piece may remain unsolved.
And that pressure's so much greater for TSM, who along with that 5th position right now in the standings also have the worst round differential going into this match out of the cluster of teams. They have faltered by the biggest gaps. And so not only finding that first win against M80, but to be able to lessen this, if not take back over, would mean the world for their chances to scrape through and get into playoffs. Again, winning here, and you will make your way to 2nd in the standings going into the final day of the group stage.
What a skyrocket.
Lose it and you're right where you were in the weakest position in playoffs. In the most likely position to get eliminated before you can even get a word in edgewise.
Yet again, just forced to back away.
Smoke it back.
More space to be given.
This lane has never been the problem, though. It's always been yellow. TSM, when they take this fight, they are far weaker. It's either here or after everything. And it looks like it'll be after everything. The screen too scary. Koala Noob! Too telepathic. And Omen for Omen. M80 enter the post plant with advantage. So much of it.
Very early null command brought out. Sim up top. Cannot flash. No utility at all, especially Poise. Viper's Pit available. Cannot even get close, and if he does, can't use any ability. You can't save here either. You have to push in if you're TSM.
Sim the first step in, that's one down, and that's the opening that TSM needs. 7 good for the next one. Koala Noob, tough trouble getting out of dodge, and the Mosh opens up a rare window for TSM. 2v2, very little time. Poised has to protect the president. There's one. Now against Ned, but Ned can dance this angle and hold it down. M80 barely get away with it, but it'll be a 13-6 victory. We're going to map 3, gamers.
Haven, it is the IGL paradise. What an adventure for both of these teams. TSM, the strat book, looking a lot more in depth. They have so many things up their sleeves, but both teams struggling to close out rounds. M80 finally doing so when TSM was starting to get the ball rolling. They're the ones that put it to a stop.
But it's clear this is an endurance test for M80, as have been all of the other matches. TSM, despite being the ones that these matches are scraped by against, they can still hold a candle to America's best, and they will have to going into this map 3. Losing Haven could potentially completely boot them out of Ascension before they could even play their next match. M80 trying to get away with this victory to guarantee themselves that first seed going into the bracket with a limited playbook so they can still perform when they actually get there.
Who knows what to expect, right? Map 3, probably not what most people were expecting to see. TSM, they have a whole world ahead of them, and we're ready to see it happen. All right, we have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We need to see this map 3.
We had 2-2-0s today, but of course that NA matchup, it was going to go to the third map. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Ascension Americas, where we just saw M80 once again do what they always do on Icebox, right? They look confident, great. I mean, they were feeling themselves a little bit more than usual, standing up, screaming. I want to know what they were saying to the TSM guys.
Oh, I think I read some lips at one point or another. Em and I were laughing about it, but no, you're absolutely right. They look fired up. You can tell just like the intensity in the server, their energy, the amount of just the way they're playing just feels a lot more constructed in the second map. I think they've realized that this matchup is not going to be free, and they've dialed it in. But I mean, I do want to remind us that Icebox is one of M80's best maps. It has continued to prove to be so. They showed it here again. It is probably their most versatile map in terms of everyone's role being extremely clean on the map, and here they showed it again versus TSM.
It's really cool also because every time we see this map of Icebox on the set of M80, we see different pieces getting the chance to shine and pop off Emily. And it feels like this one was a game where it was very cohesive, very coordinated for the side of M80, and it also allowed Nismo to go off.
Oh yeah, Nismo really needed this to just kind of gain that confidence back, because we heard him say that he hasn't been playing to his full potential from his own thoughts. But here he totally disproved that. He got an ace on one round, another round he won a 1v3 clutch on pistol. 2 really crucial rounds for his team. They won 5 out of 6 of their post plants in comparison to TSM, who only won 3 out of 7. But overall, I do have to say that shout out to Net, because I appreciate teammates like that stand up after an insane clutch and banter and support your teammate Nismo. So shout out to Net for that.
Yeah, I mean, they're supporting not only in the game, but they're also supporting on the outside by picking up the slack. They've both of them popped off. Nismo and Net have had an outstanding game. But I do also want to point to the fact that in that map, I think the structure of M80 got really shown or displayed in the best way possible, where Nismo was constantly setting up Koala. So many of the rounds on defense side started with these set plays, these sort of early gimmicks that allowed Koala to get so many first bloods, and it's all down to Nismo. And on top of that, dude almost got 2 aces. Like, okay, what can't the guy do at this point?
On top of that, Nismo, I believe, had 17 assists. So he's doing the full shebang, the full KO characteristics. And that's the Nismo that we all know and love. And I'm so happy for them. I'm really glad, I don't know about you guys, but that the series is going to go to 3 maps, because this is one that we knew was going to be neck to neck. I'm worried for TSM because that wasn't really a close game. I felt like it was very much in M80's hand. But I want to give a shout out to GMD though. I felt like he was really going in there, not being afraid to kind of force a trade. So he really was trying his best, but like you were saying, Roy, M80 was just on fire. It was kind of too difficult to play against for Icebox.
They were getting fired up. They were standing up, as we saw, and I love to see this version of Net too, because we said towards the beginning that M80 was the most quiet, chill team that we've seen on stage so far. But now things are changing, because you're going against TSM especially. I feel like that's what's really firing you up to do those kind of things, and it's going to continue until the last map. But we talked about Nismo, Emily, and they were the 2 rounds that you mentioned. Let's take a look at them, because they were so impactful to see how this map was going to go for them.
Oh yeah, Nismo was using not only his aim and really snappiness here, but also his util. You could only see the headshots here. Not afraid to take the battles, and the way that he was using the walls and how he was peeking. I don't know, I felt like that was really nice, how he's just not wide swinging into multiple people at the same time. So really smart on him, and just overall really good rounds that we saw.
And something that I want to know as well, because both of you have played in the past, both of you have been competitors in the past. I want to know, Roy, from your side, when you're fired up and when you have so much energy for that second map, how do you make sure that this M80 squad, if you were on that side, you're able to keep it for that third map of Haven?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously every team is completely unique, but for me, there's always a point in which, like, we can't pass this too much, or we're like overstimulated, right? Like, you kind of need to, it's good to be excited, it's good to be happy, but you don't want to like continuously overheat just because we're feeling ourselves and start to throw away advantages and stuff like that, right? So like, yeah, you had a great second map, but you do need to stay locked in. You do need to make sure you're mentally in the game the entire time on this third map, because anything could happen.
And looking at this map of Haven, not only emotionally, but looking at the past results as well, Roy, I'm so interested to see how it's going to play out, because recently for TSM, they played this map against Reta, and this is a map that they lost 13-5 in a similar fashion to what we just saw on Icebox. So it's a map that hasn't been really looking good for them, and they need to step it up if they want to win this matchup.
Yeah, TSM has been 13-5 twice on this map with 2 different compositions. They had the Neon at one point, then they swapped to the Jet, and they got 13-5 with both of these attempts. And I'm not really inspired by their Haven, to be honest. I'm actually a little bit nervous for them, because the Haven is one of M80's best maps as well. They've been really good on it. They haven't dropped it in a while. They have a very good composition. It fits their playstyle. It fits their identity super well. And I get a part of me is sort of nervous for TSM, but again, it is TSM. At any point, they could be leveling up. They always play up to the pressure. They never play down from that.
And I gotta be honest, honestly, from the beginning when we saw this TSM on Sunset all the way back, I was also a little bit nervous for them, and they were able to prove us wrong, and they were able to close out that map. So that is kind of what is going to take Emily to make sure that it happens again, and it would mean the world for them, because we mentioned it, they need these wins, and it would be amazing to be able to win against this M80 that everybody's putting #1, and they continue to be that undefeated team.
Yeah, M80 was looking so good after that second map, but like you said, TSM really needs this win to just ultimately prove themselves. And if they want a chance at that, they kind of got to take a look at what worked for them on Sunset. I thought that Roy had a good point where it was very brawly. It was very back-to-back, trade after trade, and just kind of not letting M80 do their M80 things of having their coordinated retakes and their floods. They weren't allowing that type of control from M80 on Sunset. If they're going to want a chance on Haven, I think that's something that they have to consider. Maybe consider baiting out the utility from M80 early on and forcing them to not have much to work with later on. That might be a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, I like that. I think Haven is also a super good map for that. There's so many layers of map control, right? You have to take garage, you have to take mid, you have to take A. There's like 2 separate paths you need to take on A. So I think in that regard, TSM has a lot of room to find the areas, at least the key areas that they want to fight in, and kind of bring the fight to M80. And of course, there's so much versatility with how you want to approach your defense and how you want to approach your attack that I think TSM could find a solution versus M80's really strong Haven.
Are we feeling like this is going to be one of those maps where Sim is going to go on the Neon, is going to be able to shine that way? Because it seems like that has been the win condition for a lot of the teams that we've seen in Ascension. A lot of the teams running this Neon on Haven, getting away with it and being able to exploit how aggressive you can go with the Neon. But it also feels like it's an M80 that is very calm and coordinated. They know how to deal with those kind of opportunities and scenarios that the other team is looking for. So I'm wondering, is this going to be the opportunity and the chance for Sim to be able to shine with that Neon, if that's going to be what the composition is going to look like, Emily?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because it is common for teams to have 2 different agent pools for one particular map, because you're playing against different teams, right? So you have to be able to adjust your gameplay and your ideas around them. They're going against M80. I kind of feel like both could work. Sim on the op could really shut down these long angles that we see from both C and A against M80. But like you were saying, Dryad, that the Neon is something that could be what I was saying, of overwhelming them, of just flooding them out, just kind of applying pressure, I guess is what I want to say, to M80. But M80's on fire. I mean, you could tell from their faces that they're still staying dialed in and focused, because we were talking about their energy, Roy, of how well they can conserve it going into map 3.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are absolute beasts. They're all very experienced. Don't be fooled by their age. Don't be fooled by how young they look. They're veterans in almost every way. Even the youngest players in the server have been competing for years at this point. So I think in terms of energy, they're good to go. But I also do want to talk about the Haven side, when we see the compositions here in a moment, that one thing that TSM did extremely well on the first map that allowed them to win was the counter utility in the pulse plants, was disrupting M80's kind of like flow in these retake scenarios. And I think this is one of those maps that is exactly like that. There's a lot of utility from the breach, especially with the Neon as well. There's so much counter utility, and there's so many ways that just like interrupt M80's flow and kind of get them to be a little bit disjointed, that I think TSM, that could be the key for a victory here for them.
And we have the answer right there. Is the TSM going with Sim on the Neon, Emily?
Yes, you were right. So Neon was the decision by them, and it's not a bad one. They have the Breach on Poise and Sim on Neon combo, which is extremely strong. And again, I think this is a good opportunity to bait out Util from the M80.
Well, let's find out who's going to get the win of this third map. With your casters is Keg and Tenrek.
Thanks again, Dryad. We go once more to Sim. Once again on the Neon, once again it's asked, can he come through with these contests the way that TSM has asked him to? On Reyna, had a lot more trouble on it this time, Keg. Coming into Haven, their third map, a map where TSM has not been faring super well this tournament. The hope is that Sim will level up along with the rest of this squad to give us a competitive map 3.
I think there's going to be a lot more room for Sim to walk around it, or I should say literally run around on this map, having 3 sites. With the help of Poise utility as well, it'll be much easier to control various lanes to allow someone like Sim to take backside control and push up. Early B-side plant goes down early. There's going to be a utility dump everywhere for M80, but instead they opt to go for the fights. Only 3 left alive, though, for both teams. And look at this, though. Look at Net's positioning. He's way far away. And a Proto, round 1, has the lurk of a lifetime.
Yeah. Oh, yes, all according to my plan. This was the exact little something that we expected TSM to be doing on this Haven attack. Koala Noob, nice step back into the smoke to release trade 1 for 1, but a Protoss flank will finally find some purchase to turn this to a 1v1 in the blink of an eye. Poise does have a fault line to at least stall once, but that's all he's got. Gotta take the fight otherwise, and Net does not want to buckle that easily. Poise, though, is able to waste enough time, and there's no way Net can do anything more than just get the kill. TSM open with a win on the pistol, something they are very much used to.
Very solid first round from TSM. Pretty textbook taking pistol B site with a Breach in Neon. Fast backside control, great to take over one of the connecting lanes, taking those early fights. Even if it leads to an early death, you're still good for 1, you reduce bodies, and the most important thing, what makes this push more unique, is that you're allowing a Proto to get that extra distance into C without having to take a fight. He was good to sneak up, and while he was only good for 1 fight, he still had so much impact, reducing the numbers of M80 and putting doubts in their minds. M80 had the buy up this round. Sim once again over-investing into the Vandal. He's been very good about holding on to these round 2 Vandals. He's yet to lose them. But M80, especially Koala, holding this corner, waiting for Nismo's utility could be devastating.
Poise ready, watching. Yeah, TSM will not fall for it this time. They will be as precise as they need to completely take over. Nice shots, VCJ. Good stuff. 2 at least grab the 1, but 7 can spray through the smoke and give TSM their second round quite convincingly.
Yep, Vandal repicked up 2 after Sim had lost it.
Yes.
So it wasn't a complete waste, which is good. TSM now having to face M80 on their full rifle round. This is where things start to get very interesting. Because again, the crux of TSM's attack will be based around Sim and his Neon. You need to think about the stall. This is a great IGLing map because you have 3 sites and there's a lot of abilities for rotations. Now, in case you didn't watch map 1 or 2, there was a lot of rotations in those 2 site maps. With 3 here, M80 will have to prioritize defending 1 site and letting go of another, at least having more of a bare bones setup. There's 2 bodies on C, a wealth of utility back on B side for the connectors, and Garage doesn't have much. Split push to C, already read into by M80. They're backing away for the retake.
Yeah. Just making the sacrifices you have to make on defense in lieu of what you have to do, which is shut down pushes like that from Sim. The shot's not lined up. Xander will take an alternate angle, join the crew over in Garage as M80 once again prepare for the retake. Net will be killed. It's a matter of when and how much he can take along with him. The answer is 1 body. M80 yet again, another wave surges forward, and it will be a far more powerful one. Koala Noob stopped early on the wide sink. Gimon not yet taken care of, and a Proto the swings outside. TSM have so much more than M80 bargained for, already ready and waiting. And inside this smoke, GMD continues to sit, wait for the perfect time. BCJ wins that first spray and a recon bolt to force a Proto to make a tough choice. It will be to run into Spike, half of it proc. BCJ lines it up, and a Proto could not stall forever. M80 again, barely scrape away the bonus round with a Zippo clutch.
One hell of a clutch right there. Beautiful from BCJ. I got so nervous with the smoke timings and just the equip of the Vandal at the very end. I'm sure we'll see in the replay. It gets so nerve-wracking. Oh, well, we saw a little bit of it. It's nerve-wracking having that timing of that gun coming back out. And BCJ had played that perfectly, of course. A wealth of international experience to go against that as well. It's up to M80 now to play this much more aggressively. Don't give any space to TSM and destroy their economy this round. Oh, but Seven's got the Odin. They don't need to peek out immediately. Could just sit and wait. Spray down B main. Xander has a beautiful angle here. Will this be read into? All omens love to peek this.
There's no way GMD isn't ready for this from Xander.
Cover going out.
And with the rest of TSM approaching, someone's gonna have to light this popsicle stand sooner or later. Oh, BCJ, the owl drone. This is the moment for GMD to light it up. One gone, knows BCJ is here as well, and he could shut him down too. Xander now having to wait to take the fight as the rest of TSM approach site, and he can't do any of that because there's just too bloody much of them. TSM fully take over A site as well as the round.
Great timing overall. The distraction factor of GMD waiting and the small factor. And again, I'm sure we'll see this in the replay. Owl drone had come out, peeked the jet, realized the Sova still needed to be really close by behind that wall. Made sure to go for the fights accordingly and not get traded out. Sim, can you take this fight? The answer is yes. Net falls and M80. They tried to destroy the economy of TSM this round, but it backfired in spades. The Odin especially still kept for TSM's possession.
Yeah, a massive leapfrog here for TSM as they will force so many more integral rounds so much earlier on to M80. A lot of big decisions being made. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a timeout here already, although might have to wait one more round. Oh, did I do it?
No.
Mom, did I do it?
Very good.
No, darn it. Okay.
Good try, good try.
Thank you.
It'll probably come out here if M80 don't convert this next round.
If they drop this, it's gotta come out.
Yeah, but to be fair though, they are on an eco. Sometimes you'll see teams go for the pause, eco, and then go for their strat change, but depends on the team.
Stack here for lobby, but TSM, I mean, with Seven's pre-fire, they've given a lot of this away, the fact that they're still over here. So M80, I mean, they're ready to take this fight. There's a lot just waiting for it. TSM, I think they've also read this, that there's going to be this approach from lane, and they're waiting to see if M80 actually springs the trap. Yeah, please don't give more kills to Seven right now, who is on the verge of grabbing this Hunter's Fury. Instead, rush in, try to stun, and do an okay job, but now Seven's Odin is back, the time window is gone, and everybody on M80 is going to die. Xander trying to get away to at least get a different angle and can shut down Seven, but that's only 2 bodies confirmed for M80 here, as Net stands alone, 23 HP, and a lot of work to do on the remainder of TSM. It's a good attempt, a lot of chip damage, but unfortunately not enough this time.
Man, this is scary territory now for M80. Sim, Neon available, the Hunter's Fury of 7 gained off of the Odin this past round too. Sticking to A side this round.
30 seconds
Plant should
left.
go down. Good acquisition of the Odin afterwards. A Proto and Sim are low on HP. There is a world of an attempt here from Net.
Yeah.
Only needs 1 kill, can go for the lockdown. Not much to counter besides Sim's ult.
Everyone gonna go play lane.
He's one shot.
They don't want to hand a thing to Net here. They want to get in, get the kill, get out. Great clearing done from Net this entire way through. He's had to do this on every single angle on this map. Sewer's up next, just as Sim gets over there. That is tragic timing for him. But he's got to press this a little bit. Trap wire forces him to just hang back on site. And with Sim at the ready, this should be a done deal. And that is not going to stare this down. And Sim is going to take initiative. Might as well spot to see if someone is here at this point. And that is... TSM will wrap up round 5.
There was definitely a scenario, but I love that tripwire placed up so early. Well, yeah, I suppose early into A main. Having shoot that tripwire, get caught by it somehow. You'd see the double swing come by from 2 remaining members of TSM. Sim would be there for the follow-up. It was a checkmate. There's not much Net could have done there. However, This next round, if I'm TSM, I'm looking to see if Net will use that lockdown on a big, massive buy. Koala also, operator in play. Oh, there's a lot of
that's
ults
why
here. It's so important for the economy, but Koala misses the op shot.
Yeah. They're going to pressure B and Garage heavy here. You already see Net having to use all of this util. They want to make sure that this lockdown can't happen. And oh, Sim! Huge attempt to make it happen. What a cross-up to get all the way around to the back of Garage, but they're ready for it. TSM luckily uses that space that Sim opened up to take over C-Site, and that is when Net will let this lockdown go, as well as a couple kills in the feed. He may be a little more necessary than we really remarked for, though, is him gone. TSM can still play for this post plant, which they've managed to get down, and Poised is also good for one. Koala Noob, good coverage to save the face of Nismo and M80, who will be able to grab their second round of the game.
That killed?
What?
The knife kill on the GMD.
Did that not hit his head?
I did, but like there was no sounds or anything. I thought for sure
it was like a quiet.
Yeah,
knife,
I was like, whoa, like a. But yeah, I mean, great retake coming out from M80 overall. Big fear factor though was using that lockdown. You need to keep those guns alive.
Yeah.
The economy's not in a great spot for M80, but it will have a little bit more in the back pocket because of winning this round. But not a lot was invested from TSM's end. They've been able to snowball this a lot longer. 4 ults available. And looking at that Rolling Thunder by Poised. Easy A-site control if need be. Stack up on A's been called. M80 are trying to play for the delay to make sure no space can be given to TSM on site. They want them to rotate into that up that Koala has set up B. That smoke is the line in the sand. Once you pass that point, there may be no coming back. Nismo, Rolling Thunder, BCJ, the Hunter's Fury himself. A gigantic spiderweb set up. And TSM, they seem aptly aware of this and do not want to push further.
All that attention paid. They knew that lane was going to be their safe bet, but only for so long. For all they know, Koala Noob could be set up from that farther angle as well.
Oh, but look
you
at the
see the
distance
pings,
here.
you see the trail. They're going to blaze their way into C-Site yet again, this time more fully through Garage. They got to do the same clearing they did last time, despite the fact that no one is here. And it'll lead to people from M80 being able to intercept a little early. Full-blown Rolling Thunder on a C-Site here, but that doesn't catch Net, which means he's able to catch Sim, and now BCJ, Hunter's Fury from cross-map, can play for time even harder. M80, early shutdowns lead to TSM questioning themselves on site, but with no early contest from M80, they still will be able to at least get this spike down before the real fight comes.
Spike planted.
Rolling Thunder still available.
There it is. Scurry back into Garage. On spot for a Proto, who grabs 3 through the smoke. What a spray to suddenly, completely eviscerate M80. TSM make it 5-2, and all they need to do is what M80 was doing all damn season.
That's such a scary round for M80 to lose. Oh, that is not a happy camper. That was such a well set up round 2. The stall factor on A site, the pressure to move your team into C site. That is exactly what M80 wanted. And as soon as that call for all of the KJ util and Garage was made, Hunter's Fury already rerouted and pushed up, ready to detonate and find impact. The Rolling Thunder set up for the post plant, but missed op shots, missed kills, and the Rolling Thunder, frankly, missing a lot of its impact.
Yeah.
It was read into by TSM as soon as that spike had gone down. Beeline into Garage. They're not going to ult that. And a Proto got a 3K of a lifetime. A series of small micro misplays from M80 crumbled that round away. That was so necessary.
Yeah. Amazing macro reads from TSM here on the attack. They really have this read so far. And M80 response has been what we've asked of them, and response is what they've lacked in for this half so far. TSM, the sites that they've been defaulting, the sites that they've been recycling have not been custom. M80 so used to pile driving A site or playing for the late retake with some help up a flank up C lane. They are running out of resources, and they are running into new options that TSM is bringing to the table. Beautifully, I may add.
Keep in mind, too, Koala had used Bladestorm a few rounds ago. Not available here. Can't invest in an extra weapon.
Do M80 commit to this? To what degree do you? Xander's paranoia here tends to be tantamount to catching value in M80's defenses.
Just one footstep.
There's the jump, and Sim will initiate into a storm, and yet still catches Xander. Remainder of M80 gonna try and take over lane with just GMD on the run back, and they are a freight train trying to get through lobby door. They're just gonna full-on three-piece into GMD. They do not give a care, and BCJ, despite being alone for a nanosecond, uses it to take down the Omen, grab himself an extra gun, and make this post plant a little more interesting, a little more M80, I may say. Koala Noob lights up, shot onto 7. Now a 4v2, some guns in tow. Net catching the back of Poised. Koala Noob catching his front. And a Proto stands alone this time around. M80 should have this in the bag to make it a 5-3. Deep in they gun. A Proto locks in 2 disgusting domes. But that's all he'll have to settle for. M80 make it 3-5.
Thrifty.
Proto's been a raid boss so far. This map has scared us quite a few times now. What started off kind of disastrous for M80 with that early pick against Xander turned into a blessing off of small timing differences on this retrack back over to B site. That could have gone from bad to worse. But again, the confidence plays came through from M80's side, playing together as a team, focusing less on the macro and more so on the individual fights and converting those out. Something, getting headshots.
Yeah, give the responsibility to M80 members. That's really what a lot of this is facilitate these hero moments that M80 has been winning on. Oh, Sim, immediate jump in. He is hungry for the action this time, and the Nano Swarms are going to stop him, but 7 will track down BCJ with that Hunter's Fury, and TSM will finally electrify A-Site.
Oh, this is going to be hard for the retake off of Koala, and off when everything is so colorful and you can't see anything through that scope. All of TSM have taken A-Site control, especially Hell. No ults for the retake. Nismo, full utility, and a paranoia to boot.
Koala Noob, the rush in, good time wasted, but still felled. Rest of M80 trying to drop in. They see the window, and it's neglected. That's their time gone, that's their opportunity, and they will relent. TSM will get themselves to 6.
This op has not found much impact on this defense for M80.
No.
TSM have been guesstimating pretty well not to push into it. The fact that Koala had started on C-side, pathed his way over to A, had to hand off the op to Net to push in and attempt to go for the retake. It's just extra steps unnecessary. So where will it live into this next round? Will Net hold on to it, or is Koala going to maintain it? I mean, more often than not, it's going to go back to Koala, but to be honest with you, I'd rather see him on the Vandal this map.
Agreed. I think Koala would do so much better with the Vandal. I think he would feel so much more confident walking up mid and just taking fights, which is what, again, M80 really needs to try pushing, I think. Just have that confidence that you are better mechanically, that you are better aim-wise, and use that as often as possible. Cash that in as many times as you can.
Impact?
And immediate fault line. What a great read from TSM. Out gets Koala Noob, but in goes all of TSM, and Sim just gets to waltz into the back for free. Spray and pray into the link, and Koala Noob is felled before he even gets to walk back in the door. Xander will walk in the door, though, through Garage, and grab a quick 3. That is the magic of M80's hero moments, and they've taken back C-Site without a moment's notice. Net now going to Proto, not far behind, and Xander rounds things out with 4. M80 excitably get us back to a 4-6 game.
Xander's the best player of all time. Like, unbelievable consistency. This is ridiculous, man. That was 100% around for TSM again. They had done everything right. They had the early read on Koala's up. They knew exactly where he was going to be positioned. They pressured him out. That was the main tool of stall on to C-Site. Just not happening, I guess, with Xander. There's always another factor to worry about on M80's side. A timeout's been called. But frankly, TSM's looking great. They have 6 rounds, on the attacker side, you know, they're not faltering. You want to gain as many as you can on a map like Haven. At best, M80 can go 6-6. But after this tack pause, you can tell TSM are looking to maximize their attacking rounds.
Absolutely.
This isn't just for strategy. They need 8-4.
Yeah, they really need every single round they can get. Historically, this tournament, and even outside of it, their attack half has been mediocre. Their defense half, classically, even worse.
But this is a level up.
Truly. And I feel that everyone on TSM really has the right idea on how to take on this matchup specifically. I think Sim's going to get so active in lane when this defense starts up. I don't think he's going to have any fear at all. I think we're going to see way heavier stacks when we get up to the front line, because TSM, they're going to feed into this fear. They're going to scarecrow M80 into a 13-round game and get themselves up to their second win of Ascension. They are 7 rounds away from our 3rd upset of the day, baby. How nice it would feel to have a 2 seed be the one to actually be the victor today. But M80, again, something to say about it. Not just yet in C-Site, though, as the exec reigns through again. Sim back on for free.
Look at the ult economy of M80. One pick from a wealth of players could drastically alter the retake. It's about grouping together, though. Operator still in the hands of Koala Noob. Has Blade Storm available. Could be good for the entry here. 2 rounds left. Sacrifice it. There's an Odin available for both teams. They could pierce so much of this site.
Time a-wasting, and Net finds the first shot onto Sim. A lockdown as well that he had to protect. And that's the first half of this done. Now to just play keep away. Force the shots to not be enough. Koala Noob locks in on the operator and will be the body that holds it down for the remainder. M80 will make the post plant work and get to 5-6.
Just great solid communication overall there. Net getting that opening pick, saying, hey, look, I've got the lockdown. Let me go for this Koala, you cover me. And utilizing the lockdown and C-Site long in tandem with the operator to win the round. And, you know, there's nothing complex about that either. You see that all the time. But the fact of the matter is that any pick seen by M80 could have drastically altered what that initiating ultimate could have been, and who's placed what and where, and most importantly, the effectiveness of that operator. Luckily, though, it was used out well. M80, 1 round away from converting things to an even half. B-side could be the way to go. A perfect opportunity now to line up that spike post plant with 7's Odin backside. Or should I say back in the window.
Going through the rigmarole, it seems that TSM investing even less in the pre-plant this time. Seems that M80 really just wants to play after the spike is down. A couple bits of slowdown utilized by the defenders, but that's all before the spike is planted.
7 stop playing window. Instead, aiming through the brown box to have the perfect angle for the diffuser.
Have that spray with the Odin. 1 half of the door completely rounded away. It's the other half that Sim's inside, and he can't get anything done with it. M80 again. So much firepower, but the spike is in a pretty safe spot, and 7 has a pretty safe one too. 2v1 that you can just be sprayed into. Koala has to take the fight, and he can't. TSM have enough to hold on to, and they will hold on to the half as well. 7-5 is the score going into what needs to be the best half TSM have had this tournament.
These small calls made by TSM, the setups they have pre and post plant, the communication looking so fantastic. And M80, their communication's been great too, but TSM, they're electrifying, they're vibrant. They know exactly what they need to do to accomplish things, but now they go to the defense. That can be very scary with a Neon on your team. It's easy to fall into the trap to overheat, similar to how it is for a defensive jet, to fall into the trap of an operator well wielded out and not finding much impact. Sim cannot let up from the gas pedal. He needs to have that utility support in the hands of the rest of his teammates. They are so close to converting a series desperately needed to stay inside of Ascension and take down the only undefeated Titan. They only need a few more rounds to do it.
The weight of the world on this Neon's shoulders, and he's got to run a PB with it. Meanwhile, M80 looking to again hold on to that first seed while not sacrificing too much of the playbook. At this point, though, the bloodletting is clear. The dent has been made. And if M80's attack does not show up on the pistol round, they may be forced to break out the playoff caliber strats.
Oh, jeez. You mentioned a PB needed for TSM. From where they're at in the standings, they need an any percent to stay alive. Anything, really. They looked so good in the first day. And then 2 days in a row of coming so close yet so far. What will the plan be? The opening tempo here is going to be so important for these next few rounds. Already, M80 opting to put the majority of their forces towards A site. Speed difference. Remember, Koala, Sim, Jet, Neon, very different. There is that Cypher too on a Proto. More stall capabilities.
Early discipline from M80. Going for control of lobby. Koala, nasty shot to kick us off.
Hey, I know that angle.
Nothing to twist
Saw
the
that
knife
earlier.
just yet. Oh yeah. No, we're not unfamiliar at this point. No one on M80 is, especially with this attack. Get ready to rinse and repeat this A plant. Get ready for TSM to fail to read it for 5 straight rounds.
Less than a minute left now. GMD not watching that angle. Similar to Xander did. A 3-pick though.
Saw it. Great timing, huge damage onto BCJ. Paranoia for the slowdown, but now has to pay attention to main. Rest of TSM is here and ready to fight. That's the bonus of having the Neon on your squad, is that your intercepts are far stronger. And so M80 with 40 seconds to go, they say this fight is not worth taking. Let's get out of here. TSM responds by just keeping GMD available, and he can find net. And now he's got a little more work to do still.
left.
M80 hovering around this lobby, and GMD spotted Koala Noob. Kill number 2 for the Jet this round. And it's given ample space for Xander to now take over this A site. A Proto, no chance the guy is watching here. Absolutely not. M80, beautiful double back onto the A site that we always knew they were going to. Easy takeover from there. No way for Sim to be able to get all 3 of these in such little time, and it'll be an M80 pistol round to keep them stable in the attack half.
Big props to BCJ for the fake owl drone B main at the late round. But just enough time for the reset with no utility, no presence on A. To sell the owl drone, keep that Neon, keep the breach around B. Make it seem like that's where the last second execute would go in from, and slowly reroute your way back. Could have been a lot more devious had it not been for the re-clear of a Proto. But he had to make sure to double check and see, okay, hold on, something's not right. A fantastic round from M80, but they still need one more to clutch it up. This is going to be a hard save from TSM. They can afford it. As much economy as they can hold on to, as things could become even here. But remember, this is Haven. This could be a tricky map. Closed quarters, condensed, B main push. I mean, there's a shorty already available, and some utility. This could still benefit pistols if M80 play this horribly wrong.
Inching into B site. Nothing else gained. No knowledge of how much commitment TSM has put into this round. It's clear enough.
Spike planted.
No one in the vicinity to fight. GMD some pot shots with the Sheriff, but that's all he can hope for before the rest of the team scurries on back. M80 should be able to outstretch from here and take down each member of TSM if they decide to reveal themselves. I don't think many of them will, though. Hanging outside the doorways.
Here.
They'll be letting this round go, and we will indeed tie things up 7-7.
Yeah, at this point, just playing for the spike, making sure you don't feed orbs to M80. Could have been a very different round had we seen even utility usage from Poise deep down below inside of sewers. Go for it. Oh no.
Here.
Okay. One step closer to the neural theft. Oh. Ugh. Well, there goes the outlaw. Oh, okay. Well, I was like, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
No worries.
But
like me, in my ranked games.
yeah, continuing to stay clean for this start for M80, and that's what we expect out of this attack. It is so well practiced, so clean, so perfectly timed. Didn't lose a single attack round of the 5 they played against Reta. Positive against Galeries. This is where they reside, because they haven't been allowed to play Lotus most of the tournament.
I wonder why. And you know, that brings up an interesting point too, is that the stall factor for M80 has not been as strong as I thought it would be in this tournament. TSM, they play pretty brawly too back in Challengers, and yet M80 had their number every time.
Yeah.
Now, M80 are going to be playing slow. They don't need the stall that much anymore into the late round post-plant. Sim not seeing a single person right under his nose. Poised, has the utility for the stall. The timing is there. All it takes is a quick reswing. You have to look at BCJ though. Can he help with the trades?
Koala gets on top, passing that tripwire. Has to farm this kill against Poised quick, or at least distract him long enough for the rest of the team to get here. A trade-off from 7, but he's quickly taken care of as well, and M80 have been able to infect B-site for enough time for Xander to commit to this plant with that security, literally doorkeeping outside of Garage Link. And so now it's a re-extension for M80 that they might have to execute, especially if net's cleared. But Nismo on flank watch means that no one from TSM can provide that surprise factor, and so with 2 rifles in an extremely fragile position, TSM will once again opt to save.
And knowing full well that M80 have had such dominant attacking rounds, it's possibly worth now using this time to start the conversation for attack pause. What do? You've made it this far. You're well within range of stringing together rounds and converting this to a series win against M80, your first ever. Koala looking to farm for the Blade Storm. Chooses not to overextend. It's not like their economy is in perfect condition either. So far, they've yet to meet competition. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, definitely celebrate those kills. Both these teams have been celebrating everything. I think the LATAM and Brazil teams have made them nice and loud by this time in the tournament. They've been getting more and more colored as things have gone on.
Yeah, it's like how we get loud.
Oh my god.
We're just like the
so
team.
Right. Wow.
Right.
We're just like the pro. We're just like the pros.
I'm practically Koala noob already. Nah, if I had a percentage of the mechanical that like Xander or Koala has, whew, I'd probably still be casting, to be honest. It's stressful, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, these players could just do so much, right?
I'd be selling overpriced coaching sessions. I wouldn't be on this stage.
Oh.
No way.
Oh, but speaking of which, though, coaches are coming in, looking to see. They have very much done so much for both these teams, though.
So much. They've been so important. Happy especially has been so instrumental to M80's rise, especially this split. Just the way he's been able to polish up all of these mechanics from M80. They look like such a well-adjusted... I mean, they look like a VCT team at this stage. They look already so ready.
I mean, depending on how things go from here, especially in playoffs, M80 are very much prepared to enter into VCT. And TSM, they've certainly made this rise back. They're only 1 round behind now from M80. They were a team that not a lot of us really expected to make it out of Challengers into Ascension. Other teams had looked so good stage 1 and into stage 2 and fell apart when it mattered most. Bye's not looking great for TSM. Fault line set up and ready though. Is this going to be the Russian that's hoped for? There's 3 stacks on scene, not a lot of info found. Koala's movement is incredible!
Such a great bamboozle, but can the rest of M80 get in as easily with the aftershock maybe finally, but it's still a bit of a tough fight as Koala has been taken care of. The rest of this lane is still a battle that needs to be won. And so an Owl Drone is sacrificed, Nismo will probably have to get traded off of, and a lot of counter-checking has to get done. Unless he can just spray through the Radianite, Nismo, easy kill onto Poised, and just check by shooting. That's an easy way for M80 to grab their 4th consecutive attack round.
But the real strat change needs to come out this next round from TSM. A simple hold with Sheriffs definitely can't illuminate a whole lot. There was a great read, though, from TSM's side, knowing full well that the fast entry should be on C. But standing directly in the lane of the fault line and not able to convert that opening shot in Koala to stall out the movement definitely hurt quite a bit.
It's a big part of shutting down those attacks is just making sure Koala Noob doesn't get inside, because either he'll get a kill or he'll make you fight him long enough for somebody else to kill you. It is There is no in between. Either we shut down our Koala Noob or we lose the round. And so far, Koala Noob having a field day. Will get sprayed and prayed though, down to 5 HP. This Odin already finding massive purchase this round.
Important to note though, Poise not investing any breach utility, opting to keep it hidden. Could very well line up the fault line here for B main to stifle any aggressive push there. Odin didn't find much value outside of A main, did stifle, I suppose, a little bit outside of Koala, but right now, this next push is everything. Owl drone inside of Garage. The split push has been called. Poise never using that utility.
The blind! How does he get another one there? The blind from Xander is so perfect! What insane timing from this squad!
Last player
so beyond practice, and everyone finds their shots as well. They can do everything, and then they can win the fight against you. 7 whimpering with this Odin in hand, trying to give TSM some sort of solace this round. But if M80 have their way, TSM will continue to escape with nothing.
It's the same op dilemma that you have a lot of the times with Jets. You want to go for the retake, but because it's so hard to find that value within weapons sometimes, the Odin has the case a little bit easier. But you don't want to lose such an expensive weapon just like the op. You're almost forcing your team to go into these 4v5 retakes at best. It's the investment that's so expensive. It ends up costing defensive teams rounds. Oh, I will never get used to that.
Dinner and a show here at Ascension Americas.
I wish we had like Halloween masks with the really blown up foreheads of the agents.
Oh yeah, like big head mode? Like in that basketball game, yeah.
Kind of, but like the stretched out, like the view we just saw. You know, you have like a little mesh face mask over it. You go
what
dance
if we
around.
Made every character Wide Joy, and you just had Wide Joy hitboxes?
Dude, I miss Wide Joy.
Don't we all? M80. Once again, the streak continues. How much does it hurt to have to say GG go next after like 5 seconds of this fight being down? M80 finishing rounds before they're even halfway done. Trying to catch 7 early on with this Odin. They can't find the window, but they can find control of lane very early on in the round.
Important to note too, pressuring out this Odin, already identified. The Owl drone gone. Koala, backside control, could be a 3K.
Tough position for Sim to take, so forward, upward, especially when 7 is taken over. Koala Noob, once again, it's his time to shine for 2 deep, and Gimon stalled away for BCJ to get the trade-off. And again, M80 trivialized the round. Is there even a chance for TSM to make it here? It takes such a perfect incursion, and it takes M80, let's be honest, missing their shots, which they refuse to do this half. The smokes will dissipate. TSM, with so few opportunities remaining, it seems like they just have to go for this one, but Poised won't even have the time to question. It is all signs pointing to M80 on this half, and it will once more. Oh, let's go take down a Proto, shall we? Wow.
Not much of
Nismo literally says, step back, I've got this for that one. That's the confidence that M80 have right now.
I mean, this has been a brilliant series for Nismo. Every single map, even the initial loss on map 1, was still a lot of impactful rounds off of Nismo's utility alone. But the step up, the ace in map 2, and just overall the breach conversions here, M80 are back in style once more. So it's curious to see now. M80 only need a few more rounds to essentially seal the fate of TSM in Ascension. Still though, I can feel the tenseness of the coach. I don't blame you, I'm tense too. Well, 4 stack outside of A.
Oh,
this is huge, but the stall off of the stun.
That's such a massive stun. Sim, the rush into lobby for 2. And this is the proactivity that TSM were trying to enact for so long this half. But it takes a friggin' neon ult to get it done.
Even eating up the breach util, ensuring the windows opening fights.
Okay, spray to kill 7.
Yeah, remember, you have the 2 best multi-kill sprayers in America left alive on M80. Anything's possible. Well, Except maybe getting the spike.
Well, yeah, this trapwire makes it so we can't do our best calm impression completely. But M80 do have a couple options to play with this. 40 seconds on the clock. You've got 2 nanoswarms and you've got a recon bolt. So you can play for intel, maybe flush out one end of the spike's angle, and then take a fight in 2 pieces. But you've got to do dry clearing up until spike, and that's why a proto's held early up here in Link. First swing is net, and it's missed. Timing favors M80, at least the first go-around.
Playing for safety there, not giving a body advantage. By the time you get to spike, the time is over.
It's got to be done. No way you can get it in a proto. On the second step, we'll swing in and grab the remaining 2. TSM, finally, stabilization.
Stable for how much longer? Call for that round was the flood utility and go for a 4-stack to use Sim's ult. You're not going to rely on that every round. A lot of that too was based on just, again, both teams having mutually assured breach util to freeze each other in place and go for a very nice stun kill in the beginning. There's too many variables there for consistency to have that happen again. Now, it looks like this could be a fake this time with the opener from M80. Where is Nismo's utility going to go? Is he going to use that early fault line on A? The answer is no. There's that early smoke. It's going to drive away the Odin. Pressure's still out on C, though. A jump peek in B from net. Confirms that there's not much of a presence there, but they do shoot out the tripwire. Pressure's out now. How much utility is there? 7. Has the Odin. Hunter's Fury available. And M80, though, have to be very careful. If they give away an outlier, a straggler away, they're going to give up Neural Theft to a Proto.
Refusing to give up space, but also refusing to take it for this time being.
Oh no. Net has to play this so carefully. There's an inkling of an idea about this C execute. And now Net can push in.
He's going to be able to take the door at least, and M80 is going to be able to take the lane. Ballsy TP from GMD to make it over to the pedestal, especially when you still have a Rolling Thunder in your kit. Yeah, sorry, buddy, you're absolutely not surviving this. M80 scurry onto site. A Proto's only good for the 1, and Net can easily assist with the crunch. But with Spike still on the way, Sim has some time to at least go for a little bit of wiggling, and with the Hunter's Fury still available, the fight is not nearly close to done. BCJ will actually go down here as 7 has 1 more left in the tank to keep this fight rolling. 13 seconds to go, and M80 need to make the call. Xander will be able to stick the plant, and TSM will have to stay away. Aftershock just a little bit late. Xander staying up, but going where? Having the smoke held down and playing from the blocks. Koala Noob the only one in lane. Xander, the rotation, good for 1 early. And now 2v2, Net strains position, Koala Noob impeccable, offshot, M80, 4 rounds of match point to continue their undefeated run here at Ascension.
One more. One more is all that's needed. And TSM, their early calls have been so good on this defense, but M80 just remains unmatched. They have looked so good on these attacking rounds all throughout this tournament. If I recall correctly, this is a map that the team has not lost this year. I think the last time they did was last Ascension. Oh, but this is it. The real test. The pressure on the line now, TSM. 4 rounds behind, need OT again. 7! An instant kill against Net. Could be the miracle that's needed for this team to stay in Ascension. If they can just keep getting picks like this and roll it on. Double tripwire setup back of A site. Purposely meant to catch out Koala Noob on the fast entry.
So I'm maybe uncertain of how much of the site is available. Xander going to be the one to soft clear it. And they'll just slow walk onto site. To see if there's util, they will hear this wire. Koala Noob.
He's gonna go up.
This is a great call. Letting go of that. Off over to Xander. They can take the alternate angle. There's the rush down from Koala Noob. 7 is gone. Sim seconds late. The Rolling Thunder in response. And Sim now ready to fight, ready to play, ready to spray. 2 gone for the rest of TSM to drop in and take over 3v1 with such little HP. They still need to guarantee Xander's position because that man has an operator and he knows how to use it, except when he's flashed. TSM get to 9. So close though, man.
Oh. Pressure's now on for M80. They're already good for playoffs. But for TSM, this is everything for their careers. This is the farthest any of them have made it. And they have a great chance of making it forward so they can just keep going for these heroics again. It should have been over there. 7 falling. The Odin removed. But then Sim picks it up and through the smoke. It's a beautiful double kill. Blind through the smokes. And it was all off of that miraculous opening pick against Net. Starting things off 4v5. Once again, magic needs to happen for TSM. And Up invested alongside the Odin.
With the Odin, this is such a crazy investment in a lane. M80 not touching that with a 10-foot pole in the early stages of round number 22. Instead, the insertion onto Garage is geared towards Koala and and BCJ. And it looks to be another C crunch. The speed of this has got to be unfettered with how much of TSM is already stacked here. Koala Noob cannot be found. And GMD not necessarily looking for him. Cyber caged out, has to go for the early post, and that's actually more prepared for Koala Noob. Silent, but alone, he falls.
But look at this. Sim staying on A in case there's a reroute back over. He's gonna flank with the
Oh, Proto, nice shot back. M80, it's looking like it has to be more committal than ever at this stage. And GMD, he has to find his way out. Nismo, the shutdown, and suddenly the resurgence for M80 this round, making it possible as always. And it's Nismo at the front of the pack. Now with the lesser health as well, that means he'll be the sacrificial lamb onto whoever has to fight it first. It's 7 up and Odin ready to take back over. Now it's just BCJ. First timing is good onto 7, and Sim doesn't have the operator to hold on to it. BCJ, easiest fight to give M80 yet another victory here in Ascension.
Oh, you could see the idea toying in his head, the flank back around C-Long with the operator to help seal the deal, but a shorty at the end. TSM, the best match they have ever fought. If they can continue to play like this into next year, they will be at the top of the brackets. But M80, there's a reason why they remain undefeated. Their adaptability, the way they can connect and talk to each other, the ways that they want to stay undefeated in their individual heroics. They want playoffs, but most importantly, they want VCT.
They want it so bad. Their hunger aching, and they refuse to let history repeat itself. First with their first loss against Brazil's 1 seed in the Union. They have had no trouble against Galeries, and tomorrow's game against 2Game looks to be an easy one for an M80 that is continuing to just thrive. Second fault was that matchup against the 2nd seed in NA, a little team called the Guard. Whew. We have cleaned up all of our mistakes so far, Keg. M80 looks the best they ever have, and I don't know if it's ever had the same magnitude for any team saying that kind of thing after all of the stuff that they've been through.
Look, ever since bringing in Net, M80's remained undefeated through the entirety of their stages of Challengers and so far Ascension. They are the team that wants to ascend, but they'll have to make it through playoffs still and of course make it through the next few days. But they're looking great. But can you believe there's still a whole lot more of Ascension to come? We are so thankful to have such close, amazing games so far, but it's not over yet. Of course, that is it for us today, but we still have an amazing desk. But first, before all that, we also have a break too. So don't go anywhere. We have more amazing stuff coming up.
That is the win that goes once again the way of M80, and it continues to be the same thing over and over again. You sweat a little bit, you get scared if you're on the side of M80. Wait, is it gonna happen? Are they gonna lose? And don't worry, every single time they're fine, Roy. They continue to get these wins, and they continue to look like they're able to answer in those crucial moments more than any other team that we have in Ascension.
Yeah, and I think that is M80's true strength, is that no matter what level individually they're performing at, they still have this reliable playstyle that just proves over and over and over that it is just consistent. There's a lot of layers to their team play as well. It's not just like set plays. There's just so many different looks and so many different just styles that they can implement at any given time that makes them such a strong opponent.
This has been the best matchup that we've had between M80 and TSM
Yes.
for sure. And it makes so much sense. You know what's at stake to make it to playoffs, to continue having this ascension run for both of the teams. And it was a heartbreak for sure on the side of TSM. You see the faces of frustration towards the end. But it's an M80 that were just the better team one more time, Emily, and they deserved that win. They deserve to continue to be undefeated in this tournament.
Yes, they played so well in that last map and won their post plans 8-9 compared to TSM 6-11, and also got a thrifty, which is a huge round for them, especially when you're looking at their clutches 0-2 comparison. TSM, though, they were fired up all the way towards the end. They were still going on. They never gave up, and hats off to them because I just felt like they played so well today, but just didn't come through and just finish it off towards the end. But GMD just played well throughout the entire day. 17-12 as Omen for his team. But then we look at M80, and M80, I mean, Xander has been doing so well throughout the whole day. He got multiple 3Ks, even a few rounds where he got 4Ks, which really helped save his team. But Koala Noob on the Jet, they had a really cool play that I liked that they did with Koala Noob, doing a breach stun in the heaven. Yeah, and getting heaven control. And that was so cool to see. They still lost the round, but either way, they were doing what we said they were going to do. Just overwhelm TSM, because I just didn't feel like they did what we said they needed to do by baiting out the util from M80. They just had too much in their pockets, right?
Yeah, and I also think that M80 did an incredibly good job at finding these openers, right? Like Koala had a lot of first bloods, first kills, but he also, so did Net. Net got so many of those on the completely opposing end of the map. So there's a lot of success happening for M80 on both sides, and then you tack on the clutches, then you tack on the the thrifty, and it's just like, okay, that's a lot going in favor of M80 to kind of edge their way out to that finish line.
We've had those past couple matches for M80 where they've been honest, and we saw it on social media, about not performing their best individually. But I think throughout the series, we got to see every single one of those players have their moments, look really good, Roy. And I think that's amazing because you can see how the team continues to evolve as the tournament goes on. And I mean, they're already the favorite, they're already the undefeated team, and they already have all these pieces that are working so well together. It seems like a dream come true, and it seems like their chances for Ascension, even if they're their favorites, their chances keep going higher and higher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to jump the gun, but I'm pretty sure they've guaranteed their spot in playoffs at this point. Their record is immaculate. They're one of the only undefeated, if not the only undefeated team in the league. And I mean, they at this point is just like prep for playoffs.
Is prepping for everything that is to come, and that is something that they've been so good at doing. And on the other side, though, Emily, for TSM, it's a little shaky. We don't know what's gonna happen. They're 1-3, just like Galores. They can get that last win. They have that chance to get one more win to put them in 2-3. But then it's gonna depend on results from everybody else. What's for sure, though, is that they need to get that next win.
Yeah, that's the one thing that they can control, is just focusing on that next win, and then after that, just praying and hoping and wishing that the other opponents lose the matches that are required in order for them to move on. But I'm confident TSM is going to pull through the next day.
Yeah, we're confident in TSM and what they're able to do. But this is it for this match of M80 and TSM. We're going to have an interview after this break, and when we come back, we'll close out the day and tell you everything about tomorrow.
guys, I'm here with Sander. The first question that I want to ask is, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. I mean, another win, another day, so I can't really complain. Although the games are tight and we're losing maps, we were winning the series, so nothing to complain about.
So, you guys are already in playoffs, and who would you like to confront in your first match?
Honestly, any of the teams are fine. I feel like I do want a rematch against All Knights. I feel like they are the best team we've played so far. Obviously, we haven't played 2-game yet, so we have to decide. I have to decide after we play them. But All Knights is really fun to play and really enjoyable, and they're very nice guys. So I would say All Knights.
Great. The second question: who do you think is going to classify for playoffs?
I'm unsure, honestly. I mean, I think All Knights and Reda are all very good. I think 2-game, 2-game is not qualified already, but I could be wrong about that. I'm unsure, honestly, but I think those three are very, very good. Obviously, we've just defeated TSM, and I'm unsure if Galleries can even make it at the right now, but for sure, though, the Reda and the All Knights are for sure the teams I want to see in playoffs.
Great. The last question that I have for you is that until now, as an IGL, which was the most difficult and the most easy match for you to IGL?
Honestly, all matches are very difficult to IGL against. Like, all the teams are very, very talented here. If I'm completely honest, I didn't expect the skill level to be this high. I think everybody here is insanely talented. It's very difficult to call against every single team. Every single team has different styles, and I have to adjust accordingly, and I couldn't give you an answer on that, honestly.
Okay, thank you very much, Sander. So, guys, it's all for today. But tomorrow we have 3 more matches, so just remember to come back tomorrow here. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you so much, Evelina and Xander. It's always great to hear from the GOAT, honestly. He has been doing so good this tournament. He's feeling pretty confident. I like also the input that he gave us on the teams that he's feel like have been the best teams, including All Knights and Reta that he really wants to see in playoffs. But we don't really know still who's going to make it to playoffs. It's going to be so interesting to see how that's going to play out tomorrow, because everything is going to get sorted tomorrow. And we get to see also how this ended up shaping after today. We had the regional matches, Emily, and we got to see all of the #1 seeds take those wins.
Yeah, M80 over there still strong, 4-0, so they're secured in the playoffs. They have nothing to worry about for tomorrow. Absolutely no worries at all. But there's some matches that are interesting, I think, for Galores, right? They need a few conditions to happen in order for them to be able to move on, because remember, guys, only 4 teams out of the 6 teams from group get to move forward to playoffs.
It's only 4 of them, and the ones that are the most on the verge of elimination, Roy, is obviously TSM and Galores. They're 1 and 3. Everybody else haven't been able to secure 2 wins, but if TSM or Galores, they get their second win tomorrow, then things can get really messy.
Yeah, and I think things will get messy because 2-game has to play M80 tomorrow, and obviously they are the strongest team in the tournament so far, so it's very likely that they will end in a 2-3, and in that case, we're probably going to see a multi-team tie, and it's really going to come down to round differential, which is super interesting because it's kind of rare in a 5-round round robin to have the last day matter so much, where literally every single game matters. Every single round you can get matters now.
And in the meantime, M80, they're chilling. They're fine. They're having a good time. They're 4-0. Not one team has been able to take them down. And Xander talked a little bit about it of, yeah, I mean, it's not ideal that we've been losing a couple of these maps, a couple of these crucial rounds, but they're still winning. So, I mean, can't be complaining about that. Now, you hinted a little bit on what is going to be tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule, because once again, we're going to have 3 matches tomorrow for the last day of our group stage. And Emily is going to be Reta taking down Galore. Then 2-game taking down M80, and then for the last match of the day is going to be All Knights against TSM.
Yeah, this first opener match for tomorrow is going to be a fun one because Galores needs this win. Absolutely needs this win in order to have any sort of chance at all. So they're going to be playing with their hearts out here. And then again, like I was saying, M80 there, it's probably a no pressure match for them. But 2G has stuff to prove still, right? You want to beat the team that's not had a lost series yet. So that could be meaning a lot for the 2G team.
Which of these matches, Roy, are you looking forward to the most? I gotta say, for me, is the last one. I'm so excited for that All Knights TSM.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I actually think that Reta versus Galores is going to be really good as well, because stylistically, they're very similar. They play at a very similar pace. They have a very similar team structure and dynamic, and I think that matchup between the LATAM #1 seed and the Brazilian #1 seed is going to be super interesting.
Is going to be continuing to fight, continuing to see who's going to make it to playoffs, who's going to get eliminated, which is going to be a heartbreak for the teams that we're going to have to say goodbye to tomorrow. But this is everything that we have for today. We already hyped you up about all the matches that you need to be watching tomorrow because it's going to be a do or die for all of these teams. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
One enemy remaining.